Okay. Check real quick to make sure that it's looking okay here. Yep, you can hear me fine on Twitch. How about YouTube? Okay. Check real quick to make sure that it's looking okay here. All right, looks like it's recording fine on both, and we can get started. Oh man, I had to shut the stream down a few times because I was having issues with Windows 11, which is about like saying I'm a human being and I'm unique because I'm breathing. Seems like everybody's having issues with Windows 11 nowadays. I wish they'd just focus on making their operating system good instead of trying to shove Copilot down everything. Anyway, it's a whole nother conversation. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and do an intro. We're gonna get started with some Darkest Dungeon, so make sure everything is good. It looks like my streams are both playing fine. I'm not having any issues with my boom mic like I was before, which was an issue. Again, a Windows 11 issue. I know it's a Windows 11 issue because it was not specific to OBS. I was having issues with Discord and other things that I was using as a control to see if those devices were working. It was kind of having issues with my webcam as well, which is ridiculous. But anyways, let's go ahead and do an intro and let's get into this. What's up, guys? I'm the Blue Titan, and welcome back to another episode of Darkest Dungeon. So in the last episode, we finally knocked out the second tier boss, the Swine King, over at the Warrens. But before we get into that, we're going to go ahead and talk about the other channels, and then we'll dive into some gameplay. If you'd like to see short-form content, highly edited, highlight-level reel videos that you'd see in a YouTube Shorts feed, or 10 to 15-minute long videos that you'd watch over your lunch break, or if you have a little bit of time, maybe on a bus ride or, you know, commute to work, you can head over to The Blue Titan Space Gaming to see content like that. That's where I'll post all of my highly edited videos, the things that kind of create discoverability so that people can be pushed and funneled towards the longer form videos, which I'm going to talk about next. If you'd like to see the longer form content, you can head over to The Blue Titan Space Gaming Space VODs, where you'll see full gameplay videos, entire playlists, let's plays, unmitigated, unfiltered, unedited, the entire game from beginning to end, the entire adventure from the very beginning. If you'd like to see content like that, just note that it's longer, so if you're in it for the long haul if you're going to watch that, but that's what it's there for. These long sessions, it's kind of like playing the old days of sitting down on the couch and playing video games with your buddies. That's why I like to make these, because I have some friends and some students that I used to teach that actually like to sit and watch along with these videos, so it's been kind of fun to make these for that reason. So either way, we're going to go ahead and get into some gameplay, because I was kind of excited earlier to play some, and despite the technical difficulties, I'm still excited to play. I love this game. So alright, so where are we now, and like what are we going to be focusing on this episode? Well, the most important thing that we need to take seriously at this stage is the Crimson Curse. We now have 4 people on our team that have the Crimson Curse. Is it just that many? Only 4, but realistically we have a solid group of guys that are all similarly leveled, right? We've got 3 dudes. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread this. That's entirely incorrect. We've got 3 level 6s that are Crimson Cursed. We've got Maduit, Marisco. Why are they grayed out? That's what's throwing me off, because they're in the party. I don't know why they're grayed out. But if you look here, that's really strange. Normally they're not grayed. Are they normally grayed out when they're on your team, on your squad? That's weird. Either way, we've got 3 people on our squad that have got the Crimson Curse, 1 level 3 guy here, and then 3. Yeah, so we've got 7 people with the Crimson Curse. We're now at a point in the game where we're able to support 6 people passively, because, again, I've talked about this multiple times on the stream, but just a quick reminder, you use 1 blood per 3 weeks per character. Each character consumes 1 vial of blood every 3 weeks on average, right? That means that you can support 3 people with 1 vial of blood per regular week, right? So that means the math is then I can support 6 people on 2 vials of blood, or 7 people on 2.33 vials of blood, etc. and so forth. We have 7, so we're just over the range on what we could actually support freely, right? Because we've got the Sanguine Vinters, right? Let me show you what I mean. If you're not familiar, this blueprints down here, we've got the Sanguine Vinters. So we've got somebody like, you know, basically brewing blood for us, 2 bottles a week. So we're a little bit less stressed out when it comes to having people with blood on our team right now, or the Crimson Curse. So we now actually have the mechanism or the means whereby we can actually create 2 vials of blood a week, which means that we no longer have to worry as much as we did. We have a baseline, and we've also, because of that, been able to build up a little bit of a back supply of blood, which means that we haven't been forced to think about this, and we truly still aren't really in a bad spot. What do we have? I think 18 blood, something like that effect. 22 blood. We've got a lot of blood right now, so we're okay. We're not really in a harmful spot. The reason I'm choosing to intentionally go to the Crimson Courtyard and do some of these lower tier missions right now is in part due to these lower tier missions. I believe they have the capacity to rarely, but still spawn the set items. And if we go and we finish the champion level viscount mission, then we've only got, I think, 1 more boss at this location. And once you've beaten all the bosses at this location, I believe the location stops spawning. It might not stop spawning missions, but you no longer have any bosses there, and so I don't know how the Crimson Curse works anymore at that stage. And I'd like to get some of those set items before I possibly lock myself out of ever getting any of them again. I'm not sure of how that works, but either way, I still also just want to collect some of those set items. So I'm thinking about bringing these guys to go do that mission. There's also really no downside to bringing these guys because I've got 3 of the 4 people here are already infected with the Crimson Curse. It can't really get much worse than that. Yes, I can get the Shield Breaker infected, but again, I've talked about this. I have no problem having my damage dealers get infected by the Crimson Curse because, in my opinion, the Crimson Curse is actually there's a bit of variance associated with it, but you can actually use it as a bonus against bosses. If you use it right, you can actually consume blood whenever you're craving right before you walk into a boss, and it will give you essentially a mini version of the old Flagellant's Rapturous buff, right? The plus 25% for a little bit of chaos, right? That they're going to add some stress. It's almost similar to Rapturous, to be completely honest, because when you hit Rapturous, your character has more act out moments where they can add stress or hit your own teammates, things like that. Same thing that happens whenever you get the Crimson Curse. But in this case, you get the buff for essentially being thirsty or craving the Crimson Curse, whereas with the I'd say with the not the Abomination, the Flagellant, it's a little bit more controllable, right? Because you can kind of intentionally trigger the stress or remove it, and you can kind of control whenever your Flagellant actually goes over the edge. You can stress them out intentionally, whereas with the Crimson Curse, you kind of have to game it and try to walk down the hallways until your character gets a little bit thirsty and becomes craving, and then you're like, oh, he's craving, time to go fight a boss, right? So I'm not that bothered by a character like the Shield Breaker getting the Crimson Curse right now. I don't care that much. We're okay with that. So we're going to bring her and we're going to go do this green tier mission because this team is all level 2s and 1s, and this is a great way to level them up without any fear of leaving them behind from not being able to bring them because they're all so susceptible to attracting the Fanatic, right? Whenever you have a bunch of people in your team that have the Crimson Curse, you're more likely to spawn the Fanatic. So we're trying to avoid that by bringing a bunch of people who have the Crimson Curse to the courtyard instead, and making sure that when we go into the courtyard, we bring a lot of blood, right? The Crimson Courtyard is the best place to bring people to level up if you're leveling up people who already have the Crimson Curse, because they can't get any more infected than they already are, and not the Viscount, but the just said his name, the Fanatic won't attack that location or won't be there waiting for you. So I'm going to go do a mission here. It's not going to be a big deal. We're going to get a decent amount of blood out of the whole thing, but the whole point of it is maybe we can get lucky and get a few of these random golden items here, because as we learned in a previous episode, something I had never known in all the time I played, I did not know that these items, I'll show you right here, I have a set here. I have 2 items here, if you look here. The Linus Warpaint, it has the same flavor text, Outcast, Alone, Shamed. It tells you that's kind of a hint that they go together, right? If you're wearing both of them, much like Diablo or a game like that, it actually unlocks the bottom line. Because if you look here, the bottom lines are grayed out, they don't do anything. But not if you wear both. If you wear both, they turn green, meaning it's turned on. In other words, like a lot of set bonuses in a game, like I said, Diablo, if you've ever played Diablo, the way it works is the item has the top part all the time in white. Both items do the part in white all the time, but the part of the bottom that's in the very neon green, the kind of matrix color, code green, that is only turned on when you have both items on at the same time. And this is a pretty powerful set of abilities, right? Both items independently are pretty solid. An extra 60% damage steroid when she's low on health and extra bleed skill chance, extra death blow resistance when she's low, less healing, but, you know, not much of a big deal. Also speed on top of that. Then she just randomly gets an extra 7 accuracy and 7 dodge. It kind of makes these items together pretty potent. I don't know if there's like a tier list or what people think about these items or whatever, but I'm looking at these, I feel strong about these. I think these are solid items. Pretty solid overall. So we're going to give those to her, and then after that, we're going to pick some items for the shield breaker. Again, Shieldbreaker's kind of in a weird spot because, you know, she already has she doesn't have the Crimson Curse yet, but we're just going to look to do as much raw damage as possible and have her kill the supplicants, right? The guys I used to call that kind of head crab guys, the guys who wrap their body around the head of the host, and then, you know, they spit indigestion and pre-digestion abilities and stuff at you. But she's going to deal a lot of damage to those guys. That will be why she's on this team. The Hellion is going to be focusing on either occasionally stunning 2 sycophants if there's 2 mosquitoes up front, but elsewise she's just going to be using if it bleeds to take out 1 target at a time. The other 2, I bring the occultist because he can strip the armor off somebody, and then I'm just going to bring the Vestal because she has the Crimson Curse, and there's really no downside to bringing her here because she can't get infected any more than she already is, right? So, but from there, we're going to go ahead and pick some items on people and take off here. Extra damage versus marked is cool, but we're not going to be marking people, despite the fact that the occultist can mark with vulnerability hex. It's not the dodge that we were actually really focused on, although technically the supplicants do have, the little mosquitoes do have a lot of dodge. It's usually the vulnerability hex that I'm more focused on with this character. Right? I'm more interested in removing the armor from those characters. I say that, but like, we're at a lower tier. Maybe it is more important to remove dodge, but I don't know. It's an interesting question. The supplicants, the head crab armored guys, the guys with protection, have 20% protection, and this basically removes it. And the sycophants, the little mosquito guys, they only have 10 dodge, I believe. So this kind of is a very big overshot. The thing that's nice about this is it marks, which then makes it so that the shield breaker, if I were to give her this item, I was just kind of hovering, the Fanged Spear Tip, which we haven't got the chance to use, we just got this in the last episode. This would help them, the shield breaker basically just insta-kill any of the characters that she targets. Now the thing about an item like this, though, is it essentially turns her into a marked comp character. Like, she works with marked comp suddenly when she normally doesn't have any marked synergy. But it's really not that important overall to buff her based off of that, because she already does a lot of raw damage anyway, and the thing I really want her for is just dealing extra damage against enemies that are armored. So I really don't need that. I think I'm just gonna lean into Pierce and Puncture and just try to, like, completely strip away any kind of, like, armor that people have. There's not going to be any stealth. This is a tier 1 mission. I mean, I guess technically Serpent Sway might be useful because it could block some random Crimson Curse. She might actually be the right person. This might be the best time to bring Serpent Sway, because maybe she can block the Crimson Curse by just she can keep on spamming Serpent Sway. Sure, I could do that. Give her that ability instead this time. And if I did that, that's going to move her forward, right? So I'm going to need to pick an ability that actually moves her back as well, so I'll just go with Impale here. Impale is not like the perfect ability in this location, but it's much better than the other things that are written here. I don't need to bypass stealth. I don't need to, you know, apply blight. The enemies here are very resistant to blight, so that's not really why she's coming. She's coming because she's got good roll stats and she can deal damage to characters who are high in protection. She can just ignore it. Whereas Marisco here is, you know, this character is going to be hyper focused on just if it bleeds over and over and over again, just using this, as well as the occasional yop here to stun him. And then I guess I really am a big fan of Adrenaline Rush in general, so the rest of the abilities are kind of irrelevant here. I don't really care that much about it. I guess I could do Breakthrough. Breakthrough is pretty strong in combination with Shieldbreaker's Impale. So Shieldbreaker can throw an Impale and then fly backwards, right? She goes back, she throws the thing and it flies backwards, and then afterwards, you know, I guess between the two of them, they can kind of like switch spots over and over again, kind of a dancing team thing. Although, if I do that, I basically have to go Breakthrough, go forward, and then after that, the Shieldbreaker has to use Pierce. If she uses Impale, the Hellion has no way of getting into slot 2 on her own. She has to get into slot 2 from waiting for the Shieldbreaker to use her Impale to move back. But that's okay, it's still pretty strong. All right, I think these characters are pretty good here. Let's look at Belay. She's level 2, so she can actually choose level 3 tier abilities. We're gonna do that here. I'm just gonna use the core 4 here. She doesn't really need any like ranged stuff or extra damage to stealth or anything. This is kind of interesting, you know, removing their dodge is actually kind of interesting. But there's no torch on this location, so the extra torch doesn't do anything. The dodge is fine. It doesn't deal much in damage. I'd much rather just go for a stun here, because most of the time you're gonna hit at lower tier missions like this, the enemy only has 10 dodge. Dodge doesn't matter that much on low level difficulty like this. It's not that effective. It's not that scary or annoying. All right, and then from here, what are you guys looking like on armor? Okay, I think you can all level up your armor. Definitely worth doing this anytime you see it. The raw extra damage that it deals, I haven't really talked about it too much, but the raw extra damage that it deals, I might just throw an extra person in there to demonstrate what I'm saying. It matters a lot. So like, look at this. So Campbell here is a totally different character. We're not bringing this character, but this character's damage is anywhere between 6 and 11. Crit is 7%, speed is 8. This jumps this character. The attack range goes up. The crit range goes up, or the crit percentage chance goes up, the speed base goes up. It's always worth leveling up your gear. The extra raw damage and extra raw speed, extra raw everything it deals over the course of the mission can add up a lot, tremendously. So, we've already locked people into, yeah, we're already treating people. There's no items I'm interested in buying, I've already got that. And I think I bought, or I recruited the people I was actually interested in before the end of yesterday's episode, so we're going to go ahead and ignore that. This should be a relatively simple mission. It's just going to be a short mission. I'm just bringing some lower tier guys to go smack down this location and lead some people out. I could go do this wheeled mission. I'm really just bringing these guys because they've all got the Crimson Curse. I can't really go do the wheeled mission with any layer of like success or guaranteed success though. The one downside to bringing these guys, again, if I bring them to this location, it's a long mission. There could be a fanatic and we got 3 guys with the Crimson Curse. We'd be forced to fight them. It's kind of interesting though. I actually haven't fought them yet. I'm tempted to do it. I just haven't had a situation where everybody was level 4 or everybody was the same level to do it. I'd like to have everybody at the max level in their specific range if I was going to do that. That's okay. We're tempting fate by having more people go through the Crimson Curse after this anyway. We'll get a chance to fight the fanatic at some point. We aren't going to, like, you know, force ourselves to do it for no reason. All right, item-wise, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the items. I've already explained why I like Berserk Charm, why I like surgical gloves, you know. This increases accuracy, and then this decreases it, but they both increase raw damage overall and all that, so it's just more powerful. Alright, this dude, there's not really a good item for him outside of the Demon's Cauldron at this location. I guess you could make an argument for stunning, but he doesn't have... Hands of the Abyss is only usable in slot 2 and 1, and he's not in slot 2 or 1. So, you know, Demon's Cauldron's not doing as much work as it normally would here. Let me get the item before I can talk about it anymore. Oh wait, we might actually have items on people I didn't realize. Sort by rarity. Wow, it's still on somebody. I haven't removed things for people. I didn't realize I had 3 restraining padlocks. Okay, good lord. Let's sell those. Make us some money back. My god. Okay. Let's remove trinkets. Put these items right back on. You're gonna take these 2 we had a second ago. I guess I could go back to Spear Tip. It doesn't really make a lot of sense in this location because we're not really applying blight, so never mind. What did you have again? Sometimes it puts things in the wrong location. It's like, I just put these on you, but you just still decide to put it in. Whatever. Let's just go... oh, right, the set bonus items. And then afterwards here, you got your thing. We're going to give you the Demon's Cauldron like I was talking about. Probably just give you an Ancestor's Map, honestly. And then after that, give my my healer like some anti-stress maybe, and then some healing stuff so she can focus on her job and never become a liability herself. I'm just going to give her... Probably just go ahead and give her the Sacred Scroll. She doesn't need Junia's head. I don't need to add that extra layer of stress. Yeah, Junia's head. She doesn't need the extra 30 So this is only 30. Sorry, this is 33% healing. This is 30% healing. So this is weaker, but this only applies plus 30% stress, whereas this lowers her stun chance, lowers her overall damage. But it's fine. We already have 3 major damage dealers. I don't really care about that. So we're gonna go ahead and take off with the squad as it is. It's not a map where people can sleep. It's just a short, simple, classic, simple mission, right? We're just choosing this one because then we don't have to worry about blood as much. We'll find blood all over this map. I'll take 3 blood and I'll make back more than that over the course of the mission. So I'm gonna bring some food here. I think it's just a short mission. I don't really need more than 12. That's already probably more than I need, especially since I have 2 major healers here. Shovels, I'll bring like 2 here because there is a chance we could interact with a few curios here. Anti-venom's the same way, bandage. I'll just bring a few of everything here. I'll bring 3 skeleton keys, maybe a single holy water. I might not even need to bring a single one of those. And then after that, torches again on this mission. Remember, torches aren't used for damage on the Crimson Courtyard. They're used to increase your overall accuracy, which just makes it like because the location is always considered to be in blood light, which in the game's code is considered radiant light at all times. That map, despite not actually having like a sun, it's like a blood moon, blood sun kind of thing, and so it's always considered radiant blood light, which is, as far as the game is concerned, items that work whenever you have light above a certain threshold will always be on. Although I'm not using any items that do that, so it's kind of whatever. But we do still want to use the torches because it increases your accuracy, which is always nice. We can just go in, I think. Everybody else is already leveled up as well as they're going to be, and we can just go. Yep. A well-timed dose of blood goes a long way. That sounds like such a whatever statement, a throwaway, but it really does. Like the ability to intentionally buff your character by giving them, like, if they have the Crimson Curse, it's not a downside. Early game, the Crimson Curse is annoying. It's like, it's annoying. And it can actually pose existential threat to your team because you can lose people from thirst. But as the game progresses, it actually becomes kind of like a damage steroid. All right, let's go do this. I need to give her some blood. Oh, well, we might actually already have some blood right here in front of us. We have to be careful with which one of these it is. Sometimes it's a different thing. Winemaker's Reserves. Yeah, this has no, like, shovel thing on it. So you just interact directly. These are the 3 blood we came for.
Waiting to be spent.
Yeah, that's what we wanted. So I'm going to go ahead and give these guys blood, and then after that, we've already fed these guys, and then after that, for the rest of the mission, any blood we find is upside, right? Sure. Stress relief. That's one of the nicest parts about that too, right? He's got his bloodlust. He's been fed. He's got an extra 25% damage. He's gonna kill him.
Another one.
Wipe him. And then here I'm actually gonna go for a heal since these guys actually started the mission wasting and thirsty. Now they actually have more health because I fed them and they're no longer like desperate for thirst, so I can actually heal them. Despite the fact that the mission just started, they haven't taken any damage. They actually technically have taken damage indirectly.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Kind of an awkward situation there. We had breakthrough. I should have done that in a reverse order. See, it's not a big deal. Sure. All right, finish it off here. Rip's nice. Stress relief.
No quarter.
This is why I was talking about this character sneakily actually being a character who deadly.
Clearly in view. Or
Eagle
is
Eye?
it merely a trick of the light?
Deadly gives like plus 2% crit, but there's also Eagle Eye, which gives like plus 5% crit to ranged abilities. I actually think the Occultist is secretly one of the best characters to have Eagle Eye on. Well, a lot of times people think of Eagle Eye, they think of, you know, the Arbalist / Musketeer, even though that character is like half support, half mark, like a mark, you know, consuming character mark synergy like comp thing. This character, I think, is the best use case of Eagle Eye, which might sound like a hot take, but just follow me for a second. Plus 5% crit on a character who already has pretty high base crit, plus has a legendary, or I guess a very rare trinket that also just gives 3 crit, and then all of his abilities randomly, like his like weakening curse and his vulnerability hex both give randomly 7% crit. Like that's pretty high. That's a pretty high crit, and it just keeps going. This is only a level 3 ability. So this character oftentimes will just randomly crit on the most random things. And you can be like, well, that's not very good though. It doesn't deal any damage. He doesn't have very much high base damage. No, he doesn't do much damage. Even when he crits, it goes from 2 to 3. Whoop-de. Who cares? The reason it's good is because it's a subtle like nod to him being a kind of a support. It heals stress indirectly because he crits all the, like, way more than the average character does. Oh, 100 gold is pathetic. Wow. That's barely worth the bandage. Alright. Alright, I guess I'll go right up. Up first. I don't know. There's not really an obvious pick here. We didn't get lucky here with our ancestors map and get a scout there, but that's okay. This is why we bring shovels here. I should have brought more shovels. I forgot. There's also still rubble on this map. We haven't been back here in such a long time. I kind of forgot. We're gonna get hit by rubble, and it's gonna suck. I should have brought four of these things. I don't know what I'm thinking. I was thinking we didn't need shovels because this is not a normal map in the same way that like the farmstead is not a normal map, but it's just been such a while since I've been here. I didn't think about it. Such a long time, yeah. See, I did this. I didn't really say anything there, but I did the vulnerability hex there because minus 17 dodge is pretty good when your enemy has 15 dodge from the start. So just a guaranteed chance we kill him.
Back to the pit.
I mean, we're not gonna get hurt by these guys. They're whatever, but that is the only thing that could possibly go wrong in this fight is we just miss it a few times. They throw a random stun or a random crate or something. This guy's already, he's not gonna die from this. It's not gonna kill him, I don't think. Well, the miss makes it very obvious that it's not gonna hit him. But normally he only hits for about 3 or 4 at level 1 across multiple bodies. I guess it's level 2, but it's still probably not enough to kill. Just go for damage here. See, that's what I'm talking about. 4 crit, just randomly. Do you see what I'm talking about? I understand that's confirmation bias, right? That's not, it's a small sample size, but man, I'm telling you. That character secretly is a crit character. Alright. Alright, I can go for an impale here. That's a lot of damage. Let's go for it. And then we'll just try to deal as much damage as possible. Yeah, dodge is real. Like I said, like 16 dodge, 10 dodge. This ability has like a 95% chance to hit. I'm telling you, like, these guys dodge a lot more than it seems like on paper, man. It really does seem that they dodge more often.
Is broken.
It's crazy how much, like,
the offensive.
Like most enemies in the game at low tier enemies, like the low tier, you know, green apprentice missions usually have like 5 dodge, but like 10 dodge somehow feels way more than 5 dodge. It feels like a lot. Like you're like, oh yeah, it's double that. No, I mean it feels like way more than that sometimes. Go to 1. Come on, dude. That's right. We'll just well, he didn't move spots. I was hoping he'd move spots. That way we could use breakthrough. That's okay. We're gonna be fine. Yeah, we're totally cool with the guard. Guard's great here. Anything that doesn't involve, you know, cursing my shield breaker, I'm on board for, right? I'll go for the hit here, sure. Yep. Now we're dodging. That's good. Go for raw damage here. Again, ignore his armor, which is always good. And then here, I can't stun this guy, so there's really not a good option other than just to deal raw damage.
Devastating blow.
Okay, hitting for 9 was not my bingo card there, but that's great. So now we can kill you with the breakthrough or something.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Alright, that's a heck of a fight right there. That's a lot of blood.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
What we got? Sure. Alright, we're fighting quite a bit. I mean, we're this early in the mission. Guys, this is just a tier 1 mission. And we're already pretty loaded. That's crazy.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Remember on this location, on this map, you've got to pay a lot of attention to the ground because traps in this map are far more subtle than they are in any other location in the game. A lot of times traps in this game are something that you run into and you can blatantly see it. You know, obviously you have to scout the hallway, but they're a real thing on this map. They really actually will mess you up. Yeah, this is also another use for the torches. You can remove stress. I guess I need to use these torches. I forgot to increase our accuracy. There's the trap. That's what I'm saying. There was, you know,
spring to life with a singular purpose.
There was no way for me to have known that was there though, because we hadn't scouted the hallway anyway. But even if we had, they're harder to see on this map. Not getting any good scouts. Am I crazy? Scout still works here, right? I'm just gonna interact with these intentionally. Get us some extra blood. All right, we'll go for a kill here.
Annihilated.
That's why I brought her, to absolutely destroy those guys. And then after that, you've got a little bit of dodge. I guess we'll go for this dodge on you. Remove the dodge from the fast little mosquito guy. If we can kill him immediately, then the rest of the fight's pretty trivial. Actually, let's go for a double stun here. Nice. Yep. And then we'll just go for raw damage here. Feels a little bit weird using raw damage from the Vestal instead of from our Hellion, but that's okay. We're still going to do a lot of damage from this, so. All right, now I'll go for maybe a crit here. There's no reason to worry about weakening. He's going to die from anything anyway. He doesn't have a lot of protection. Anything's going to kill him if it hits him.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Raw damage here. This character will just die right here if our Hellion gets attacked. It's fine. Never punished. Didn't even matter.
Continue the onslaught.
Give me that blood.
Destroy them all.
Woo! This is why we came here. This is why what I was saying. The reason I wanted to come here was intentionally to get these unique items that you can only get from the Crimson Courtyard. This is literally why we're here, is these items. The blood is like almost secondary to it, but I mean, we're certainly taking the blood. I want the blood over everything else in our inventory, so I'm gonna drop the bandage for this. I'm gonna drop, I guess I can take the holy water here. I'm gonna drop the jade for the blood. I want as much blood as I can get from this mission. That's why we're here. That's nice though. You got a special rare item here. And that looked like that was the item for, who was that? The occultist. Plus 4 speed if torch is below 60, 25% damage if the torch is below 60, plus 25% bleed skill chance, and minus 10%, and plus some dodge. Okay. Interesting. A little bit different than some of the other things we've been using. We haven't really built around the low torch, which is pretty common progression, I would imagine. Most people probably don't really build that way when they, especially early on in their Darkest Dungeon career, they're usually probably focused more on the items that work in the light, the Hellion, the Hell's, or the Heaven's Hairpin, not the Hell's Hairpin kind of builds, if you understand my meaning. All right. Yep. You gonna give everybody the blood now? Every person on our team? I was gonna say we only have one person, not the blood, the Crimson Curse. All right. Sure. I guess we'll remove your armor. Again, we're not really in any threat here. We're just trying to gather as much resources as possible. And that's why I brought all these guys that already had the Crimson Curse, because you can't, you know, cause infection when the person already has it. Oh man, not quite enough. Very close though. We'll go for a breakthrough here. You got it. Okay. This is kind of awkward. I don't care about the busts, and I don't care about the Onyx. If I could see more Onyx, maybe, but I mean, maybe there's an argument to be made that I could just drop the torches. I don't really care about the torches too much. I've only got 2 of them, and the real purpose of it is accuracy on this map. Oh, what am I talking about? I have 2 busts. I have exactly what I need there. Yeah, that's fine. This'll work. The Insight Venom might have been a better drop than the torches, if I'm being honest here. Yep, we take these. While we're here, got one more to get.
Trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
I'll grab that on the way back through. But you can see what I'm talking about when I say that on these missions, like the main focus is trying to, you have great tips, good night. Oh, hey, I appreciate it. It's due to Pontom. Due to Pontom 3. Hey, I'm not sure, I didn't see it in chat here, but I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're taking off, I appreciate you being here for the time that you were. Yeah, but if you're going to sleep, have a good night. All right. But yeah, so, I mean, in talking about what overall, you know, we've got going on here, I think the real focus that we want to make sure we think about in this map is the overall focus of every trip to the Crimson Courtyard is just to gather as much blood as possible. You don't really care about resources outside of that. Obviously, I'm also talking about hunting these late game, you know, like set bonus items. If I could get those as well, that'd be great. But you can't guarantee you're going to get those to drop. But if you see them drop, you take them. I mean, you take them instantly, because this is the only place you can get them. All right, hopefully we can get through this map without actually having to use a second round of blood on these guys. That would be nice, because that would be 6 blood that we spent in this map and only walked out with an extra. Actually, you get a guaranteed 9 for doing these missions because you get 3 per crate. But then if you intentionally hunt people in these little egg sacs, if you intentionally hunt those by using the blood, or I guess interacting with it and then fighting them, then you will get actual value out of it. You know, I've never thought about that. Maybe I could use the blood in the egg sacs. I know if you use the torch, it burns them, and if you just interact with them directly, it also summons them. But I would guess using the blood on them also summons them. These guys, if you use the blood on them, we've talked about this before, using the blood on these guys will give you like a random set of like 3 items, right? You interact with these 3 guys, or these guys, you get 3 random common items. At this stage in the game, it's not really worth that. We have enough common items as it is, but as you can see here, I have the blood down here. I mean, I could do it for demonstration purposes, but we've already done it before. It really just gives you 3 random junk common items. We don't care about that at this stage. We definitely want this. And be careful, this will end the mission. You should also look at this occasionally, because occasionally, weirdly enough, these are called Winemaker's Reserve, but this sprite for this background thing that I'm interacting with here, occasionally, this map will spawn the basic version of this exact same curio in the background, and it won't be called Winemaker's Reserve. And if you don't pay enough attention to it, you might not realize that you could actually use the shovel on it. In this case, this is the regular one, so this is actually the one that will have the wine or the blood in it. But sometimes it's like something else has a different name, and it will, if you interact with it using the shovel, it's weird, but this is such a cool thing. If you use the shovel on the non-Winemaker's Reserve curio that has the exact same art as this one, it will drop firewood, which is wild because normally firewood can only be gathered, or you can only have firewood from the main map before you even start the mission. You know, you bring it in your provisions. But on this map, you don't ever camp. You don't even get the chance to camp on long missions. There's no chance to do it, but you can find firewood if you know how to look for it. And it makes sense because you can kind of burn this thing instead. All right, so we're gonna go ahead here and I'm gonna drop probably the anti-venom here. I'm just gonna interact with this. I'm not gonna use it, but we're gonna just interact and take what's in here. We already know what's in there, it's the blood.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
That's the end of the mission. I don't care, I'm gonna continue. I wanna hoard as much blood as I can for this location. Just fight, 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 get as much blood as possible so we don't have to think about it later.
Obliterated.
We're not at any real threat because we have 3 guys that already had the Crimson Curse. I mean, what are they going to do? Give us more Crimson Curse? I mean, whatever, right? Yep. Nice dodge. And then I'm going to go for a breakthrough here because it'll hit 3 targets. Sure. No, she might be able to outright kill this guy. She has been hitting for 6 on this quite a bit, so we'll go for it. A 5. A 5. Just couldn't cut it. Sure. See, that's what I'm talking about. The threat is really gone. But we can't randomly get the Crimson Curse if our dude already has it. It's like, whatever, dude. I'll go for an adrenaline rush here. There's 0 cost to doing this. Get a little bit of a heal here, get extra damage for the next fight if it comes up soon. I doubt it. I mean, there could be a fight in this next room. And then just wipe this guy. He's basically dead anyways. Anybody that hits him will kill him, so. We'll give her a second chance to redeem herself here. Now she hits for 6. Blood? No blood this time. But we will take the rest of that for sure.
Momentum. Push on to the task's end.
I left the jade there and I didn't talk about it. It's only 375 gold. There's no real sure chance that we're actually going to take jade over the other things in our inventory. I mean, realistically, everything I have in my inventory, like these are non-negotiables. I'm taking these home. I'm taking this home because it's a full stack. There's a very high probability that one of these 3 stacks or even more of them will finish off, right? The busts go to 6. The deeds go to 6, and the crusts go to 12, so they'll probably fill out. We might even get lucky enough to fill another stack of blood here. You can call me .mp3. I'll be around sipping some coffee and picking up some new stuff. Oh, sure, yeah, I appreciate it. Just out of curiosity, I don't know is Darkest Dungeon like a game that you play? Is it a game that you're like, is this like the first time you've watched somebody play? I mean, that would seem kind of interesting, especially since the game is from like, I think 2016. But yeah, I mean, I'll just chatterbox, and if you pick up something new, that's great by me. That's kind of why I like doing this. I mean, I've talked about this in my other YouTube videos and stuff. I used to be a high school teacher, and this is kind of a nice avenue through which I can kind of teach people things It's nice. It's a nice way to connect with some of my older students too that used to talk to me about gaming that I don't get the chance to see anymore. So I'm not going to worry about going down there. There's only one curio in that room. It's not really worth my time. We're just trying to soak up as much value as we can in the hallways. All right, so this is something you can interact with this if you have holy water. I think we're out of... Oh, no, we do still have holy water. We know that because we've done it before, right? I don't just magically remember that. But generally in this game, something you should know is anytime you see something that looks like a bloody fountain, it doesn't matter what map it's on. If there's a bloody fountain, holy water. I mean, almost always. It looks cursed, right? Like literally, not like the meme word cursed, but like literal cursed. So if I interact with this, we already know. You can see here at the bottom of the screen here where it shows holy water, we've interacted with this curio before in the past. These other ones we haven't. Like these medicinal herbs, you can see a question mark underneath it. We've never used this specific item on this curio, but if we use the medicinal herbs on it and drop it in there, we can now see like an X there. That means that it doesn't do anything on that curio. But this one, the holy water, this one has like this kind of like almost like an eclipse symbol, like the light is kind of being eclipsed out. That's actually the symbol for stress relief in this game, which is actually interesting because it kind of is like an ominous dark look to it. It's kind of funny. But if we use this, it will remove stress from someone. So we want to use it on a person who has the most stress. In this case, it's this guy. And you should look carefully because even though they all look like they have the same amount of stress in their bar, each of these bars represents 20. Or no, it's actually, that's not even true. It's 10. Because there's 100 to be completely stressed out. Why is he only... Oh, I understand why. It rounds down. So until he gets to 20, it's only going to fill in the first one. But you can see what I'm talking about. It's a little misleading. He's got a full bar plus 8/10 of a second bar that's not even shaded in, and it probably should be. Honestly, should probably kind of slowly turn white and get more light over time. The second one should be mostly filled already. But we're going to use this guy, it'll probably remove all that stress. Yep, all of it. All 18. That was good. You see this little bubbly thing in front of us? Now, that's not by total chance. If you look at the map, I saw that we had a trap upcoming, but as I've said multiple times, this is the map for dirty trap placement. Every other location in the game, when you scout a trap, you can see it pretty obviously. On this map, it's hard. I mean, even though I know it's there and I scouted it, I'd still have a hard time seeing it. Now, I could interact with this thing with either of these two characters who have a 70% chance to do it, but they've only got 1 in 3 stress. There's not really much upside to removing it, so we'll just go with the dude who has 95% chance. He's just going to clear it anyway. All right, we'll keep on going. Remember, at this location, you get stressed out by just walking down the hallways anyway, so... But yeah, this trip was already worth it just off the back of us finding that one special item, right? This one blood pact item just made it worth it to me. I'd like to collect those if I could. And you got to collect those earlier in the game because if you don't...
Curious is the trap maker's art.
I think you forfeit the ability to do it. As the game progresses further on, like these items, I don't think you can... This I might be wrong on. I don't know if once you beat the Crimson Courtyard, or if these items are no longer accessible because the courtyard is like condemned or beat. I've never beat the Crimson Courtyard. I've only gone through the 2 first bosses. I've never beat the final one. And that's in part because I just fell out of playing the game when I played it 10 years ago. I'm telling you, this guy crits non-stop. People do not understand how powerful his raw crit is. It's so high. I mean, giving him a crit item is really powerful. Even though he does very little damage. It's the extra stress relief that you like. She's not in really a good position to deal damage to the front guy, but we've already got her. The shield breaker didn't make up for it, so it's fine. Not gonna take a jade. I don't care about that much. Actually,
victories mount, so too will resistance.
We will over medicinal herbs. I mean, the map's over, right? We're finished up, basically. Hunger check. Okay. There can't be a fight in this room. We already know that because we've scouted all the... That was part of the mission, right? Oh, no. I was right, but not by my reasoning. We just got lucky that there was nothing in this hallway. The whole point of this mission is just to collect, 3 things of blood, and we did. 3 things that each have 3 in it, and we collected more than enough, so that's a lot of blood we're walking out. Remember, we walked in here with 3, and now we're walking out with 13, so pretty good. And we got a legendary or special item, which is cool. Like, no cost at all to us to do that. Not a lot of money in the game, but that's not why we went in there. Quick reflexes, incredible. What a great roll. Tough is okay. Not exciting, but fine. Gambler's awesome. That's a great one. We want to lock that one. It's a good bad quirk, right? Because remember, I talk about this a lot. I think locking good bad quirks is more important on a character that's early in development than locking good quirks, because characters can develop bad good quirks, and then they'll just re-roll themselves as you continue to play. But if you roll bad quirks and then they lock, then you feel terrible. So I'd like to get my characters their good bad quirks early. Because if he locks Gambler, this doesn't affect him during combat. I don't care about this. I do care about things that, like, like imposter syndrome, which makes your character just skip around when they're fighting. That's god-awful. Evasive is also okay. Evasive is kind of hard to talk about. I've talked about this before, but dodge is okay. But it's not so strong that I, like, want to stack quirks with it. You need a critical mass of, like, 25 or more dodge for dodge to even really start mattering, and plus 5% dodge is just a drop in the bucket. The game is not based off of actual percentages in the traditional sense. It's not like, you have a 0 to 100% chance to hit. You can have an ability that has a 150% chance to hit, and then your opponent has 25 dodge. That represents a raw percentage subtraction, right? 150% chance to hit minus 25 dodge is 125% chance to hit. You're going to hit no matter what. If your opponent has 115% chance to hit, and then you have 5 extra dodge, now they have 110% chance to dodge. Congratulations. It's just not that great. But for the same reason as that, it's actually great for you to have more accuracy, because if your opponent gets up there, sometimes enemies will have like 25, 35, sometimes upwards of 40 dodge. We saw the Shrieker, that one bird boss, had like 67% dodge. Like, yeah. Extra accuracy is pretty powerful, but extra dodge is not really that important. Most characters don't have enough dodge on your side, not the enemy, but on your side for the extra dodge to really matter. It's okay. I'm not going to get rid of it. Like, I'm not going to aggressively get rid of it. We'll keep it until something else better rolls. But that's the nice part about good quirks. Good quirks don't lock on their own. They just kind of chill until you intentionally, like, reinforce them. Bad quirks do lock on their own, so you got to make sure that the ones that you get are the ones you're okay with. And if you don't like the quirks that they have, the good or the bad ones, you got to get rid of them with, like, conviction. Like, get rid of them. Night Owls, whatever. It's one of those quirks that's in the game so that you can play the game on torchless. If you want to play a challenge run where you play the game without light, then this is what that's for. But I would never, under any circumstances, normally take this on any character. There's no character that benefits from this quirk normally. Every character in this game, which actually is kind of interesting design space that they never went into. Every character in the base game that is on your side, the humans, none of them benefit from it being darker. They all get worse as it gets darker. Enemies get stronger. And it's interesting because the Flagellant kind of flips on its head a lot of the mechanisms that you're used to in the game, a lot of the reward systems. Like, going to 0 health is usually seen as bad, but with the Flagellant is actually a buff. I mean, it's a high risk, high reward, but it's a buff because your character gets stronger when below 40%. When he hits 0, heals your team. When he dies, stuns the enemy, which is such a random extra thing. I think they did that because they knew that it would feel bad to lose a Flagellant. But it's interesting that they did not create a character, or maybe a few characters, that had abilities that were stronger at night. Like, in my mind, like, the accuracy of the Hound, wouldn't it make more sense if, like, the Hound Master, if his dog abilities didn't lose accuracy at night, not in the same way human abilities did, and then they could kind of, like, lean into that a little bit more. But this game had such a good sandbox. It was so easy to build on top of this game, honestly. I really want to play this game with mods at some point, but
you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Yeah, these crystal shards. This is why I talk about keeping a little amount of them in the back, because you might find a good guy like this. He's probably level 6 here. Yeah. Kind of weird set of abilities here. Tough is okay. I mean, this is like a B ability. This is like a C ability / A. Like, they're both like a B abilities. Twilight Dreamer's random. Ignoring stealth. Like, what? Wait a second. I thought we literally last episode had a... what? How does that work? We have a Twilight Dreamer. It says literally 1 hero per roster. How is that possible? If we buy him, does it make us get rid of another character? I've never seen that before. The rest of this character's abilities are just kind of random. Absolutomania is one that we would want to get rid of immediately. Thin-blooded, we'd want to get rid of immediately. Irrepressible is whatever. I mean, 5% virtue chance is kind of a drop in the bucket again. In the base game, every character has a 25% chance to reach virtue. If they hit 100% stress, then there's a 1 in 4 chance they'll become virtuous, which is powerful when it triggers, but you can't really like expect it to happen. It's more just like an epic moment more than it is something you build around. But 5% is kind of, again, like I said, it's just like what I talked about earlier with dodge. Plus 5% is just not that impressive most of the time. Now, dodge is better than virtue chance because you only have one time permission. Let me say that again. I sounded like I said the word permission, like giving you the right to do something or telling you it's okay to do something. Per scenario, per dungeon, per mission, you only have one chance to check for virtue, right? So if you become stressed out, there's one moment. So there's no real good moment where there's not like really a regression to the mean going on here. Whereas with like the dodge, evasive, the more you play, the longer the fight goes, the longer the dungeon, the more chances you get to see that extra 5% dodge matter. A long mission, you know, you'll never see the numbers directly, but it starts to manifest itself because over 50 fights or like 20 fights or whatever it is, you're going to actually see that 5% come into play. Whereas with an irrepressible, you know, it triggers once, and now you go from a quarter of a chance to 3/10 of a chance that it triggers, and it's like, yeah, it's better, but again, I've talked a lot about this too. Technically speaking, evasion is also something you don't get a visual cue that lets you know when it triggers, but abilities that don't have a visual cue or don't have some obvious sign that, hey, this is the ability kicking in, now you get a verbal, or I guess a visual feedback or a sound feedback or something that lets you know, hey, the ability's doing its thing. Do you like that? That's, I think, something about this game. One thing that's I don't want to say is left to be desired. A lot of the game is amazing, but as an example, there's an ability called Faded. It's a quirk called Faded. I believe one of our Faded it has a chance to turn any miss into a hit. On paper, that sounds cool, but in principle, there's no statistics for it. I don't know how often this happens. And in my mind, if they had made this, if they wanted to holistically make this ability feel good or this quirk feel good, it should have had something similar to how Imposter Syndrome, which is a negative quirk in the game, like has a trigger and you can see it happen and feel the effect of that quirk, right? Because in the game, whenever my character has an Imposter Syndrome moment, the character will randomly have an act out or they'll say, I can't do this, and then it'll just say pass, and the character will pass their turn, and you're like, that was devastating. I needed that character to attack right here. Oh my god. And you can feel the fear. You can feel the Imposter Syndrome. Faded, there's no like, your character goes to swing. Normally, you go to swing and then you hit. Or if you swing, it just says missed. I don't know if my character got the extra damage or got to hit because of Faded, or if it was just a normal hit when Faded triggers. So what I think should have happened is the designer should have made it so that when let's say my flagellant goes for like an uppercut with the flail, goes for an uppercut, the enemy dodges, and then instead it goes dodge, and then it goes Faded, and then he comes back down, and it's like, it shows, hey, actually, I'm going to turn that into a hit. And then you can see how often it triggers, and it kind of makes you go, oh, okay, I love that ability. It's like, you know, this epic moment where the character dodged, but no, I hit you anyway. That's, in my opinion, the reason why I never use Faded, because I don't know how often it triggers, and it doesn't feel fun. And that's a very important thing about games in general, is that there's like layers to this, right? You want an ability to be good, to be objectively powerful, if I'm going to use it, right? Or at least serviceable to some degree. But then there's also, does it feel fun? And that's where things like Slugger, you know, extra damage on melee skills, it doesn't itself make you have more fun, but it is generically powerful and pretty good in general on most melee-based characters. The one thing I'll say about an ability like this, though, is it does indirectly lead to those big crit moments, which can be argued to be more fun too. Most of the time, the abilities that are more fun are going to be abilities that change the way that you play the game, right? Literally make you think differently. A great example of that would be, you know, Daredevil, which is the ability that whenever your character's below 50% health, they have 15 extra percent dodge, right? You can do some goofy stuff with that. Is it good? No. Is it fun? Yeah. Like, I mean, that's kind of the whole point, right? I'm not saying that you want your abilities to all be fun and be bad. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying you kind of want to, like, ideally make it both, right? You want your abilities to feel fun, but also be good. So an ability like Faded is kind of mediocre. Then you look at this character and you're like, okay, so like Twilight Dreamer. Is Twilight Dreamer a good example? Yeah, Twilight Dreamer literally changes the way you play the game. We had a mission last night where I was playing, and I got really lucky. It was super random, whatever. It happened to be lucky one time. We had the Shield Breaker on our team, and she happened to roll with Twilight Dreamer, right? We just saw her a second ago. That's what I've been talking about. It's kind of weird I'm seeing 2 people with Twilight Dreamer. I didn't think that was possible. Because it does say 1 person per roster is allowed to have it. Maybe that means 1 person per roster is allowed to get it naturally, so you can get it. You can have 2 people with it, but I just won't be able to find a second person or naturally develop it on a second person. I just have to be lucky enough to have an event like this where a character gets it. And of course, this guy might be getting Twilight Dreamer as a nod to the fact that he is from a Crystal event. So that might be what's going on there. It didn't even check my roster to see who had it. It just automatically picks from the list of all Twilight abilities, because there's quite a few, and then just assigns one of them to him. But anyway, the Twilight Dreamer ability, though, on Patrice last week, you said that more obviously, more accurately. On the Shield Breaker last episode, which was a few weeks ago in game, yesterday in real life, this Shield Breaker character had a moment where I went into the mission, saw she had her nightmare, right? Four snakes spawned, all invisible, and I'm like, dude, what are we supposed to do? I had Impale. It was disgusting because all 4 characters on the opposing side were all invisible, but I had Impale and we had Twilight Dreamer. So I was like, nope, chucked a spear and just didn't kill them all, but knocked them all to 60% health at the start of the fight. It was absurd, just absurd. But either way, I'm not going to take this character because I just don't think it's worth it. 20 shards is not a lot, but the abilities just don't impress me, right? I mean, 20 shards is kind of whatever. It's 1 trip to the farmstead. But I just don't really care about the abilities, right? Irrepressible is kind of whatever. Resilient is not the greatest. It's mediocre. Steady is also... Resilient's like a C tier. Steady's like a B tier. Think about it like this. Minus 10% stress. So if this character takes 20 stress, he's going to take 18. Is that really that different? I don't think so. I'd much rather just have raw damage. Is tough good? That's fine. I mean, it's not incredible, but it's fine. Look, it's giving an extra 5 health. Is it good? I mean, 5 health is 5 health. Is it good? No. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's one of those abilities that gets stronger the longer the game goes on, and on the right characters, it can really make a difference, right? Tough is best on a Leper, Crusader, probably the best on a Man-at-Arms. But I wouldn't put this on most characters in general. I just think tough is kind of It's like a B tier most of the time. The rest of these abilities are kind of irrelevant. Like I said, I just don't really think it's worth the money. It is nice that he's got all of his abilities fully leveled, and it is kind of nice to think about actually taking a bounty hunter who's already level 6. It'd be kind of nice to pick up one of those since our bounty hunters are all pretty low level. But our bounty hunters have actual abilities. Actual abilities. Photomania is disgusting. Eldritch Slayer is disgusting. What does our other guy have? On guard's a start. Oh yeah, because we lost the other guy to a fight. So we've got on guard, but nothing else going on here. But he's still pretty solid. On guard's already better than everything that dude had. This guy. I don't care about any of that. All right. So from here, let's look and see if anybody else has abilities I want to lock or anything like that. Let's see if I got any special items. Profane Scroll. This is the ability I talked about a few episodes ago. This is the item you use if you're going to use a battle vestal. Right? There's a specific item. I've never got the chance to do that with this playthrough because we just happen to never see it, but the Profane Scroll is the item you use if you want your Vestal to actually use her non-healing abilities all the time. So you would use, if you use that item, let's read what the item does first, right? Profane Scroll, plus 10% protection if in position 2, plus 33% healing skills if in position 2. Extra stress, whatever, an extra 15% damage. So this is Battle Vestal, right? You do this. You put her in slot 2. You give her this ability. You get rid of Judgment. You give her Hand of Light. You get rid of Divine Grace, and you give her Illumination. You can also give her Dazzling Light if you want. But this is the core, right? You have a heal for the entire party, and elsewise she's just punishing, bad guys up front with stuns and then increasing damage. This is basically like a build your own rake from the Abomination. Just keep becoming more accurate and dealing more damage every subsequent attack, beating up the unholy. This is kind of like, a Valkyrie kind of build. You kind of go in there with this, you know, angel nun chick that just beats the crap out of him with her profane skull. Or profane scroll. It's a kind of a weird build. It's not. It's kind of like the bloodied herb version of the plague doctor. It's kind of off meta, but it's fun. It is something different you can try occasionally. So I'm gonna pick it up just because we don't have one. We don't need it, but I'll pick it up. Maybe we'll have a week where we get the chance to use it, like I did with the bloody herb. Actually, I've used the bloody herb twice, but that's because one of our two, Lenesi, he's got the blood around the crimson curse, and it's actually funny because he is Ghostface Killer. I could probably. I might rename him. I have not renamed a character this entire playthrough. I'm gonna rename him right now. Ghostface. I'm gonna rename him Ghostface right now because this dude is literally like Ghostface Killer. Like, Incision, right? You're like, well, that's not really a very meta thing for this character to do. Usually when you're playing the Plague Doctor, you're focused on Plague Grenades and Noxious Blasts and Stuns and all this other stuff. Yeah, but this guy literally has Beast Hater, Beast Slayer, Mankind Hater, and Warren's Tactician. So he is built to go to the Warrens and just slay pigs and just gut pigs. That's what he's here for. And I just think it's kind of funny because he's kind of like Ghostface. Like, he's even got a mask, right? Just like Ghostface does. Or I guess she. Lore-wise, technically. I'm going to send Perry to be recovered here. Wait, what do you have? What's going on here? Known cheat, love interest. Oh, yeah, you're the one that only goes to the brothel. That's right. That's fine. Actually, really nice, though. Known cheat, was not allowed to gamble, but will only go to the brothel. That's fine. It's two really good quirks to lock together. Alright, who else do we have here that needs stress relief? Anybody really? No, not really. I mean, Crayon could. And I guess I could do that. But they're going to get their stress relief passively from the weekly, you know, puppet shows. So I might just go back out and go do a few more random missions at this location. Although, that said, didn't I level these guys? They hit level 3, right? No, they're still... Oh, he hit level 3. Level 2. That's okay. I can get rid of the occultist and bring somebody else. I'm just trying to level some lower tier guys. Huh. Who would I bring here? Sort by level. Conter, maybe? I'm really just going to this mission in general intentionally because, like, I can bring my Crimson Curse people here and not, like, have any downside to it. So it becomes increasingly less useful to do it whenever you have multiple people in your team that don't have the Crimson Curse. But, you know, ideally you'd have all 4. But doing 2 is not as good. But these characters are pretty good against bleed. So these two in the front and the back already have the Crimson Curse, so they're no threat at all. Motto made it the entire last mission without dealing with it. I don't know. Let's just take the Musketeer. She's loaded. She's got Early Riser, Natural Swing, and Beast Slayer, which are all lockables, and I want to develop her. So let's just get her up there right now. And if I can get her to level 3 without capturing the Crimson Curse, then all the power to us. That'll be fantastic, because then I can actually take her and bring her to the farmstead and kind of help fast level her up, because I want to get her up there higher so that I can eventually take her to go fight the Swine God. I actually said earlier that we beat the Swine God. I misspoke there. What I meant was I beat the Swine Prince. Swine God's the final fight, so. But we need a Musketeer / Arbalest, one of those two. They're almost like a requirement against the Swine God / Swine Prince / Swine whatever King. We need that because of the Rallying Flare / Skeet Shot, which are the same ability. The ability to remove marks is just, it trivializes that fight almost entirely. Alright, we will go here, look for some more random items. Gather some more blood. Do the thing. Level the people. All level 3s, all level 2s, and level 2s here. You need to have... Contra needs to level up her Musketeer abilities. Alright, sure. Removes dodge. Buckshot's nice occasionally because it can just remove... It can just randomly kill one guy, clean up one guy, and then take out the other. There were no items in here I cared about, right? Oh, right, we found the Battle Vessel item. We already locked quirks. We did not. Let's look at some people who I can lock quirks on. I think Crayon could lock something, right? Yeah, this was a person who I could remove scientific from and then lock unyielding. It's not the most exciting ability, but death blow resistance is always generically good. It's like a low A tier quirk. It's worth locking. Just keeps him from dying. when he does get low. I mean, there's also an argument to be made that this ability kind of feels bad. It's like a tacit admission that you're basically like expecting to go low on the character when you could also instead run something entirely different, like just raw damage. But I think Hot to Trot's already strong enough, generally speaking. It's a lot of damage, and the other ones are survival abilities. And as I said like before, Clotter's very powerful. I think it's much more powerful than Thick Blooded. And I mean, it's 5% more powerful flat out, but it's also just generically more powerful to have bleed resist than blight resist in general, because as the game progresses further, there's just more things that bleed. There's also this is also a nice energy here. Bleed resist and you know, unyielding just really shores this guy up against bleeding out. All right, so we'll get rid of scientific. All right, I don't like Dark Temptation, so we're gonna get rid of that here. I want that gone. Witness is fine. This causes problems on a previous, like, you know, mission, so I'm gonna get rid of it now. Natural Eye is fine, but not the most exciting. Beast Hater's pretty solid. Also awkward, though, in this character, because usually she's not trying to attack Beast. She's usually really good at fighting against, like, you know, Eldritch and, like, you know, Unholy. Because her kit is designed around dealing damage blight-wise, which is not that good against beasts. But I guess she also does have Flashing Dagger, so she can kind of, like, she's kind of a chameleon. She can do, like, anything. I guess hybrid chameleon, right? Chameleon literally, because she becomes invisible, but she's also kind of a chameleon build-wise. Is there anything here? I guess I could throw in this Patrice and get rid of her Nocturnal. That's not that expensive. It gets rid of something I don't like. Spending a lot of money on these guys who don't have any very many good quirks just to make sure that we start to develop good ones. We're usually more inclined to focus on the characters who already have good quirks. We kind of lost some people here recently. On Guard's good enough to lock Eagle Eye. Okay, so this is a good one to put abilities into. We also saw him last week too. We put something into him. I'm not going to lock Hard Scan. It just doesn't make a lot of sense on this class in general. So on Guard, and then get rid of Dud Hitter or Sickly. I think Dud Hitter's worse. Like, he's very crit based. Sickly's annoying, but it's not as big of a deal. All right, let's go. Make some money back, actually. How much money, or how many items do we have that are sellable here? Sort here, sort by rarity. Try to get rid of some items that we don't really care that much about here. I don't know. Most of the items I have I kind of want to keep. I know it seems crazy to have 4 Beast Slayer's ring, but we saw how powerful that is. Extra Elder Slayer rings. These are the only items. The rings are the only items I try to keep multiples of, right? Multiple Manslayer's rings, multiple, you know, Unholy Slayer rings. Just because having a whole squad and going and hunting a location is usually pretty good. All right, let's go back there again and just go milk some set items. That's all we're doing. All right, let's lock some items on these guys. She already has hers. I don't have to think about those too much. We also, I guess we could just roll with the same items we had before on her. Those served us well. That would be what again? What did we have on her last time? I don't remember exactly, but I can tell you that Ancestor's Candle is good enough. I really don't remember what I brought on her. I'm gonna give her Dismiss's Head. Stress didn't seem to be an issue that last mission. Why not just go in there and crush him then? A Vestal, I'll give her anti-stress again, and then I'll just give her the healing ability I gave her last time, really. And then now we actually have an extra damage dealer. Before, the Occultist was like removing occasional stress, but also removing armor. But she can, you know, it's like not the same. She's going to be, instead of removing armor, she's going to be using Call of the Shot to remove dodge, which kind of, I guess he kind of did too as well. But we'll remove dodge from the Sycophants instead of like focusing on the. Gosh, I had their names before. They both start with an S. The mosquitoes and then the head crab guys. But she will focus on the mosquitoes instead of the head crab guys to remove their speed, their dodge, whatever you want to say. Pretty good against those guys, because those guys, honestly, that's the most annoying part about this mission in general, is their ability to dodge things and then surprise you with a crit and then get back to full health after the, you know, you've already knocked them down low. All right. We don't have anybody in our... Oh, actually, we do. I was going to say we don't have anybody in our team that can stun, because if we did, then I could consider doing something like maybe like a Dazzling Mirror. Extra speed, extra stun versus Bloodsuckers, but I don't think we're going to be doing that really much at all. I mean, the only person on our team that stuns here is the Vestal. Oh, actually, that's not true. We could go Dazzling Mirror here on the Hellion and lean really heavy into Yop, But I just think the combination of the Linus Warpaint, like the Mark of the Outcast, is just so much power here that I'm just going to stick with the set. For you, we're almost at, I already have one of your set items. Nice. Really doesn't matter here. Oh, I guess actually, yeah, we could give you, we could just have you hyper focus killing those stupid mosquitoes. You don't even have to mark them. Let's just have you kill them. Yeah, if I give you a focus ring and give you a bullseye hat, then I'm giving you an extra 18% accuracy on an ability that already has 105. That puts you at 123% accuracy. The enemy's going to have 10 dodge. It's going to put you way over the top. I mean, enemy accuracy tops out at the subtraction of your accuracy minus your opponent's dodge, or I guess your opponent's dodge minus your accuracy, whichever way you want to look at that equation. The maximum opportunity that you have to hit your opponent is 95%. You can never go above 95%, no matter what your accuracy is, no matter what their dodge is. The game hard caps it at 95% accuracy. That way there's still a chance of a critical miss. Similar thing, you can never go below 5% chance to miss, right? If you have 0 accuracy, your opponent has 500 dodge, there's still a 5% chance you'll hit, right? Also, by the way, one of the reasons why they kind of had to get rid of the Death's Door 100% game, because at one point Death's Door was something you could have 100% resistance to, which basically meant that if you brought one flagellant, you could just beat every mission with one character, because your character couldn't die, literally could not die, because Death's Door checks wouldn't happen. And then you could just keep killing people with the crits that you were getting from having, you just have a mortar seal or something like that, and then just roll over the entire set of enemies through crits and being inflicted, and even heart attacks wouldn't matter. It's like, it's ridiculous. Like, who thought that was a good design? It's funny though. It reminds me of like the old days of playing League of Legends and some of the funnier things you could do whenever a patch would come out and something was hyper unbalanced. Like I remember there was this one. This is unrelated to this game entirely, so if you don't follow League of Legends, you can skip this part. But just really quickly, way back in the day, there was this character named Nasus in the game. Nasus is still in the game, but way back in the day, when Season 2, 3, 4, way back, so we're talking over 10 years ago, now 15 years ago or so, there was a patch where Nasus came out and was bugged, and whatever he used is like something of the sands, whatever it was, his final ability, where he just becomes this giant character, and like the sand is around him. He's a big tanky guy, solo queue dominant trash, and like a multiplayer, like team oriented thing where people have any idea how to kite somebody. Back in the day, he used to be this impossible guy to beat if you let him stack late game. Well, there was a bad code where they released live, where if you hit R with them, it didn't deal 1% to everybody. Somebody misunderstood how percentages worked, right? 100% is the same thing as deals 1.00 times their health, or whatever you want to say. Whatever. Instead of putting in the math, instead of saying it deals 1% of their health every second, they put in the math it deals 1.00 times or whatever, instead of 0.01 times their health. And then it literally, you would just play Nasus, you would hit R, and everybody around you would instantly die. I got patched in about 40 seconds. So, pretty funny. But anyway, totally different thing, unrelated to this game, but I'm going to go ahead and do a lower tier mission, as I said here. I do want to go get these other random items. Like I said, I want to get the Legendary Bracer. I want to get this Book of Sanity. I also want to go get this random Ancestor's Handkerchief to kind of go with my Ancestor's Mustache Cream. Remember, we got the Mustache Cream, which is very similar abilities here. Plus 50% Blight Resist, plus 50% Debuff Resist. This is the opposite. Plus 50% Bleed Resist, plus 50% Disease Resist. If you wore both of these and also drank a holy water, you'd have 80% resistance to everything, which is hilarious. Anyway, let's go do this mission. We're just going to go try to gather more. Not necessarily blood. We're really just here to try to gather up our special items here while we can. All right, again, short mission. Don't really have any real threats. The only threat here is we could possibly get the Crimson Curse, but it's not really a threat, right? We already have 2 people that have it. We have 1,000 blood at the stage. 33 blood. My God, we're fine. So we'll take our shovels. I'll bring more this time so we don't mess up like I did last time. I mean, we got lucky. We didn't run into anything that mattered, but I'll bring one of each of these. I don't think it really matters that much. I guess bandages, we should bring more than one, because there is a character. I think there's at least one thing that interacts with the bandages on this location. I'm just kind of forgetting. Skeleton Key, I don't even think we really used. Oh no, we did use this. We did use this in this mission. Never mind. Holy Water, I think I used like maybe one last time. I can't really remember. I was talking. All right, let's go ahead and pick our food here. As I said before, nothing more than really 12 is necessary in this location. 8 torches is probably more than enough. 6 I think we did last time. And that's another nice part about doing these lower tier missions like this. Not just lower tier missions, but lower tier missions on the Crimson Courtyard. I don't have to spend nearly as much money on provisions. Like, I can just save money. It's like I'm indirectly making money by not spending it, right? Right? It's a nice way of actually, like, saving some more money and building up our reserves again, because I've been aggressively spending money. Like, aggressively. That's one of the reasons why I've been trying to keep our money up there in the 150,000 range or so, because then we can live off the interest. But we're dipping into those reserves. We're well under 100,000. We're at 74,000 here. I know you can't see that because on my Twitch stream or my YouTube stream I kind of blocked that, but we're at 74,000 gold, and we need to kind of build that back up. Everybody has their items, and then we can just get on in there. Yes, sir. Defeat the Statue Guardian to claim powerful trinkets. I don't know what that is. The Statue Guardian? What is that talking about? I just learned something new. Oh, I forgot to bring blood. No big deal. We'll get blood anyways. We will find blood by just running into random enemies. Yup. Kill him. That might not kill him, though. The bleed might not be enough. It's only 2. Dirty. The dirty. Dirty. Alright. Alright, go for a kill on this bad guy. Oh, put him at 1, too. Both of them got 1 to 1. Wow. I'm just gonna try to kill this guy. He's annoying.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Stress is really the only thing that can kind of go badly in this mission. I just don't want to deal with it.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I mean, don't get me wrong, everybody in our team could end up with the Crimson Curse too. That's another thing, but I'm not worried about that as much. Okay, I'm gonna go for an Adrenaline Rush heal right here. She's not gonna be able to do much damage anyways because she has Breakthrough here. Put you at 1, and then anybody will kill. I might actually just go for another heal here, and then let our Vestal kill it.
A brilliant
We've got a lot of people on our team that can heal, huh?
And purpose.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, grab it all. Take off.
Success so
Switch you around.
clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
We need 1 blood, and then we'll be fine. I forgot to bring blood for her, but as long as we find a blood sometime soon, we'll be fine, which is like this whole mission's about, so we'll be okay. Don't have blood yet, can't give you anything. Ah, nice. I talked earlier about how I forgot to bring multiple shovels to this location because, you know, normally you need a few for like flower pots and stuff, but for some odd reason I wasn't thinking about pillars, which are on literally every map in the game, so I don't know why I didn't think about that. We got lucky last mission, we only had to use 2, but here luckily we brought some, so we're good. Use the torch, increase your accuracy on this. Again, I've talked about this. This location's so strange. Bloodlight, this is the only map location in the game. I guess that's not strictly speaking true because there's also the farmstead, but it's the only like wanderable map where you walk around and do normal things where like light is weird, right? There's no, like anything that interacts with torchlight, like the Ancestor's Candle, is always on. This is always considered radiant light. Bloodlight is considered radiant light in the game. Oh look, there's our blood. So this is Winemaker's Reserve, so we always get 3 blood out of this. I'm gonna give her this right now. I might actually save it until she's wasting. I don't really need an attack damage buff, and I'd like to kind of get as much steps out of her. Actually, no, what am I talking about? We have so much blood at home. We're not here for blood. We're here for extra items, the set items. That's what we're here for. We're just here to gather up the set items. Oh, another Winemaker's Reserves immediately. Okay. Sure.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the
know what?
foolhardy alike.
Let's take a step into this hallway and see if there's anything worth talking about in this hallway, since we didn't get a scouting check. Nothing. Okay. I'll take a step back in that hallway on the way back around too. I just want to see if there's anything in that hallway we're talking about, but I don't want to walk all the way down the hallway. Oh wow, we just beat the mission. I'm not leaving. Oh, wine crate. This is what I was talking about. It has the same splash art, the same curio picture as a normal Winemaker's Reserves. It's called a wine crate though. Why? Well, because this item is on the normal map where you're not going to specifically gather up blood. This can appear on regular Crimson Curse missions, or I guess Crimson Courtyard missions, or I guess the ones that are fighting against the Baron, the Viscount, whatever. But this one, you can interact with the shovel. If you interact with this with the shovel, it will give you a firewood, which is kind of weird but interesting because it allows you to camp on missions that you're normally not allowed to camp on. I'm not going to do it because I'd rather just keep the shovel for random flower pots. But if you're in a pinch and you find a wine crate, not a winemaker's reserves, because those are specific curios to this mission that we're on, but these wine crates will appear on regular other maps, and you can find these and you can use the shovel. As you can see, we got the gold symbol at the bottom. It will give you firewood. It's the only way to get firewood in the game, because normally you get it from provisioning, but you can actually get it in the map, which is wild. But I'm not going to take that. I don't need it. Hunger check is fine. I got enough food. Doesn't matter. It's a short mission. Food is not really an issue on short missions. And even if we do get hunger check, we have enough healers on the team to make up for it. The stress is annoying, but not that big of a deal. Who has the Ancestors map? Oh, I didn't bring it. Wow, I usually do. 70, 70, 70, all 70. Sure, we'll do it with you then. Okay, not a big deal. That's not a big deal.
Such missteps are the exception.
Why would it bleed though?
And not the rule.
I would have rather that spawn a fight than actually deal damage to us. I want the extra blood. So here is why I say I want to bring the shovels, right? This interacts with the flower pot. Cool. Guess we'll take the food. I don't know if we'll end up using it. I guess, yeah, I guess we could just aggressively use it. Because we got enough for 2 more hunger checks here and we're about to have a fight. That's fine. Alright, spiders. Not exactly what you think of on this mission, but I'll go for a yop here. Double stunning here is pretty good when I have multiple characters who can, like, one-shot. Right, like this. Oh, well. I said that, and then she didn't. Alright, whatever. Let's go for a kill, I guess. Guess I'll use our Vestal to kill the other one, then. If she gets to go first, that'd be nice. Probably not, though. Oh, she did! Look at that. Dazzling. No. Judgment. Just kill it.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Random crit, sure. Alright. Alright, we'll go for the same thing. Just try to kill you and heal up again. That 1 damage we took. Alright, I'll go for a breakthrough here. Just kill that second one. It's the second time I've called my shot and done literal nothing here.
Be gone, fiend.
I'm attacking the one that had lower health because it had the chance to attack the same round. Not because it was like the most efficient damage-wise. Just keeping the things that can actually deal damage to us off of being able to deal damage to us. Kill him.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
Nice. There's our blood.
Them all.
There's our blood. All right. See, this is where I was talking about. I can interact with this guy and use the blood on him, but I'll show you just to demonstrate this. He gives you a bunch of junk trinkets that you don't normally need. Like, what am I gonna do with these?
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Early game it can matter because it can help you finish up your missing trinket sets or whatever if you're looking to get some. How in the world did we not see? Oh, I guess it was a battle. It was just hidden. Huh. But we don't really need a random stun stone and a random light charm at this stage in the game. We've already, like, way past the point where those are relevant for us. This character also wants blood. Sure. These are far more valuable, my goodness. Lock of Fury. Carapace Idol. The rest of these items I don't really care that much about. Man. Wow. Maybe these are worth taking. Like this. I mean, that's a lot of just random money. And we're probably not going to fill up all of our slots anyways. It's a short mission. Sure. Those are all about $1,100 a piece. I guess it is worth picking them up. Huh. Okay, annoying fight. These guys are all fast. Ooh, do you get to go first? Or are you going to pass? Oh, no, you get to go first. I'll go for a yop then. Stun him. Awesome. Yep. Stun those 2 little idiots before they get the chance to do anything. That'd be great. Then we'll just focus down those 2 frontliners before they get the chance to be relevant here. Awesome. Please don't miss your impale here. All right, let's go for us. Nice. It's a good start. Impale and please hit.
Press this advantage.
Awesome.
Give them no quarter.
And you can just kill one of them, and it really doesn't matter. Well, I can't attack the second one because you're being guarded by the manservant, and I don't think we're going to go 7 damage with this ability. So I'm going to go for a dazzling... I'll go for a normal judgment and just kill this guy. The front one. I could have done 6 to the this. You saw why. If I had done 6 damage and tried to attack the second, this guy that's attacking right now, then there's a chance that it wouldn't have killed instead, because it's in... Wow, too many things are happening at once for me to explain what I was trying to say here. This guy was guarding the second guy. I can't show you my mouse because the game doesn't allow you to see mouse without the game being off track with the mouse. So many little weird things happening here. This manservant was guarding, and is still currently guarding, this sycophant, and he had 7 health. And as you saw there, the Vestal only hit for 6, and I kind of knew that was going to happen. So that's why I was like, I'm not going to attack this way. Great. All right, not enough to kill again. 9 damage, not going to be able to kill, but that's fine. Still go for raw damage here. Somebody else will be able to set it up and knock you down.
Is a rarity in the field pitch of battle.
Well, she's going to kill them all by herself anyway. 21 damage is a lot. All right, great. Great fight here.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
I'm going to backtrack. Let's go fight those guys. I just want as many resources as I can get. Oh, hey, this is the one that you interact with, I think, the key. Oh, no, it's a shovel. My bad, it's a shovel. Huh.
Packs laden
We'll
with
take it.
loot are often low on supplies.
Huh. Are deeds worth more than anything else in my inventory? Not worth more than, you know, they're worth more than torches. I guess I drop my torches for these. Torches represent extra accuracy, but I don't care that much. It's a short tier mission. It's not really that much of a threat.
Impressive.
That's where Breakthrough feels really good, but that's like the only case where it feels that powerful. Normally Breakthrough is like, okay. Wow, okay.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
I guess I'll take these like this. I mean, the ruby's a ruby. I mean, it's not likely that I'm going to see another one. Maybe I just drop the shovel. I mean, there's a very real chance we see another obstacle, but there's also a chance we don't, and I really don't think that there's a threat from obstacles in this mission in the same way a normal mission will give you threat. Like, on normal missions, you know, where things are really bad, like, you know, you need to have the whatever, it's a big deal, you don't want to get overstressed or whatever, but we've already beat the mission, guys. I mean, we've already... No, hold on. Thought we had. Oh, no, we haven't. Never mind. We just did 2 of these in a row. I, for some odd reason, blended the stories together. Okay, this is a trap. We can remove this. Cool. Yeah, if we run into a wall, so be it. We get caught with our pants down a bit there, but it's not that big of a deal. We can also drop food, I guess. I should have probably thought about that since we have a Vestal, but I don't want to get hunger checked, so. All right, wow, that's brutal looking. Gnarly. Nice. Continue to not be punished for not bringing any shovel down this hallway. Wow, but not finding anything. All right, last big fight, possibly. Because I'm guessing this room is probably a winemaker's reserves. It's probably, you know, a blank room. Just the reserves on the ground. Yeah. Just the way it looked like it was going to be. So that's it. We're just going to walk out and get both of them right now. That's funny. All right, so here I will go ahead and drop probably the food. If we get hunger checked, okay. Oh, right. That's just the end of the mission. We did find 2 stacks. Okay. I guess I'll walk in the hallway and see if there's anything here. All right. Maybe it's something valuable.
A fortune.
Cool. We got an extra 100 gold for our troubles. Let's go home. We got quite a bit on that mission, despite it being a lower tier mission. And that's what I was saying. These lower tier missions at the Crimson Courtyard are actually worth your time. I mean, you can scoop up some extra stuff. I mean, it's like not a lot of value for a lower tier mission, but the real reason we're going here is to level our guys, but also to get these random special like set items, which we've already gotten 1 in just 2 missions. So that's pretty good. Now this is just disgusting. Bad healer is awful on you. What are you doing? Fated is awful too. Infirm's bad. Rune Tactician, yeah, those are all bad rolls. Yuck. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Shrieker's Prize. Are there even any Shrieker's Prizes left? I think we've done all 3. Are there more? Oh, there's another Shrieker item. I thought there were only 3. We got 3. Holy crap. All right, well, we're going to take a break and go do that. Those are always worth doing because the trapezahedrons that you get from killing the nest. We're just going to go do that real quick. I'm going to pick the old crew I always pick on this mission, who always is able to kind of survive it without any real threat of death here, which is, I go like this, I put a leper or somebody up front. It can be an abomination too, it really doesn't matter. Although the leper can't reach the back slot the same way the abomination could, so that's actually worth considering. Maybe I do this instead, which is a little weird, but I'll probably just go with like two Houndmasters here. And I like putting Anscott like in the back, and then having him just run forward and just use his Holy Lance to destroy the nest because it can reach all slots. And then a Houndmaster can reach with Hound's Rush to any slot as well, but this only works from slot 1, so I guess if I do this I'm gonna have to switch you like this, and then you can, yeah, that's fine. This is actually great because then I can use the Crusader to Holy Lance twice and then move 2 forward and get 2 big hits while these other guys, destroy the nest. And then after that, as we move forward here, the Flagellant can continue to heal people, in case anybody goes super low. He can kind of make up for that. I'll probably intentionally take Lick Wounds, though, over, a Target Whistle. I don't need the protection. We're not gonna beat the bird. It just has an absurd amount of dodge, and there's just no reason to go for it. There's not a lot of value in it. So, we're just gonna survive and get back some money from trapezahedrons. Cheese some money from the old bird nest. I'll just bring 2 Houndsmasters here. Not a lot to say here. I've done this a few times on stream. You guys have seen what I've done here with this. If you haven't seen it before, basically all I'm trying to do is destroy the nest and afterwards just leave. Let the fight roll out as it is. I guess the only weird part about this is we have multiple people who have the Crimson Curse. I guess I'll bring 1 blood. Or a few blood. It just seems weird to bring blood to this mission, but it doesn't matter. Provisioning on this mission is actually pretty tame. Yeah, I guess there's no downside to doing it. Alright, we don't want any of that. Yeah, see what we got for people here. Oh, nice. A Hellion with clutch hitters. Okay. Probably the second best class to have that ability on other than Hellion. Or, I'm sorry, this dude. The Flagellant. She goes low often. I mean, she even has items that synergize with it, right? We just saw that in the last mission here with the Hellion I currently had. Let me remove all my items so it doesn't sound like I'm talking about nothing when I'm referring to this. Sort by rarity. This pair of items, right? The Linus Warpaint and Mark of the Outcast combo. This item right here deals increasingly more damage the lower the health on the Hellion is. She is not quite the same level of drain tank as the Flagellant is. His whole thing is get me to 0 and I will take you to perdition, or I will pull you from perdition, whatever. But the Hellion is kind of the original version of that. And she does have that adrenaline rush ability, which, I mean, I love that. I think this is one of the most loaded abilities in the game. It doesn't look like it does a lot until you really think about its effect. It says it cures bleed and blight, it heals for a pittance, and you're like, that's just crap. And then it buffs her and it gives her extra accuracy. You're like, but the heal part of it's just trash. That's not what it's for. It's not actually to heal her. The reason you use it is so that you can remove the bleed and blight, and then you get her right above death's door, so it's going to take 2 hits to kill her now. And there's no chance that she can just randomly bleed out on death's door. I think this ability is, I don't say criminally underrated. I don't know what people online think about it, but I think it's crazy good. But anyway, looking at the rest of what we got going on here. What am I thinking here? Yeah, I don't think there's a lot to talk about. I think we're just going to go do a mission, but I guess I should see if there's anybody that wants to lock a quirk first here. I did say I want to lock Precise Striker, but I don't want to spend all that money right now, and that's a higher tier character. It just costs a lot of money. If I can lock lower quirks, it'd be better. I don't know, maybe I should give love to these higher tier guys and just go ahead and lean into it. I'm going to bring him to a mission at some point, so let's do it now. Then you don't have anything I care about. I want to get rid of Necromania, though. Wait a second. Why didn't you get rid of this? I thought last week did it just remove the lock? I thought I got rid of that. It was like a locked thing. Maybe it was on the other. Maybe it was on Haliker. Oh, yeah, it was. Both of them somehow got Necromania. I know the other one had Dark Temptation. Never mind. Slightly different, but still annoying. And they both have Winded and Witness, pretty similar, so I kind of like forgot. All right, so we'll have you, I guess, get rid of your Necromania. You don't have any other quirks I care about. Inspiring, actually, musical's actually possibly decent. It's not incredible in this character, but it's the only class in the game you'd want this on, right? Inspiring Tune gives extra stress heal received. So this ability gives stress heal of 12. So suddenly now it's healing for an extra 3. So it gives stress heal received of 15. But the problem is it only works on himself. I just feel like that's like extremely weak. From Inspiring Tune, this character will receive an additional 25% stress heal received. I don't understand why that's so weak. I feel like it should have like, I guess it wouldn't make any sense if it said like, you know, Inspiring Tune heals everybody for an extra 25%, but they did that with Spiritual, right? Spiritual, you know, but I guess Spiritual is because it hits, other people can have Spiritual and get the benefits from being hit by the Divine Comfort. So you wouldn't actually necessarily have to be a Vestal to get the value from it. Whereas, yeah, I guess the way it's worded, Musical's weird because Musical is only usable on the Jester, and it's just not good. I just don't see it being good enough. I think it's like a, I don't know. I can't see a world where I'd use it. Augmenting the Jester's stress is just not that good. It's already good enough as it is. Like generally speaking, you're just, you know, you do, it's what, every 4th time you use it, if you have Musical, then you only had to use it 3 times on the Jester. Is that even good? No. I mean, no. All right, so we're not going to lock anything there on that character, I guess. We'll lock something, but it won't be Musical. I'll get rid of the Necromania, as I said. Anscott, you've already got everything I want. I'm bringing you, I can't lock you. The other, I gotta be careful I don't bring one of the guys I'm about to take with us, huh? Nervous Bleeder, I want to get rid of too. Annoying, that's annoying. So I guess I lock that now. Let's just take care of our upper class. It's been kind of like getting random bad quirks locked. All right, that's fine. And then we lost money that round. You know, we actually didn't end up making much because now we're even further lower. Now I think we have 73,000. Now we're down to 69,000. But we'll make that up here on this mission right here by going and getting some trapezohedrons from this nest. Make sure we lock some actual items though, and don't do something stupid like start a mission and not have things to deal with it. Remember, this location is similar to the Crimson Courtyard in the sense that it's considered radiant light at all times, and it's always considered full light, which is important because, you know, you can use items that get extra bonus from light levels. So I can get like a sun ring, sun cloak. I can do the same thing with these guys. I can give sun ring, sun cloak, just raw extra damage, extra dodge, extra protection, just extra protection overall. All fine. Not exciting by any real stretch, but again, this mission is all about survival. We're not really trying to beat the bird so much as we're trying to survive the bird while taking out the nest, and the nest will just die from enough attacks. It's okay. Again, I'm going to run with surgical gloves here because there's no downside. I can just keep on rushing forward, and if somehow, some way, I don't think the bird can actually, I don't think the Shrieker can actually move you, but even if the Shrieker did move you, I'm like, great, the Crusader gets what, moved into the back slot further, and then I keep on Holy Lancing forward? I don't care. It's kind of what I want. And from there, there's really nothing else that's usable on this character. On this mission, I mean, not really. I guess I could go to the Ancestor's candle so he goes super fast. Dodge on a Crusader is still funny to me. I mean, he's got 30 dodge from his base armor stuff, but it's just funny to me to imagine that. All right, I think we're good otherwise. We don't really care about any of the quirks, or not the quirks, but the abilities. Camping skills. Camping skills are irrelevant on this location, you know, so we can ignore that. Just go in there and get this item. This might be the last item. That's just 4 different items we got from the Shrieker. Does the Shrieker have 5 unique items in the same way the Shambler does? I don't know. Maybe so. I might have to look that up. Alright, still embarked. I might go look that up after this mission. Everybody's got their stuff. Oh, the warning it was giving me was because you can't run from this mission. I always forget that. Again, so the Shrieker is unique in the sense that, unlike most missions it is instantly a fight. It's kind of like the farmstead in that way. Like the farmstead is perpetual fight waves, but the Shrieker is just like immediately you go in and you fight the Shrieker, and then whatever happens, happens. But you don't have to beat the Shrieker, and it's not obvious if you haven't played the game before. With the Shrieker, probably the most efficient way of fighting the Shrieker is just to ignore the Shrieker entirely, which kind of seems a little antithetical to most of the other game. But there, again, this mission is kind of the opposite of every other mission of the game, right? Most of the time, you want to kill your enemies before they can kill you. Well, this mission is like the reverse of that. It's like you don't want to kill the enemy, and there isn't wandering in this mission. You just immediately get placed in the boss fight immediately, and it's like the opposite of what you'd think. It's like, don't kill the bird, kill the nest. I figured that out totally on accident one time when I was playing this game, which is funny to me. I had no idea. Can he stack? Oh, you can't even stack them. That's dirty. Maybe you can stack them when the mission starts. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But on the Shrieker mission, you really only need 2 items. You bring 2 things. You bring full stack of bandages, and you bring 4 holy water. Start the mission off, every single character uses a holy water, and then you just use bandages where necessary, and then you just keep crushing the Shrieker as fast as possible. See how much blood we have now? My god. Like, blood's no longer a relevant factor in the game. Everybody's fine. I guess I will bring, like I said, though, a few blood, because we can always bring it home very easily here. Due to the fact that the mission is literally 5 rounds of fighting, 4.5 rounds, whatever, and the character uses that shrieking flight. So let's get in there and kill this thing, or I guess not kill this thing, but kill the thing's nest. We're just gonna hound rush it multiple times and just hope for the best. Yep. Give us your random item, Shrieker. This will be the 4th one if we kill you, or if we beat your nest. Poor Shrieker's been trying to rebuild its nest. Like, it makes me think of how, you know, if you like kind of mess with the hornet's nest or something, then they start to kind of not remember you. But they always talk about how you know, crows and, like, you know, ravens have very good memory. It's like, well, this poor thing. It's like, well, it's actually smart enough that it probably wants to punish us for it. Actually, oh, hey, Steven. I've done that several times. What do you mean you've done that several times? What were you talking about when you said that? All right, so here again we have multiple dog treats here. Let me see if I can stack them. They don't stack ever. Interesting. So we're just gonna hounds rush, just take out the nest. Pretty straightforward. Not a lot to talk about here. We've done this multiple times now.
How quickly the tide turns.
This mission looks so awful. Like when you take all that stress, it just looks like it's gonna be crazy, but it really doesn't matter. Like, there's no chance we get killed here.
A singular strike.
Take out the dang nest and then just ignore him. Look at this 62 dodge. I don't care about this dude. Sure. We'll take a little damage. Oh, I forgot. I should be using the holy water. Nobody's been bled yet, so it hasn't mattered. This is why I bring Holy Lance, so I can just run this thing down. And then here I could attack the bird, but there's really no use in that. I'd much rather just use this time to reclaim on... That's why he's here, is to heal people, just reclaim people. Oh, I forgot. That was a mistake on my end. I should have used the holy water there to mitigate extra blood, or give us extra bleed resist. That was my mistake. All right, let me stop talking for a second. Make sure I apply this to people first. All right, do you have the bleed resist? You do not. Give you holy water, and then here again we go for hound rushes. Take this thing out. Okay. 1 damage is whatever, diseases or whatever, I don't care, none of that matters. All right, I did give you the holy water though. Go for another holy lance. All right, 2 more hits and it's dead. Yep. You see what I'm talking about? Like, everybody's like taking a lot of damage, but we're not trying to kill the bird, so it doesn't even really matter here. We're gonna go ahead and remove this bleed. You saw that it was 5 bleed for 2 rounds. Use a holy water on him too. And then just keep him up, right? Just keep healing people, make sure that they don't die. That's really all he's here for. He's not trying to kill anything. And then you don't have extra resistance to bleed, so we're gonna go ahead and give you this and give you the holy water and just completely ignore bleed for the rest of the fight and just take out the nest. 1 more hit, it's done, and we're out of here. Well, I say we're out of here. We have to wait until the dude flies away, but... All right, we got our trapezohedrons now.
The greater the glory.
Yep, give us whatever horror you gotta do. Do your thing. I'm gonna go for a punish to see what happens. Woo, he hit her. 62 dodge, still hit. That's crazy. That's pretty lucky. You have a pretty low chance of hitting. I'm just sure. I mean, your chance of stunning is pretty low too, so I'll just attack. I don't expect to hit. The dodge is kind of like whatever. We're not really worried about killing this guy. Sure, we're dodging now too. Tit for tat, I guess. 20's a lot. Just don't have the means to take this guy out. We don't have a... I mean, we'd have to get really lucky multiple times in a row here. But it could happen. Use dog treat, go for it. We can't afford a dodge, though. Any dodges is going to be enough to stop this fight, us from killing him. Yeah, that's it. One dodge was enough to stop it. Yep, we're dodging. We'll use a dog treat, because why not? He dodged twice. Okay, dude, now you're just styling on us. That's not necessary. Yes, sir. And then he flies away. Breaking flight. But you can see it's not really that much of a big deal. Like, yeah, we took 1,000 stress. It looks bad and all that, but it doesn't matter. Look at that. We just lucked with the 7 million trapezohedrons.
Momentum. Push on to the task's end.
You kidding me? What? That's 35. That's 35,000. That's 17,500 gold just from trapezohedrons. Like what? Are you kidding me? What? Huh? You should do that mission every time it comes up. That's the loudest crap ever. What? And we got this molted tail feather. Extra speed, extra disease resist if the torch is low, if the extra stun resist if the torch is below. Weird. Oh, but the upside to this is that this character can get you to roll some interesting bad and interesting good quirks. We don't like that. What do we get here? Healer's gift and weapon cost upgrade. It's irrelevant here on this character. Okay, Lazy Eye replacing Hieromania is bad. Lazy Eye decreases ranged accuracy, and this character's whole thing is range. That's not good. We want to get rid of that. Unholy Hate rewards Tactician is semantics. We don't. I mean, they're literally what I don't care. Actually, that's good. Extra 15% damage on the wards. That's actually huge. We should use him before that ends up mattering. We're gonna want to bring Dupe Squire to go fight against the bosses before he loses this ability. That's crazy good. It's only temporary, right? Because this character, you know, has 3 locked quirks besides this, but Warden Tactician's an extra 15% damage on the mission types that he likes to deal damage to. Like, he's really good at beating up the poor pigmen because he bleeds. That's really good. Lazy Eye's bad, though. So we're going to want to go remove that. Wow, dude. This is the second time this guy has developed Corvid's Appetite. Literally the second time, and I had to get rid of it before. What? Wheel Adventures, whatever. Fragile's not good in this class. No, we want to get rid of that. So he locked some bad quirks there. That's not good. Not locked, but found some bad ones. We want to get rid of those very quickly.
Our family name, once so well regarded, is now barely whispered aloud by decent folk.
Okay, Lazy Eye is worth getting rid of, although he's already locked multiple things here. It's just extra accuracy. Like, you know, loss of accuracy is not good on him. Prismatic Isolation. War Insect, he's loaded on good quirks, but this -5 accuracy on range skills is terrible. His Hound's Harry is ranged. No, I'm good. He's got the he doesn't have the he doesn't have the Crimson Curse. Well, Anscott doesn't either though, so I guess that's not that big of a deal. Get rid of this crap, dude. Oh yeah, I'd love to lock Clotter, but I can't. Look at this. Clotter's good too. He's got so many. He's got Corvid's Eye, and he's got Corvid's Appetite. This dude is becoming the Raven. All right, let's get rid of that. I'd love to lock Clotter, but I just can't. This is one of the reasons why I think mods would make the game more fun, but also like break the game too. Because you could lock 5, like there's a mod out there I know for sure that lets you lock 5 quirks. Like that's just busted. You could like create the perfect Terminator character. Imagine having like a Flagellant that has all of the abilities that buff whenever you're below 50% health. Just can't be hit. He's got Daredevil, you know, he's got Clutch Hitter. Did you just like when he gets to 0, he's like becomes Super Saiyan? It's just ridiculous. All right, remove this. It's just awful. I'll put Dupe Squire in there as well. We'll remove this. Lazy Eye, I just don't like it. I don't like Soft either, but I mean, Soft is much better than Lazy Eye. 5%'s whatever. Eland, what do you have here? You have Unquiet Mind. That's actually a really good thing that you just got. That's great. So here, I mean, Slugger's fine, but not in this class. Here, you're basically like, I want to get rid of Stress Eater, and I want to lock. I mean, if this character locked Stress Eater and Unquiet Mind, I'd be fine. I don't want Stress Eater, but it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't matter that much, especially later in the game. I don't care that much. He cannot be bargained with. All right, so. She has Beast Hater, as I said before, good, but like not the greatest on her class. She can do a fake bleed build by being like a reverse bleeder by helping her team bleed better, which is kind of neat. So she can kind of like, if you want to take her to a Warren's mission or like a Wield mission and lean into bleed, you can go like this. Like maybe like that. And I mean, if you have a person with marked, of course you can do this as well. But like this is kind of the build you do if you're trying to like help a bleed squad, because she can take out like the guys that have protection, and then she can throw the flashing daggers in the middle 2 slots to help out like your Hounds Harrys and your oh god, what's this middle ability? These two, Slice Off and Harvest. Like Harvest is like made perfectly to match up with these flashing daggers. Hell, it's on at the same slot, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. But yeah, they line up perfectly together. But overall, I mean, this ability is not that important, especially early in the game, because enemies don't have enough bleed resist where you care. But it can matter later. She's kind of in a weird spot. She doesn't really have anything that I love on her. She's got 2 melee, 3 ranged abilities. So Natural Eye is kind of awkward. Musical's not good. We already talked about that in general. Irrepressible's okay, it's cute, but it just doesn't really matter. Beast Hater's cool, but again, on her, it's kind of weird. Beast Hater's good, it's S tier, but just like on this class, it's not like what she really wants to be doing. It's like having Beast Hater on a Plague Doctor. Admittedly, not as bad as having a Plague Doctor with Beast Hater, but I don't know. I want to get rid of Plutomania, though, so she's worth kind of putting in there. Let's go ahead and do that now. Nobody in here has the Crimson Curse, so let's get rid of that now. I don't like the scattering either. Less damage to range skills, plus 5% or plus 5 accuracy to range skills. She's kind of all over the place. I need her to roll some, some dodge, or not dodge, but like speed quirks is what I need her to do. Clotter's just generically good, though. Plutomania will remove. I'm going to give her some extra attention than I normally give a character because she's my only... I just haven't had good luck with Grave Robbers this campaign. I had a good Grave Robber in my first few weeks. Her name was Center Pont, and she was the only character I spent any money on. She was like an early spec. I was trying really hard to lock Luminous and Eldritch Hater early, then she died because I fought against the Prophet, and we didn't have any healers. And I haven't been lucky enough to get her to come back from the dead from the beyond, so that's okay. Either way, so as we've been doing here, I've been going and doing these missions over here. I try to do the green tier versions of these missions when they pop up because there's just no downside to doing them. I can find really rare items if I go there. Although there is an argument to be made. I haven't really ever done a Winemaker's Reserves regular mission on champion level, ever. I might go do that just to see what the hub's about, all of it's about, because as we did before, I went in there just a minute ago with some lower level guys. 2 missions ago, we just did 2 missions here in a row, and they were both level green apprentice missions. But the apprentice mission that we did, like I said, I was killing every single one of those bug hives as I could, and one of those bug hives dropped this rare Crimson Court special item, right? These can drop from the regular green tier missions. It's worth going to do that, to go hoard those up if you can. They're just not extremely common, but I'm guessing their frequency's higher when you're on a higher tier mission. I don't know that, but that would kind of logically follow, right? I don't know. I could also go in here and do some missions against at the Warren's location, but again, I'm not really in a position to go fight a boss right now, as much as I'd love to do. Oh, that's Bumper Crop, not Fresh Air in the Tunnels. Still good, though. I mean, it's just not as important now because we don't need the free resources as much. We're not hurting for money as much, which, again, actually, we're not doing perfect on money. We're down to 85,000. Gentle Tide would be nice, but I don't know if we have the core group. Oh, actually, we do. Ooh, this is probably the right time to do this. Okay, we could do this. Who would I want to bring against the Siren? Preferably the Occultist. Patrice too, and then I could give her Puncture instead. Here I say Patrice, I mean to say the Shield Breaker. Impale is pretty good in general, but kind of bad against the Siren because she steals your Shield Breaker and then starts chucking those things at you. Feel real bad. I'd much rather take utility abilities on her. Take one random Captivate or something, and then give her a higher probability that she uses utility abilities against us. Go like this. And then lean heavy into the utility on her if I was going to go fight against the Siren. Because if she takes her, then there's a 50-50 that she doesn't use a damage ability, and instead she does some random crap like a Serpent Sway. And then So this would be my squad right here, right? And then I just need to pick up one more, probably a Plague Doctor. I'm not lucky enough to have an Antiquarian. What Antiquarian's like the dream to bring against the Siren, because she steals the Antiquarian is like stealing nothing. That's fine. And then I'll just load us up on extra food to offset the chance that she like messes us up real quick or real bad. The Siren is size 1, right? Is she size 2? I need to look that up. Siren Darkest Dungeon. I'm pretty sure she's size 1. Oh no, she's size 2. She steals. Oh yeah, because she steals a person, puts them behind her, and then she'll make a random guy to protect her in front. But one of the reasons I want a shield breaker is and Picard. Like I want both. Keep mixing their names with their class. Picard and Patrice. I want the occultist and I want shield breakers because both of them can strip the armor off of somebody, and both of them have the capacity to like kind of like deal extra damage in one way or another through either stripping armor, armor piercing, blight, and extra damage to Eldritch. And that essentially means that if there's ever a tank that's put up in front of us, we have means whereby we can say, okay, no, we're not putting a tank in front of us and just letting the Siren heal back up, not letting that happen. We're going to kill that tank super quick. The nice part about bringing the Plague Doctor is obvious. Like, you know, best in class character in the game for blight damage. If that is the case, I will probably not bring Blinding Gas, though, if I was going to bring this character. I think I'm going to go... I don't like Emboldening Vapors against the Sirens playing with fire. It's better to go Noxious Blast, and then go Disorienting Blast, and then Battlefield Medicine, and then after that... probably another random stun, I'm going to be honest with you. And just have her focus primarily on taking one target methodically apart every single fight. And when we get to the final fight, she's got 4 abilities, only one of which can deal damage and hurt you. One will heal her own teammate, don't care about that. And then she'll randomly stun your guys. A little annoying, but not as bad as killing your dudes. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. I want to kind of build these guys up to kind of be ready to go do that. If you're just kind of tuning in, you might notice I also renamed this guy here. I named him Ghostface. I renamed this one character. It's the first character I've renamed in this campaign. I talked about why, but this Plague Doctor is so funny to me. This Plague Doctor's like identifies as, you know, a bleeder, like a bleed character. Like she's like, I want to bleed people. I have 0 interest in throwing plague grenades. I've got Beast Hater, I got Beast Slayer, I got Mankind Hater, I got Warren's Tactician. Take me to kill pigs and long pigs. I just want to kill humans and kill pigs, and Incision's pretty good at that. So we're not gonna fight with her. We're gonna give her the Bloody Herb and we're gonna let her go do her thing. Not exactly the most common use of Plague Doctor, but it is kind of funny leaning into the whole Ghostface thing. She's got the white mask and everything. Have her just go be like a serial killer. But anyway, we kind of got off topic here. We're gonna go level this. We're gonna go level Perry up here. Oh, hold on. Will it let us? Oh, it's a green tier mission. I can't level Perry up. So Perry is not. Oh. Well, that's okay. We still got 4 level 4s here. So. Or 3 level 4s here and a level 3. So this will be our squad. We're going to bring Crayon, Patrice, Picard, and Perry, but we need to make sure we slam dunk this and then bring some lower level guys that are level 2 so we guarantee we can hit it. So we'll bring Maduit here. Right, she does extra damage in general. It's the same class. I don't need to re-explain why I'm bringing her. After that, I'll just bring some random people that are high enough level that they can, you know, or strong enough they can do things here. I don't know about double Man-at-Arms. I didn't really look at that. Actually, he's got thick-blooded. It's pretty good here. And then, I mean, really, I guess I'll bring Cecil. He's got Eldritch Hater too. Nice. Bohan's got Eldritch Hater too. All right, cool. This will work. This will be our squad right here. These are interchangeable. Actually, not so much. These probably should be like this, because if I go with Rampart, then they can just dance in the front 2 slots. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna go with Rampart Shield, I think, or I guess I could go. Are you gonna be stunning people? No, you got Eldritch Hater. Yeah, I need you to be stunning people. We already have enough damage output. We really don't need. We need the stunning. We don't need the riposting so much. Hard Noggin's not going to get much value this round, but I guess I could also just stun and riposte and stun and riposte. That'll be fine. Or I can do whatever. It doesn't really matter. But I will give you. What's your health here? 35. What's everybody else's health? Much lower than that. I'm just thinking about whether or not it was even worth giving Ancestor's Bottle. I don't even know if it is. Maybe. Ancestor's Bottle. I'm not going to give Barrison's Head. It's just unnecessary. It's a lot of extra stress for no real reason. We've already getting 10% from this. Let's give you the ring, the protection ring here, or tough ring. 20%. Yeah. Less damage overall, right? He's dealing less damage, but doesn't matter, right? You know, if that's the case, maybe I do this. Oops. Where'd you go? Where'd I put you? Maybe I go like this. And then have you in slot 4. What just happened? Well, I think I picked you again. Is it Burn? Which of you two has the items? Are there 3 of you? I thought I gave you an item. Am I crazy? Oh, I put the Ancestor's Bottle and the Tough Ring on the wrong class. What am I doing? What? Put it on the wrong class. Put it on the Shield Breaker. Let's put it on this dude. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go like a build that I talked about in a previous mission. I talked about how I can go Tough Ring, and I can say I'm gonna give a Guardian Shield as well. And then this guy's gonna have 40 health, and he's got like extra healing on him, so then I can just keep throwing healing from Eldritch Hater, and then we can strip all of their random abilities off of them. We can't use any abilities except for the core 4 that are able to be used in slot 4. So these are the 4 abilities we're locked into using. We have no other choice. Here I will go with, I don't know about Sacrificial Stab. That's pretty. Am I doing that? I could. This is a green tier mission, isn't it? There's not really as much of a protection issue in this mission. I'm not doing Vulnerability X. That's irrelevant here. Do I want this extra stun? Oh, this only works in slot 2. I can't even do that. So it's really just this. I mean, I could do Demon's Pool as well. We have no real way of removing bodies. And we only have 3 people dealing damage this fight. Missile Artillery does a very good job of reaching the last slots, though. We have reach. Yeah, let's just leave it like this. And then after that, what do you got here? That's fine. Well, Call Drops is not great. Let's go like this. But again, we're not going to be stunning people too much here. I mean, Uppercut synergizes with Flashbang, but how often am I going to be setting myself up for a kill? By stunning all that. I don't have the ability to mark here. He's not going to be doing that because he's going Weakening Curse. So most of the time I'm just going to be like immediately hitting them with Collect Bounty. He's going to go first, remove their armor, and then he's going to just destroy them. And she's going to ignore armor on whoever else. If she gets to go first, then she just ignores the armor in the first place, whatever. And then he's just going to be shouting orders. And that's fine as it is. I do need to level up Uppercut, I guess, technically. If I'm going to bring it, there's no reason not to level it up. Let's go out here really quickly. Make sure that everybody's levels are as high as they can be, which they aren't right now. I know that's already the case. I don't think guard is that important. Let's go like this. You know, I say that. Who's in slot 2 now? You know, honestly, like, I'm just thinking about whether or not I want to use Adder's Kiss, which is pretty powerful too. Crit mod, damage mod less, but armor piercing, higher chance to crit. This is crit mod plus 5%, blight chance as well. I mean, Adder's Kiss might deal more damage. I don't know. Not sure. I'm not too worried about that. All right, let's go ahead and level these up. I guess like so. Well, I really didn't need Serpent Sway, but I mean, I guess it's always good to have a random utility ability in case things go sideways, especially if this is this a long mission or a medium mission? We might actually have a dream. Ooh, we could have a dream happen to us. We could have a nightmare. If she doesn't have the ability to see stealth. Does anybody in the team have that? I don't like that. Do we have any way of dealing with it? I mean, we have Impale once one of them becomes visible, but until then it's kind of an... Oh, she has the ability to see stealth. We can expose. Maybe I'll do that instead of Captivate, and I'll be happy with that. We have somebody that can deal damage. That'd be fine. It's not exciting, but at least we have some mechanism to actually, like, remove their stealth. Yeah, that's fine. In case we have to kind of pay the tax, because if we do see a nightmare, we have to be able to deal with it. Yeah, I want to level these up. Oh, I already had it selected. All right, doom, 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 doom like this, and let's go. All right, let's go do a mission here. Let's knock out this random gentle tide so we can slam dunk into this siren real quick. All right, take our food here. I'm gonna take, I mean, we have a dedicated healer, but it's not the same as a Vestal, so I'm gonna be a little bit more greedy here, take a little bit more food than I normally would. Oh, I guess it's a medium mission. I usually bring 16 to one of those anyway, so let's just bring like a long amount. I'll go with a normal stack of, actually I'm gonna bring 5 because there's the barnacle chests and there's also the shell, or like the clams that you can open with this. Bandage is kind of like whatever here. The anti-venom's the same way. Anti-venom only works with one curio, I think, and that's the little pool like that you can purify, and I don't really think there's anything that interacts with the bandage, I mean, besides the fact that you can randomly bleed, although we do have the guy that can bleed this when we heal, so maybe I'll bring a few of this just in case. Skeleton key here. 3 is fine. Holy water, 1, maybe 2. I mean, there's that Cthulhu-looking statue that interacts with it, and there's the occasional chance you'll get the little altar with like the Cthulhu, like, you know, whatever. It's like a blood altar that can remove like bad quirks. How many people on our team actually have bad quirks? Infirm's bad. Love interest is whatever. Flawed release is also great. You want to lock that on him. So really, we only have one bad. Or one bad one, and that's infirm. We don't want that, but 7 Aegis skills. We've been collecting those. All right, I think we're pretty well good. I mean, I'm gonna take some medicinal herbs. Torches, but otherwise we're good. Is everybody locked in items? Yeah, that's what I thought. Nobody's taken items yet. Well, one of you has. All right, so this is a great time to use Spectral Shield here. Man, that makes me really think about using Adder's Kiss instead, but it's fine. So, I mean, Blight skill chance, we still can do it with Impale. Still gonna get value out of it there. Oh yeah, extra damage, extra crit versus size 2. We're gonna take this with us when we go fight the siren. We definitely should. It might end up being something we bring against her. I think it might be really cool. The Wolf's Tassel. That'd be really cool, really fun to use, actually. I'm excited. All right, again, mostly Eldritch location, so maybe we just lean into the extra damage to Eldritch stuff. You're not dealing any damage this entire mission, so that won't be relevant. You don't have extra accuracy, right? You're just rolling around with basics. So I'm going to give you an Eldritch Slayer's Ring, but I'm also going to give you the Hunter's Talon. Just to give you that extra 10 accuracy. You need it. You don't really know what to give you here. I mean, Dismiss's Head is probably serviceable here. Just extra raw damage is fine. I still think the obvious pick on this class, as boring as it is, it seems like every mission is just Demon's Cauldron. It's 90% of the time you're going to use this item on this character if he's in slots 3 and 4. It's not as obvious as like taking, you know, Blasphemous Vial is on the old Plague Doctor. I feel like the Plague Doctor is like a guaranteed. Like, you have to roll with this. There's not really a better item. It's like best in slot. All right, everybody's got your level 2. She should have 3. Your level 1, you should have level 2s. Your level 1, you should have level 2s, and your level 2, you should have 3s. Yeah, that's good. Does anybody have any like good? You do have some good tactics and stuff, but I kind of already missed it. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Everybody else, yeah, we can cover most of our bases. The only thing that's going to be a concern in this mission is going to be stress. Yeah, whatever. Let's go for it. Oh, we're probably going to have a nightmare, and I'm going to be irritated by the stress, but... Yeah.
Flopping fish-like things abhor the warding sigils.
You said...
Let us claim this place anew.
So you said I should unlock, you know, the whatever. I'm trying to kind of avoid that for a little bit, especially at lower tier missions like this, because wow. Because at lower tier missions, the stress is not as big of a deal, unless you shoot a Shambler. And so I'd like to save my money where possible and not spend that extra money on buying up random camping skills if possible early. I don't think there's any reason to fight the Shambler anymore. I've gotten all of his items. Although last episode we had that happen. It was like 1 episode or 2 episodes ago. I beat the Shambler, got all 5 items now. We've done it all. And then there was an episode where I was walking around randomly and it was night. It was like really dark in the hall. And then I just randomly ran into the Shambler. It wasn't even like an altar. I didn't know that the Shambler could just spawn and it was total pitch black. It was pitch as black or pitch of black or whatever it's called. I didn't know that it could just spawn. It literally just spawned without me using it. That was cool. Anyway, looking at this though, like, item-wise that it drops. Yeah, there's only 5 items it drops. There's just no reason to fight it anymore. Right? The main reason for hunting down this monstrous creature is because it carries the 5 unique ancestral rarity trinkets. Every time the Shambler is slain, it will drop 1 of the trinkets. Since all ancestral trinkets are unique, once you have all 5, it will start dropping gems instead. The trinkets are dropped regardless of the Shambler's difficulty level, meaning there's almost no reason to go hunting for the Shambler, a champion level Shambler. Yeah, I've talked about that before. Generally, I try to avoid the Shambler at a higher tier. Same way with the thing from the stars. I'm not fighting this. There's just no reason for it. Downside though is I just realized I didn't bring the Ancestors map the way I built, but I think this will be okay. Most people have. I mean, we have, what do we have? A Bounty Hunter, right? He's pretty high on removing traps. 90% chance. Yeah, he'll be our guy. Failed on a 90%. You got it, dude.
Trapmaker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Bro slipped on a banana at the start of the mission. What a Chad. Oh, that's a really nice start. Be able to get rid of this immediately. Love that. Who needs a map? Who needs the Ancestors map when you can just scout anyways? We'll check all these boxes on the way back home. Okay, very busy. Look at that.
Mariner.
Look at this hallway coming up.
Another misfortune.
Every battle ever rolled in this hallway. Although usually when there's 2 battles like that in a row, it usually indicates like a special boss. I'll bet you one of those is the Collector. I mean, I don't know that, but I would venture a guess. We're gonna give this Occultist, this random bad cork, whatever it is. Oh, it's a good one. Hard skins? Okay. We need the extra protection on you? Not really, but sure, I'll take it. Alright, let's increase that torch. One of these is probably the Collector. The second one is my guess. I'm just gonna go for a sacrificial stab here. Yeah, really low accuracy. I should have probably given him a focus ring. I was thinking about that, but whatever. I just wanted to see how it would feel. Oh, okay. I'll give you command. That's what we'll do. We'll go command on you. Well, I guess it targets everybody, but I'm gonna help him out a bit now. There's a few choices here. I could go for an impale, but I really just want to take care of the guys that add stress, if I can. Probably it looks like it's not gonna happen here. Human killer.
Obliterated.
Okay, sure. Bounty Hunter always makes me laugh. Like, I don't think of him as a damage dealer, but he does a lot of damage because in a lot of missions there's not really an enemy for him to hit. But then, like, if you run up against a human, he's just like, oh, by the way, don't forget what my specialty is.
Decimated.
Okay, there you go. That was more what I was expecting from you for the first attack. That's fine. Gonna stun him. Okay, the 0 damage, everything, that felt really good. Yeah, there you go.
Abomination cleansed from our lands.
That's what I want to see from you. All right, let's get rid of that bleed. There's no reason to randomly take 6 damage in a few hallways. Huh. Wow. Just a really busy hallway. That's it. All right. All right. Attacking that guy is like pretty much the worst thing you could do. The guy in the back is a super tank, so good luck with that.
A decisive pummeling.
Strip the paint off of him. That was disgusting. That's that extra damage. Like, he's got Eldritch Slayer's Ring, he's got the demon. Like, look at this. He's got Eldritch Hater, he's got Eldritch Slayer's Ring, he's got Demon's Cauldron, which is also helped us crit there, and then he's dealing extra damage off of the Abyssal Artillery. That's an enormous amount of damage. It's 33% damage less than a normal attack. Then you add in 17 plus 15 plus 25, so you're looking at 40. 57% extra damage to those backline. So 57 minus 33, you're looking at an extra 24%. So it's 124% damage to those two enemies before crit, because they're both Eldritch. Nice. Feels good.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope.
This guy might just die. Oh no, I'm not quite. All right, I'm gonna go for a bolster here. I just think extra dodge is slick. All right, kill that one.
Back
oh my
to the
god.
pit.
That dude had so much protection, and I still did 6 damage through 75% protection. That's an absurd amount of crit. Do I heal here? He is missing 7 health. All right. That's 7 health. Wow. You really showed him. Yeah, dude, he has hard noggin. You're trying to stun the one guy in the team that just refuses to be stunned. Why? Why are you point at him? Embarrass him. The ability looks like a point. See, nerd.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
We'll take it all. We'll take the lot. It's a Harry Potter reference. If you don't get that, then it's all right. You probably went outside when you were a kid. All right. Stress wave. Leave my turban man alone. Go for it.
Annihilate.
Literally the same thing I did last fight. Okay. Keep attacking the tank. That makes sense to me, guys.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
All right. I guess I'll do this to increase dodge. I mean, there's a chance he explodes and then we dodge it. It's just funny to me.
Beyond one's limits.
Never mind. All right, let's see what you do, Gary. See if you can kill us. I still think it's funny. I haven't talked about that in a while, but if you go back in my older videos, one of the first upset deaths that we had 2 guys and that got double. We had a fight where it should have been an easy fight. We had some lower health guys. I was like, all right, we'll be okay. And there were 2 of these stupid sea maggot snail guys, and then 2 of the jellyfish. The 2 jellyfish literally crit like twice and stunned 3 times in a row, and then we literally lost 2 people to. We lost 2 people to snails. It's embarrassing to even say it. All right, get out of here, nerd.
Executed with impunity.
I forgot about that till just now. I guess I
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
repressed that memory. All right. I'm gonna ignore this until we get to the end of the hallway. I normally try to do that, save ourselves space. We have an extra slot now because we just burnt that last torch. And there's always a chance that we find the pineal gland or whatever thing, get to use it. Oh wow, 2 chests in a row is rough. It's good, but it's also bad because we don't have the space to take all this stuff right now. We've been really fortunate in dodging all that crap. Let's see if we get another random crit. That'd be a 3rd one in a row. The 3rd crit in a row from the last guy. We got it out for that stress guy. And every fight, it's been the exact same. It's always, he gets to do his stress thing, and then we crit him and then hit the other guy right beside him for 9. I think it's literally been the same thing. Well, this time it was 7. But the other 2 times it was a pelagic grouper that we hit for 7. That is wild. All right, he's got 33% protection. I guess we'll just remove that. Or start to, I guess. It's fine. Man, the dodges, we've been very fortunate. And then I'll just go for a huge damage ability here. I could ignore his armor because I have the pierce, but the whole point of him removing the armor was that we could kind of help her deal extra damage through this. Because now we've got this last guy dead. And then we can just kind of kill them passively. It'll represent more damage over the fight than just focusing down the tank. Focusing down the tank really doesn't have much of an upside anyway. You know, he's gonna die from random things anyways because he's gonna be the major focus. It's better just to remove his armor and just let everybody else take care of him. That is kind of funny though. I just removed his armor twice and then he undid that by protecting somebody. Fine, dude. It's better than you having 70% protection though. Sure. Remove that armor, dude. You don't need that extra armor. Yep, reload dodge already. I guess I'll protect the squishy guy. Okay. 5 damage and bleed. All right. Actually, a decent chunk of damage there. All right, let's I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna bandage after this round. I'm gonna get a heal off with the occultist here. This will possibly kill him. Ah, I was hoping to get a heal off first. That's all right. Not the most efficient roll there. Oh, actually, we got a bandage made up for it anyway. Take the jade. I mean, over a holy water, I guess. Sure. Now we start opening these chests and cry when we realize we don't have the space for all this nonsense. Whoa! Feels good? All right, break this trap this time, dude. Come on, you have 90% chance to break it. All right, cool. Sure. 50 golds. Pretty bad. All right, let's get in there. Give me something. Oh, we already had this fight. What am I talking about? Went in there like I was about to fight somebody. I already beat these guys. Okay. We're getting really lucky with these chests. Like, we didn't have to think about how they stacked. We just literally got to take everything. That's really good. That means that we can pretty much let the torch burn until we get all the way back up to that main room. And then use our firewood and then put ourselves in the position that we have one more extra slot to play with again. Hopefully we'll see a pineal gland or whatever it's called in the next hallway, because there's 2 curios in a row up here. Awkward. Awkward. I think I want this over the money. And I'm not really like sold on using my food yet. There's still a chance I'll want to camp. All right, give me one more of those, please. In this hallway, please. Torch is fine. Oh, 2 torches is weird. Okay. Oh wow, there's my jade. I don't care that much. I guess I could drop. No, I'm not gonna drop the bandages. I want it. We've got a lot of value out of the bandages. I've already used 3 of them. Yep. I'll take this one
for a task well performed.
All right, we got to fight here, and then we'll camp. Remember our we still got the torch up. Actually, this is really good. If I recall correctly, I think this thing gives a buff until camp, so we'll camp and then immediately consume that. See if we can get. Do you think we'll get 3 out of 3 or 4 out of 4 with the crit and the bat guy? Not this time. Not this time. That's all right. Let's just kill this idiot.
Be gone, fiend.
All right. Just go for dodge. I mean, the missions. All right, we're gonna camp right after this anyways. Might as well make sure we survive. I guess I'll go for an upper. Do I not have finish him? If I have uppercut, I don't have finish him, do I? Awkward. So I have 2 stuns. I just realized what I took. Awkward. Not a big deal, just kind of not what I thought I took. Might be able to just kill this guy, though. Not quite. Real close. So this next round, they all die instantly, because I'll just throw a javelin and they'll all just die. But they all do get an attack off, which is a little annoying. The guy didn't want him to see him attack. Nice. The dodge was good, though. All right. Call the Deep's kind of irrelevant here. He's giving him extra damage, and he's never going to get the chance to attack anyway. Maybe he will. He's the only one that survived. Never mind. He's going to die to blight. Just insult him a little bit. Let him see his teammates die, and then afterwards he dies. I mean, I guess we can take... Oh, we don't have the space for the shovel, do we? Well, I guess here I go firewood. And then I'm going to take the shovel over the blood. We have, like, 40 blood now.
Furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
I don't really need the stress relief, but there's a chance that we have a dream. So I'm going to do it anyway. If the dream happens, I'm going to be happy I got all the stress relief I could here. This is gonna sound weird, but I'm gonna let the nighttime ambush happen because there's a chance. Oh. Awkward. The reason I'm thinking about letting it happen is because it could supersede the dream, and if there's a dream, I don't really want to fight it since I don't have a lot of reasonable ways of fighting off stress, and our team has 3 guys that deal damage and 1 guy that doesn't. and stress adds up really fast against those. Like, it gets all dumped on the shield breaker. It's really like you just take so much stress so fast from that dream sequence. I was thinking about like intentionally allowing us to have a chance of actually being attacked in the middle of the night so that she can't sleep and she can't have her dream sequence. I don't know, that might just be a little gamified though. It might not be really that valuable here. Plus 10% damage for 4 battles, 75% chance to get extra crit. Let's do that. And none of you got the crit? Oh, you did. Okay. Not exactly the best, but that's okay. I'm gonna pep talk her in case she gets this. That way she develops less stress over this. And then I'm gonna also go for maybe a tracking, less chance of us getting like snuck up on. The reality is if we get attacked in the middle of the night from this random dream sequence, we can't really do anything about it anyways though. Well, I know what I can do. Oh, okay. I can use maintain equipment and then keep on throwing this guy in front of the shield breaker and protect her for the sequence of the dream. That'll work. Do I want less of a chance to be surprised? This could matter. I don't think the dream sequence surprises you. Let's just go with this is how we do it. I really hope we don't get the... I'm gonna be so sad if our bounty hunter gets put in the last slot, but it is what it is. All right, let's rest. Everybody's healed. We're about as good as we can be, despite that, but whatever. All right, let's see if it's a dream. Yep, dream.
This holds much worse than
Okay, just a bunch of humans.
And boogeymen.
Yep. Hopefully the bounty hunter gets to go first. I could just immediately do this. Yeah, that's probably smart. Yep. Oh, well, that's a great way to start this. Okay. All right. Let's do a... What is your ability? Can you attack from slot 3? You can. Let's just get her moving up front and start serpent swaying a bit. Let's move forward and give you some blocks. Get ready to survive. And then you can just kill a dude because you're a human smasher.
Eradicated.
Thanks for sneaking up on us. Now you're dead. And then I'm gonna... What's their dodge? 7 and 2... I guess I can move you back too. You can't do anything from this slot. I don't know. Let's just dodge and remove stress. I mean, we're fine now. The real danger's gone. It was the dream I was worried about. This is just a joke. These guys aren't that big of a deal. I'll remove the armor from you. You've got 15% protection. I guess it's some. The crit's nice. All right, we'll finish him. And now the bounty hunter can't reach him because it's slot 2 he can reach, but he can stun him and then move the bodies around, shuffle it. That's still pretty good. And then from here, which is he have any dodge? He has a little dodge. Sure. All right, but now we can actually take this background thing and then immediately get ourselves some extra. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna survive at 1. And I can't even hit you with this guy. That's what I was so awkward. He can't deal any damage. He has no attack abilities. The way I built him.
Quickens.
I just kill him. 2 crits in a row. Good lord, dude. But this thing in the background, this mast looking, or I guess this thing that goes in the bow of the
expedition
ship,
at least promises
is a buff.
Success.
Always a buff, 100% of the time. Which is worth knowing. I can't remember what kind of a buff. I'm pretty sure it's like 3 little buffs, like 15% damage or something like that. I'm gonna give it to the man-at-arms. Or I meant to say not the man-at-arms, the only guy I don't want it on. The bounty hunter. Okay, well I can't even read what he has. This guy has every buff ever. Okay, I don't even know which one's his. Oh no, it's the bottom ones. Yeah, plus 20% damage until camp, plus 4 speed until camp. This dude is loaded. Let's go fight a boss. What in the world? That's from his camping things, but my god. Holy crap. Give us a pineal gland thing. I guess it never punished. Neither of these things matter, but I was hoping to get rid of another one of these pretty quickly, but it just hasn't happened yet. Alright. Okay, torch is immediately useful, so that's kind of a neutral one. Alright, that's a quirk gone. Do we have a holy water? Oh, we have... Oh, right, no, it's medicinal herbs. This is actually great. One of you had a quirk I don't like, right? It was you? No, it was you. Infirm. Yeah, that's an easy one to get rid of here. Get rid of that crap. A random worse healing, not good. And it's not good in a way that's kind of sucks. It's not good in the way that's like you forget that you have it and then it catches you off guard when it hits. All right, awesome. I'm gonna go left first, pretty obvious reasons. It's less backtracking here. Not a lot to say there. This is where you use the shovel. We'll come back and do that in a minute. I just chanced it there. He had a lower chance of doing it, but our other guys are so low on stress, it was like, whatever. All right, that's the last torch I'll burn down this hallway. We need the rest of the remainder. Sure thing, dude.
Mind that such missteps are the exception.
All right, cool. Surprise is nice. That's coming from the, oh, no, it's not. I thought we took the thing that was decreased chance of being attacked in the middle of the night, or not that, but I'm gonna go check real quick. This one, tracking, but I guess we didn't take tracking. I thought we did. One down. Extra damage to Eldritch is really showing itself. This has like very low accuracy. I'm just gonna use Abyssal Artillery. I don't like sacrificial stab. It just irritates me.
The ground quakes.
Crit the one I didn't want to crit. Didn't crit the one I did want to crit. Get them both really low, but not quite dead. Annoying. Sure. Get them as close to death as possible without having them dead. All right, now. It's just casual 16 to just her. All right. That's fine. Look at this, guys. They're so low. All right, get out of here. All right, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Don't care what you do. Don't care what you do. Just do something and finish him off. All right. Cool.
Seize this momentum.
It's gonna take Jade. It's the third Jade I've seen, but it's more. I mean, I don't really. I guess I could have dropped the food. No, I kind of want to keep the food because this dude's rolling around with somebody's rolling around with extra food consumption, I think, right? Didn't that happen? Oh no, yeah, you've got the Hunter's Talon, extra food consumption, which makes it so that this doesn't represent 3 random hunger checks, it represents only 2. Oh wait, that's the end of the mission. We're gonna continue on, but that's a great find there. We don't have to think about it for the rest of the mission here. What do a surprise do? I'm guessing an extra chance to crit them or you. Okay, yeah, so when you go into a fight, if you surprise your opponents, you'll see a little like yellow looking ring around their head. And then that means that they can't do anything until every person on your team is attacked first. Individuals don't get surprised. Whole teams get surprised. So either your team gets surprised, their team gets surprised, or nobody gets surprised. In addition to being surprised, you also have a chance after being checked for surprise that you might have your team get mixed around. The enemies don't have that happen, but you could. More common during like nighttime ambushes. But surprising, it's kind of a pain. If it goes really wrong, it can go really wrong, especially if you have a comp that doesn't have the ability to move. If your guys are kind of like stationary, like let's say you have a character who only deals damage in the back slot and they get moved to the front like an arbalist, and all of her abilities are for the last slot and she can't get back to the back slot, it really sucks. But surprised, again, is specifically a mechanic that forces your opponents or your team, whoever gets it, the boon goes to your side, you get to go all of your abilities first. Right, and so if we can increase the chance that we surprise our opponents with this, this is, what is it, tracking, an extra 10% surprise, doesn't really matter in the short term, but you can stack this with other characters who have the same abilities, and if you get an extra 30%, extra 40% chance to like surprise your opponents, then every fight you surprise them, that means you get to go first every single fight. All 4 of your guys get to go. You can literally sometimes wipe them before they even get the chance to fight back, and that's a snowball. Like you can literally, especially if you have things like Hot to Trot, which deals extra damage in round 1, you can just straight up wipe people before they get the chance to even fight back. All right, so break this open because this thing interacts with barnacles. Oh, there's a second Jade. So we would have had a stack of, I think that's literally a stack of 5 now if I had taken them. Either that or 4. Either way, it's fine. Not that much money. Yeah. It says, yeah, okay, yep. That's what it does. What it do. All right, we'll burn this sucker.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
trap disarm here. I didn't really look at how much stress everybody had. Realistically, they're on such low stress there that I didn't really care about the extra value I might have gotten by taking a chance on using my shield breaker. She has like a 70% chance to break it, 80%. Maybe I should have tried there, but he has like a over 100% chance, I think, to hit it. No, it's 90%. I guess it was marginal. Talk with Tolkien. All right, cool. I joked earlier about seeing him because we saw so many people.
Merciless.
This is really weird because we only have 3 people that can deal damage in this fight, right? Our man-at-arms can't actually deal damage here. So this is one of those situations where he has like no dodge, no speed. We have protection, we have extra crit, all this other stuff. I have no ability to protect somebody, but I can like increase our dodge. That's probably the smartest thing to do from the start. I guess I'll start with command. I'll start with command because extra accuracy to everybody's more important than in the first round. He's not going to apply any stress in the first round. Remember what the collector does. The collector does nothing round 1. It's round 2 that he starts to actually spawn enemies and stuff, which is why you tried to stun him in round 1, which we can't do. We don't have anybody that can do that this time, which kind of sucks. Our team comp is not really designed to beat him, but we have some means to beat him. But the main thing we're going to be doing here is I'm going to start off with this buffing target here so I can have our bounty hunter, who is absolutely loaded with abilities, right? He's got a lot of stuff going for him. We're going to try to get him a little stronger here. Remember, command actually affects everybody, but we're going to start with buff target here. I'm going to give everybody extra accuracy and extra crit, extra damage, but while guarded won't trigger. We have no ability to... Oh, never mind. I do have defend 3 here. Huh. Maybe it is worth doing that, but I'm going to start with extra. I just want to deal as much damage as possible. This is not really a stress fight. The enemies don't really apply stress. Yes, the collector can apply stress when he uses this show collection thing, but the thing that's bad in this fight is that they deal an enormous amount of damage in stats elements. It's like raw damage. Like stress is not a concern. The extra 7 dodge is nice, but I'd much rather just crush this guy fast. Because we have multiple ways of healing back, we just want to make sure he dies quick. So I'm going to go ahead and increase everybody's crit and accuracy and make sure we hit when we hit. We need to make sure that doesn't miss. All right, I could go with a mark here, but I just don't see a real reason for it. Extra damage versus marked. He's not going to get the chance to attack again, right, on the front slot. For the rest of the fight, he's essentially going to be constantly just killing people while everybody else takes care of the collector. He's going to be killing humans, but he's going to get one big hit here, which is good. And then for the rest of the fight, it's up to everybody else to do the fighting against that guy. He has no armor, he has no protection, so we just go for a sacrificial stab that's very highly likely going to miss. This guy has what dodge? No, 0 dodge. There's an 85% chance this hits. It hit? All right. He just doesn't have a really high probability that hits, it feels like a lot of the times. All right, so this is where it kind of gets a little spooky, right? It's like, okay, what do I do now? We've got all these guys that spawned. I have a few choices. This guy has a really low blight probability, so I could just throw an impale at him and then just start trying to launch as much damage as I can on people. These guys have 16 health. They're all eldritch. This guy does extra damage to eldritch. He's going to kill anybody he attacks. He does extra damage to humans, but these guys are spirits. They look like humans. They're like the dead versions of us. Right, this guy in the front is a man-at-arms, just like our last guy is. The second guy's a Vestal, third guy is a highwayman. But it's probably better just to go for a raw impale for raw damage here. I could go Pierce. That's the thing about Pierce. Pierce can hit slot 4. And this represents a lot of damage really fast at the back slot. That might be the better pick. Just go to kill him. Just kill him fast. Blight does a lot of damage to him, but if I can just kill him super quick, then all of his teammates die right away. So we can essentially ignore it. I just can't reach him is the problem, that's all, with our bounty hunter. So here I'll just go for a kill on one of these guys. What's this? You gave yourself extra damage for the next round? I don't care about that. Extra accuracy, extra crit, I don't care about that. Let's just go for a big boy kill here. Not quite enough. 4 damage left. Head game, sure. Protect him. That's fine. Then we can always throw our impale. That's fine. Show collection is the ability I said adds stress. Not a big deal. Here's one we'll impale, and if I can kill... The nice part about impale, this is an important thing. If I did Pierce here, Pierce would attack the 4th guy, but then it would be redirected to the front guy because he's guarding him. So instead we use impale, which will hit everybody, and you can't guard someone when you're getting hit too. Right, so instead of the front guy on their opposing team guarding the collector, if I were to try to use Pierce here, I'm going to use impale to try to hit everybody, which will guarantee it'll bypass it. It might also even just kill the front guy. Well, if a crit on every single person on their team, it kind of makes me look like, oh my god, I don't even have to say. I just hit 8, 11, and 11. Okay, that trivialized the entire fight. Okay, well, that's kind of cheesy, but looked cool. All right, I guess I'll just go for sacrificial stab. That might just end the fight.
Precision and power.
All right, dude. I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Cool, I guess. What? I mean...
A predator is often blind to its own peril.
That fight shouldn't have been that easy, but okay. And that's what he always drops. He always drops one trapezahedron.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
3,500 gold is decent, so... Holy crap, that was crazy. I don't even know what to say to that. I always love fighting against the Collector. He's always fun. He's always fun to fight against. But he's also, like, he is the fight that can, like, if you're not careful, it can go sideways, but he doesn't feel nearly as scary and as, like nail-biter-ish as, like, the Shambler or even the Thing from the Stars. I would say, like, in terms of, like, the roaming bosses in the game, the ones in order in terms of difficulty are Fanatic, and then after that, then you've got the Shambler, and honestly, those are kind of interchangeable. Depends on your comp. And then after that, it's the Thing from the Stars, which is not nearly as challenging because you can kind of build a comp around the expectation you see it, because he's the only one that you know might appear, because you literally see there's a 50% chance that the Thing from the Stars will appear on any location that his icon appears on. So you're more likely to expect that, whereas the Shambler and the Fanatic, it's just like, okay, the Shambler might appear, you never know. The Fanatic might appear if you have people with the Crimson Curse. The Collector almost always shows up if you have mostly filled inventory, which we did. You know, he's trying to take all your stuff. But he's nowhere near as challenging as the other roaming bosses, but he's fun to fight. And he always gives you a solid single item that is high value. It doesn't feel like it's pressing your inventory, but it also makes sense, right? That it's only worth 3,500 gold rather than some random super rare item like the Shambler. The Shambler has the real rare items that, you know, you want to fight the Shambler. But there's a trade, right? The Shambler's a lot harder. All right, again, as I said, I interact with every single one of these stone bas relief things. I don't know what bas relief means, but I interact with every one of these stone ancient sculpture things as I can. Never use a shovel on it because it'll add a bunch of stress to you. Like a lot. Like we're talking like 40, 50 or something absurd amount. But you want to interact with it because it can give you good quirks and bad quirks, and especially later in the game, like you want quirks. Even if they're bad, you want to get an opportunity to lock bad ones. So, all right, see, he's getting a bad one here. Ligophobia, so we don't like that one. But plus 20% stress when the torch is below 60 or 26 when it's in the bottom quartile. You know, there's 4 quartiles to your torch up here. Right now we're at the end of the first quartile, right? We have 78 torch. It's not good, but it's not that bad. Extra stress is never good, but like, I mean, this is literally the reverse of Photomania, right? Photomania is minus 20% stress whenever the torch is above 75. This is extra 20% stress whenever the torch is lower than 26, which is, you know, in the bottom 25. It is very rare that my torch is below 50, and it's at the very end of the mission that when it really starts to matter. Honestly, this is not that big of a deal. I don't think ligophobia matters that much. Ligophobia, whatever, I don't think it matters. Most of the time it's irrelevant. It is marginally relevant, and it's definitely not as, you know, you don't want to, if you could lock, you know, love interest or tippler or gambler or bad gambler or witness, you know, faithless, any of those other non-combat oriented things. Love interest, I just said that one. Tippler, risk taker, flawed release on like certain characters. You wouldn't want flawed release on him. Flawed release is a ranged thing. I locked it on this guy. I'm gonna lock it on this guy because he has only melee abilities. This is a ranged ability, but it deals 0 damage. So crit doesn't matter on an ability that literally deals minus 100% mod. But anyway, all right, let's continue on through here. Oh, burn these torches. What am I doing? Burn the torches, dang it. Forgot to burn the torches in time. Hey, that's the Curia in the background that I was referring to earlier. That's the one that can remove bad quirks as well. Or maybe it adds good quirks. One of the two. But it's an altar, and you can always interact with these if you have a holy water. Yeah, I'm gonna burn torches here. These guys can surprise you with
In
huge crit.
Radiance, may we find victory.
Stress is not gonna be a big deal. We're at the end of the mission. The only thing that could possibly make this mission go sideways is if Pelagic Grouper gets a darkness crit, right? Because Radiant Light, put the light as high up as we can here. The only thing that makes this mission go sideways is if a Pelagic Grouper, one of these idiots in the front, with the spear fishing abilities, the big blades, if they crit for like 15 twice in a row, get a bleed stack, and then just get a cheeky kill on somebody randomly. So we just kill these guys because they're the only real threat. Yep, stress is kind of irrelevant here. I don't really care about that. We have no stress on this squad right now. I don't know. Honestly, Impale's still probably better, even though I could just possibly outright kill this guy if I get a crit. Honestly, I don't know, because the thing is, we don't really have another person that can follow up and deal damage here. Our cultist is going to kill a single target with a sacrificial stab, so maybe it is Pierce here. Didn't kill him, though. All right, I'll go for a sacrificial stab here and kill one of these guys. Well, I guess not. Wow. That's fine. We'll go for some dodge here. Remove the stress. I'm not really doing this because we needed protection from stress, but the extra... Dodge is nice, but the extra stress relief is relevant because these two guys in the back will add stress, so this is decreasing it. Instead of 20, it's 10. Cool. I mean, that's a lot lower. It rolled lower than it normally rolled there. I didn't get a 10 stress mitigation there. It's 15% lower, so it was probably rolled a 12, and then it went down to a 10. But the reason I was thinking about removing stress here is margins, right? Like, we're at the end of the mission, we're not gonna die, so maybe I keep the stress off these guys so that's one less week they have to be in recovery when we go back home. I'm kind of thinking about next week is kind of my thought process here. These guys are both dead. I wish I could actually reach the bad guy here. I guess I'll go for a mark here. Both these guys are just gonna die from when I do breakthrough here, or whatever it's called, when I do impale. I guess we'll go for a sacrificial stab on you. I'll just kill him, that's fine too. Then you can hopefully kill them both and impale. That's what I was trying to set up. Alright, sure.
As
yeah,
victories mount,
3 Jade. We would have had 6 now.
Resistance.
Citrine's kind of irrelevant here. I'd rather just check and see if I was crazy about the holy water in this. I can't remember. I already have... The busts have already stacked. I guess I can drop the bandages here now. We're at the end of the mission. We're not going to bleed out now. Heck, we might even be done with fights. Oh, we already completed the quest, yeah, so we're just gathering resources at this stage. I can't remember if that's what this does. Yeah, it removes a bad quirk. Yeah, you can see underneath this, underneath the holy water, I have this little symbol. And again, that's because I used random items from my inventory over the course of the earlier campaign. I just started throwing random items as I went through missions. Started throwing random items. Before, like, look at this random medicinal herbs that has a question mark. I never used this item on this curio because I thought, okay, this is some kind of a holy relic looking thing. Holy water makes sense. I could throw medicinal herbs on it and you'll see this question mark change to be nothing, right? It's an X. I didn't know that was going to happen, but I didn't know that would happen, but I kind of had a good guess there. I could throw a torch at it. Yeah, it has a question mark. If I throw a torch at it, it goes back to an X. I could throw a shovel at it. Nothing changed, right? I could throw a key at it, nothing changed. And now forever, for the rest of the game, these X's will remain. Anytime I see this curio, I will know. I will have that information, that reconnaissance forever loaded in the game. I'll always know these curios do not interact with these 4 items. But once it does interact, then from then on, you'll know. Okay, this curio interacts positively or negatively or whatever the symbol shows with holy water. What does the symbol mean? You just got to know. And I can just tell that's the red curio. Or that's the red quirk symbol. It's like a bad quirk, and it has an X on it, so it's removing a bad quirk. But I don't have anybody that I want to remove a bad quirk from. I want this character to lock this love interest, because love interest doesn't really affect you in combat, so I'd rather him lock that. She doesn't have any. He has ligophobia. Oh, that's the one we want to get rid of. Never mind, I forgot he developed that. Let's get rid of it. Yeah, so we get rid of it now. It's gone. This guy has Tippler, which was great, and Tau only drink. Risk Taker, which is great. That's a positive quirk. I don't know what I just did there. Oh, I right-clicked. Okay, so the Bounty Hunter is in the background. If you open this guy's image, like I went over, I hovered above the Bounty Hunter. If you hover above the words "flawed release" with your mouse, the Bounty Hunter is behind the word "flawed release," and I right-clicked, and it changed to the Bounty Hunter. It went through the UI, which is kind of weird. But anyways, but yeah, looking at the man-at-arms though, the flawed release, risk taker. Again, risk taker is actually a buff, and it actually is really powerful on this guy, like far more powerful than a lot of other characters because, you know, the extra damage he's going to be dealing off of retribution because he wants people to attack him. I mean, it'd be nice if it said extra dodge, but then it'd be a literally busted quirk. But it's a positive, right? Extra damage is always good. And I don't want to take a chance. That's why I didn't select this guy. I don't want Tippler to get lost because that if you interact with this Curia in the background, you see that turn bloody. If I interact with that by using the holy water, it removes a quirk at random, a bad quirk at random. Well, I don't want him to remove Tippler. I don't want him to remove Risk Taker. And if he had a bad quirk here, it's a 1 in 3 chance it removes it. Flawed release, I'd rather him lock because he literally has all melee, so it's actually hilariously good on him. All right, moving on. I think yours was the highest, right? Yeah. Yes, it was. Finish this up and move on. All right, little box. What do we get? Heirlooms. All right. This late's pretty nice. Awesome. Nice to find that this late in the mission. Let's see if there's anything in this last room. Hopefully it's a fight so we can get some value out of this. Nothing. Just a quiet little room. All right, that's fine. Get out of here. Short mission. Kind of expected not to see a lot of resources, so. Or wait, that was a medium mission, but it was an apprentice level mission. But all right, there we go. Decent amount of money for a lower tier mission. That's fine. Let's see what we rolled. I just got rid of a bad quirk on you. Let's see what you got. Ruins Explorer is pretty irrelevant. I mean, it's the best, one of the best possible ones you can get, because I've talked about this in a few episodes. Now, I haven't talked about it in depth, but I'll say this one more time here. There are 4 main locations where you care about scouting, right? You don't care about scouting on the Crimson Courtyard, the DLC stuff, or the Crimson Courtyard, or the farmstead. You care about it on the 4 core main locations, but not all 4 core locations are created equal in terms of their scouting chance probability, or I guess the efficacy of the scouting chances. Map generation is different. As you can see, this location, which we just, I guess I'm out of the screen so you can't see it now, but that map we were just on was like this weird, you know, route looking system thing. Scouting is not as good on maps that are kind of like spread out like that. Scouting is better on places like the Warrens, where the maps are boxy like this. There's like rooms attached to rooms and grids. So your scouting, when you walk into a room, will scout 4 different directions. It'll scout multiple ways, sometimes spread, show you the whole map. Whereas on this map, when you get a scout chance, usually it scouts 1 hole. So scouting is just not as powerful. So the second best place to get scouting besides the Warrens, which is very blocky, is the Ruins, which is usually like kind of a giant square with an empty center and then like offshoot like castle kind of like whatever I've noticed. And so in my opinion, like scouting is best on the Warrens followed by the Ruins, and then after that the Weald and the Cove it's not really that great on. So this is one of the better ones. Plus there's also 2 tiers to every one of these things. There's like Ruins Adventure, Ruins Explorer, Weald Adventure, Weald Explorer, and the Explorer one's always 10% and the Adventure one's 5%. So this is one of the better ones, right? The only thing that'd be better than this is plus 10% on the Warrens. Is it good? Early game, sure. As the game progresses, I mean, there are much better scouting mechanisms than this. It's not that impressive later. Is it good? Again, it's fine. It's also character dependent. Like, this character would much rather be used on the Cove. But second best location for him? Probably the Ruins, because he can remove armor. He can do all these other things. I mean, I say that. It's not the Ruins. He's really good at the Cove, and then everywhere else he's just neutral. Because his abilities to deal extra damage to Eldritch are literally irrelevant, but he has the ability to remove protection and dodge, which will always be useful. So, all in all, a better one for him would have been the plus 10% on the Warrens, but again, I don't want that on this class anyway. There's very few people I'd want this on. Like, maybe like a Vestal or a... I guess a Vestal would be a decent one on her, because the Vestal doesn't really have a lot of quirks that you really care about on her in the first place. I mean, sure, there's the Hippocratic, there's the Gifted, there's all the things that add to her healing. But this isn't terrible on her, as well as on the Crusader, because they do more damage to Unholy, so that's kind of where they want to be playing anyway. Oh, I missed that. I didn't even see it. Oh yeah, Night Owl, we don't want that. For the same reason we talked about before. Night Owl is a good quirk. It really is. if you're doing a challenge run and you're playing torchless. It's just as powerful as, you know, quick reflexes at that point, but I'm not doing a challenge run, so most of the time this will never even trigger. You know, be active, whatever, passive.
The frothing waters subside. The advantage is ours.
All right, so we set up Gentle Tide so we can go fight the Siren. That was our play, right? So we're gonna go do that now. Let's look and see what we got. We don't need another Bright Tambourine. I will take another Sun Cloak, maybe. Do I have 2 of those or 3? I think it's just 2. Hold on. Unequipped all my trinkets. Sort by rarity. Yeah, we got 2. A 5% protection and extra 10 dodge is... How do I want to say this? It's safe. It's not good in the sense of like some of these legendary items, but some of these legendary items, sometimes you can't justify using them because the extra stress. Like Dismas's Head is the classic example, right? Dismas's Head is like huge amounts of extra damage, but the downsides are actually real. They're not nearly enough to not make you entice yourself into taking that 25% damage, right? Minus 10% max HP plus 20% stress, not great, but 25% damage is absurd, right? You'll pay the cost, and then the next week when your guy's stressed out, you'll leave him be, let him heal, and then later on you'll bring that Dismas's Head. It pushes a lot of damage, so it's worth the cost. But then something like the Sun Ring and the Sun Cloak, both similar. These are kind of like innocuous slight buffs, right? Like, think about it this way. Would you take on your character an extra 10 dodge for no cost? Sure. An extra 5 protect for no dodge? Or for no cost? Sure. It's like, it's good, but it's an opportunity cost question. It doesn't really push your character to huge like levels, but sometimes you actually are looking for that. Sometimes you're looking for something that kind of gives your character a little edge, but you don't want them to have much stress. You don't want them to have these other random negative effects, and this is just good. It's not strong, crazy strong, but it gives you a little bit of a buff. I usually try to put these, like, I roll Sun Cloaks and Camouflage Cloaks, which I lost my Camouflage Cloak because of Wolf, like in that one Wolves of the Door mission. We had to leave it behind when we died. Our characters died. We took all of our other items, but we didn't have the space to take that one, unfortunately. It was an uncommon item. We'll find more. But I actually sometimes like that item more. It's an uncommon. Well, there's not one here. I was hoping there might be by chance. The Sun Cloak and the Camouflage Cloak, these are good items on like as a secondary item on a Vestal. I'll go with like a healing item and like this to give her some extra, survivability. It's also good on like the, it's pretty okay, I would say, on like the Man-at-Arms, right? Again, there's better protection items. There's better dodge items. There's better health items on the Man-at-Arms. But like, it's not bad. Like, is it good? Not nearly as good as some of the other things you can do on them. But again, like you ask yourself, would I rather have 25% extra health on the Man-at-Arms, or would I rather have extra dodge and extra, protection? Or I guess 5% protection instead of 25%. Yeah, I mean, the dodge is solid. I mean, if he's going to be constantly marking himself and constantly using, dodge, would you rather not get hit in the first place or have a huge health pool to survive? Well, it depends on what your build is. If your comp has like a Vestal or like an Occultist, the ability to offset that damage, then maybe I would pick like the Ancestor's Bottle thing or whatever it's called. The Ancestor's Bottle, literally that's what it's called. But then if I have no actual healer, maybe I'm more interested in dodge, so I never have to ask the question of whether or not we have to like leave or not because we got hit too many times. But then as the game goes further and further, like you have the granary and you have so much money, enough money that you can bring so much food that healing is no longer an issue anymore. And really the only mini game that matters as much is like the stress mini game. And then all of a sudden things like Vestals don't matter as much because healing is kind of like trivial because your characters just heal from food. Then suddenly you don't really care so much about the dodging. You can kind of just like lean into the heavy health pools and stuff. I do think this item has value. I like it on, as I said before, I like it on the Vestal as a secondary item, and I honestly often take this item with the Camouflage Cloak. I'll literally put this item and the Camouflage Cloak on the Arbalist, unless I have the marbles, and then I'll put the Camouflage Cloak and the marbles on her, and that'll give her 25 dodge, which is absurd on low levels. But anyway, I don't think that's that. I think it's a good item. Like, I mean, it's a good early game item. I think it's a really powerful, rare early game item, but not like a busted best in slot item. But you have to think about it. It works on everybody, so of course it's not disgustingly overpowered. It works on everybody, so they kind of got to make it good enough that you're excited that it's a rare, but not so good that it just is best in slot on everybody. That would be bad design. All right, so looking through, as I said here, I've got all the items I want from here. There's nothing I'm really excited about. Is there anybody I'm interested in taking here? Probably not, just based off the fact that they're all level 1. I don't really care about that. Beast Hater's good. Literally has no ranged abilities. Warren's Phobe and Wield Phobe. Holy crap, that is awful. The Flagellant is best on the Warrens and the Wield, so having him extra stress. Actually, this is hilarious. If you lock these, you could intentionally force him to. You could take these intentionally so that he could always be stressed out on the Wield and the Warrens, because remember, putting the Flagellant to 100 stress makes him go Rapturous instead of any other bad thing. I still think you're intentionally like locking something bad in order to get a marginal gain, but it is a mean build. It'd be kind of funny. The Beast Hater is really strong, but we already have two very powerful Flagellants. We aren't interested in picking up some random dude that's level 1. You'd have to have some really good stuff for me to be interested in you. Photomania is a good start. Yep, another one. Witness is worth taking. I don't like Aesthetic, but Witness and Photomania are lockable. I think I do only have one Grave Robber, but I don't know about taking a level 0 at this stage. Good lord. I have one Grave Robber, I think. Yeah. Do I have anybody else where I have 2 of them? Let me really quickly look at my squad. Get these guys out of there. Step back. Remove their items so I don't lose anything. Sort by class. Who do I have? Okay, I've got these 2 are the same class, so even though they look different, they're literally the same class. They just are different splash arts. These 2 the same, 2 the same, 1 of you, 2 of you, 2 of you, 3 of you. So maybe I take her and get rid of one of you guys. I've been thinking about that for a while here. This guy has Eldritch Hater, which is good. Daredevil's irrelevant. Hardskin is irrelevant. Runes Explorer. This is the guy we just brought with us. Eldritch Hater's good. As you can kind of see, he was doing some crazy things. We crit, multiple times against those guys. The crit had nothing to do with the raw damage, plus the crit that he happened to roll a few times against his backliners was pretty crazy. Card as Eagle Eye, which is the only thing he's got that I really like. Eagle Eye is really good in this class. I think this is like secretly the best class in the game to have crit on, or range crit. Even better than the Arbalest. I just think the 8 crit here is just stupid. These 2 abilities get used non-stop on him, and they have 8% raw crit, plus his random base crit, plus the Demon's Cauldron. He just crits. He's got crits coming out of his ears, and he just removes so much random stress. Gambler and Bad Gambler is wild. No. So we're going to have to get rid of Bad Gambler, because Bad Gambler can lose money, but he can also occasionally lose items, so we can't have that. So he can only remove stress from gambling, and he's a Bad Gambler. That's crazy. So we're going to get rid of that, and then there's nothing else I want to lock on him, but I guess I can also wait and just let one of them lock and let the other one not lock. And then whatever one doesn't lock, I can get rid of it. But he's really good, so I don't want to get rid of him. Vupont also came back from the dead. I want to get rid of him after he came back from the dead. Eldritch Hater's all you got. You've got Eagle Eye. You're level 1, and you've got one thing. Eldritch Hater's the only thing you got going for you. It is 8. It is S tier. And you don't have any bad quirks, and this guy has multiple bad. Perfectionist sucks. Torn Rotator. We don't really like Sacrificial Stab, so that's really like not that big of a deal. We'll probably never use Sacrificial Stab as we go to higher levels. Tuckered Out is not bad, but it's not good. It just doesn't feel. I mean, it can matter occasionally, but he doesn't have anything else going for him, and he's only level 4, or he's already level 4. He hasn't really developed anything. This guy's got no bad quirk and a really a solid starting quirk. He's only level 1. I'm honestly kind of like interested in just keeping Picard here, dropping Cecil here, and then just locking the Eagle Eye, removing Perfectionist, and just hoping for the best on what he rolls afterwards. Because Stout, I mean, these other things are essentially irrelevant. Scouting chances, as I said before, both of them have scouting chance. He just, or Explorer, the other one has it. But they both had Explorer. That's the one I was talking about earlier. He rolled at the end of that mission, so it's like he's walking in the same path. Weird. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep Picard. I'm gonna drop Cecil. It's strictly worse, like in terms of quirk choice, right? Like Eagle Eyes in general, like a S is like a C tier quirk on most people. I think it's like a B tier on him, maybe even a low, like a high B. I really do think the random crits that he gets, like people sleep on this. When you use this guy late game, you will be this class later in the game. You're gonna be using Weakening Curse, Vulnerability Hex, Weird Reconstruction. Two of his 3 bread and butter abilities in the middle, you're gonna be constantly critting if you have Eagle Eye, because it's an extra 5%. They already have such a high base crit. It's just going to passively generate so much free stress relief from your team. I don't even know how you'd quantify it, but I've seen it. I've seen so much random stress relief. It's like 4 here, 6 there, just randomly, and it can matter a lot. So I think Eagle Eye's lockable in this class. So I'll keep him, and then I'll drop Cecil. Let's go ahead and do it, and then we'll pick up that other grave robber.
Send this one to journey
I only have
elsewhere.
one, so...
For we have need of sterner stock.
And she has Photomania, and Witness is lockable, and I can remove Aesthetic. I can remove Aesthetic right now and lock Photomania, and that's a good start for this Grave Robber. We really need to rebuild one of those, because we just haven't been very fortunate since we lost our earlier one. We actually had 2 of them over the course of this. Wow. Luminous Winded. Like the apex of speed, you know, one of the best quirks in the game, and then like one of the best bad quirks that you can possibly lock. Unfortunately, you are breathing very privileged air right now, because this dude has the best quirks I've ever seen on any character ever roll, and he's literally rolled. Night Owl replaced another good quirk, and then that was replaced by a previous good. This dude is loaded, and the Duquesne has quick reflexes. So I mean, it actually probably is Duquesne. I could probably drop a Duquesne. Unholy Slayer, ironically, is good on this guy. It's the only class in the game that I'd want this on. But quick reflexes, good. But I don't know, man. Luminous Winded, probably better. One of the best quirks in the game. One of the best quirks in the game. This is literally a direct upgrade to quick reflexes, and Winded is one of the best bad quirks. Yeah, I think this is a pretty obvious drop. Duquesne, sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude.
It is done. Turn yourself now to the condition of those poor devils who remain.
Yeah, it feels really weird getting rid of a guy like that, but I already had a lot to work on. But this guy's disgusting. Winded is insane, and Luminous is really good, so we're going to do that. Let's go lock those right now. Just get them taken care of. No, don't forget Winded. I almost did that. Wow. I would have been disappointed there. Who else is going here? Still don't know whether or not Slugger actually governs Retribution's riposte. I mean, melee skills. These abilities are melee skills, right? This isn't a melee skill. So he deals 10% extra damage when he crushes, right? He deal an extra 10% damage when he hit you with the shield. He deal an extra 10% when he hits you with his melee mace there. Instead of dealing minus 75%, he deal minus 65%. But I don't know if the ripostes themselves afterwards, when he gets hit, are governed by Slugger as well. I don't know. And there's no obvious sign to me that it is either that way or not that way, which is frustrating. Although I should go ahead and take advantage of his Weapon Tinkerer right now, because this dude is literally sitting on level 1 stuff. Let's go do that right now. Right? It was him, right, Burn? No, it was Fluid. Yeah, go ahead and Weapon Tinkerer. Look how much cheaper it is. Heck yeah. Do it when I can. Margins, man. Fighting over like scraps doesn't even matter. Yeah, we're gonna go do that. Oh, we already talked about what we're gonna do. We already know that the next thing is the Siren is what we're doing next. But I was just thinking if there's anybody here I want to send. Like, is there anybody I don't want to put in here? I don't want to lock them. Gumbolt was the new guy we just picked up. He was the Crusader. So we're taking these 3 nerds and then probably Harry. Could also take Dupont if I really wanted to. I could just like pick. I could take 2 occultists. That actually might be better. It might be better than taking this random Plague Doctor, because here's the thing about the Plague Doctor. The Plague Doctor will mess us up with Blight. But if I take Dupont here and I give both of my occultists a precision or a focus ring, and I give them both an Eldritch Slayer's ring, the Eldritch Slayer's ring will not affect us when stolen from us. The downside to that, though, is he can only sacrificial stab in slots 1, 2, and 3, which is important. Slot 4 he cannot reach the Siren, and if he gets taken and then put in slot 4, then he has no ability to hit. Although it doesn't really matter that much. I guess we could always do like, I don't really need vulnerability hex that much in this mission. Like, enemies don't really have that much dodge. It's really just like weakening curse, and I could just roll with the first 4 abilities here. It's probably fine. Might do that. Just go like this. And then take Picard, do the same thing. He's already got his levels up because he's from a previous mission. He already had his stuff leveled up. Yeah, like this. Although the downside of this is we have no ability to offset the random bleed that happens. But I could just bring 6. I could bring like a lot of bandages and not care about the bleed that they apply whenever they randomly, you know, weird reconstruction heal. The upside to bringing parry is, like, you know, these characters, you know, apply one little heal. Just a little heal, gets rid of that bleed, saves you some space on, you know, on bandages. Heal's not as powerful, but in the early game, the Plague Grenade's really powerful. And against the boss, we don't like it because this character is really kind of bad against the Siren, besides the Noxious Blast, which is incredible. But what I'm saying is, if this character is stolen by the Siren, Noxious Blasting your own team feels real bad. It also doesn't feel great whenever it stuns like a character who, like, it's kind of antithetical to what I was saying earlier. I was saying, like, this is an okay one to see, but, like, what I'm saying is, the downside is, like, if a Noxious Blast hits your guy, then you have to have an antidote. And a lot of times we don't have antidotes by the time we get to the boss. I guess I could do it. Doesn't really matter. Maybe it is better to, like, diversify a bit here, but I mean, I think having 2 occultists is actually pretty slick against this boss. Nah. We'll go ahead and we'll do what I was talking about. We'll roll with the 4 that I would talk about originally instead of doing 2 of the same class against the boss here. We'll just go like this. Far beyond this. Oh, right, sure, dude. Oh, awesome! And we're gonna get to get this wounding helmet I've been talking about forever. Finally! I've wanted this item forever. Great. Well, I say that, I don't want to count my ducks before we get there, but, like, I think so. Another thing we should consider here, too, is picking Duelist Advance. So Duelist Advance is really good against the Siren because you can hit her with Duelist Advance and then she steals him, and then he's got his Duelist Advance up to, like, you know, hit back, but you don't have to attack him. You can just attack her instead, and then if he comes back, he's still got his Duelist Advance up for at least one more round. He can still get value out of it if he gets attacked by random things. So there's really no downside to having her post up because you'll never trigger it. But I don't know if the Siren... I believe she has, like, pretty high bleed resist. Like, generally, most of these guys do. Slightly higher. I mean, this is the highest tier version of her, right? Or is this the... Oh, yeah, this is the orange one. So, her blight resistance is 60%. I'm going to hit her with blight if I feel like it. I mean, all of my characters will deal enough blight damage, it won't even matter. I mean, look at the blight chance on this ability. 130%. And then if I also add in, all I'd have to do is just take one item. All I really need is this item. Where is it? Spectral Spear Tip. It's going to hit her. Right? It's going to be 150% chance to hit. Or 150% chance to blight when she's got a 60% resist. It's going to blight her. After that, this is where I start talking about, like, instead of taking more and more and more damage, you just kind of, like, you risk mitigate, right? This enemy is not a race. It's a, like, it's a stamina fight, right? You try to stay alive and chipper. Because if you put all your eggs in one basket, like, and you use, like, you know, extra vapors to, like, from, like, your... If you use your Plague Doctor and slam emboldening vapors on your character, and then she takes that character, and then she'll just crush you with it, don't do that. Instead, just make all your characters have, like, one good ability that deals damage, and everybody else is utility. And then she can't take a character and just wipe you with your own dude. That's the way I look at her anyways. I think this is probably the squad. This dude's a known cheat, love interest, and deviant tastes. These are such good quirks to roll together. Wow. Like, wow. Is not allowed to gamble. Will only visit the brothel. Is not allowed to visit the brothel. Yes. This is actually, these are literally, you can't have these together. This person will never be allowed to actually stress relief. Unless, technically speaking, it's actually fine. As long as the character never becomes afflicted, we can leave these quirks. That'd be fine. But if this character ever becomes afflicted, then we have to get rid of one of those in order to kind of offset it. But we could also intentionally just not worry about it until that day comes. But Puppet Theater will take care of the stress up until the point that this character becomes stressed out to that level. But it's so funny. Can only visit the brothel, will not be allowed to visit the brothel. It's probably because she was a known cheater. She cheated on somebody in the brothel and loved that person, and now they're never allowed to go back there again. There's a whole story going on in here. Alright. Yeah, I think this is the squad. They all should have level 4 abilities if I want to bring them. And as I said before, I want to make sure that the abilities I bring on these characters are more like utility focused. So on the Shield Breaker, we're going to bring Captivate. That's the one ability that I'm worried about hitting us, but it's also the ability that will melt the Siren. Pierce is just because it kills the tankier guys. But then the other two abilities are like the stealth thing will deal with stealth enemies, but it doesn't matter that much if she uses that against us. Serpent's Way is fantastic if she uses that against us because it doesn't do anything that round, and then she'll come back to us with 2 blocks, which is crazy good. On the Highwaymen, point blank shot is not something we want. We want Duelist Advance, and then we want Tracking Shot. Grape Shot Blast is fine, but it's also kind of bad because then we can have a chance where she breaks Grape Shot Blast all of us. Yeah, this is kind of a tough one. This character's all about damage, so he's not the best guy to bring against the Siren, but what can you do? We're not going to bring Open Vein, though, because this location it's not really conducive to that. It's probably still better. I don't know. I really think Pistol Shot's much better in this location than Point Blank Shot, despite the fact that the Point Blank Shot synergizes really well with he can riposte forward, or I guess Duelist Advance forward and then shoot backwards. The problem with this ability is if he gets in slot 1 and then the Siren spawns one of the tanky guys with the shield, then he does 0 damage to it, and then it's just a waste of a round. He'll do like 4 damage on it, like 10 on a crit or something, and not even deal half of its health. That just feels bad. Whereas Pistol Shot, he can like shoot around him and hit the Siren instead. I think this is a much better choice. So we're going to start the fight off. I'm not even going to probably end up using Tracking Shot. We'll start the fight off and immediately Pistol Shot her. Or, Duelist Advance, whatever, and then after that, hope that she steals him, if she does, and then there's a chance she'll use Tracking Shot. I don't need the extra damage against her. She's just going to die anyways. I mean, I don't want this used against me. But there's a chance she could take him and then use it against us, and then give him extra damage for the rest of the, mission, so, for the rest of the fight. I really like Plague Grenade here, but we already have enough ways of dealing damage to the back slots, especially once we pick our Abyssal Artillery. I don't really think it's necessary. I'm going like this. This is what I'm going to go with, though. Switch you here. Can you attack with Noxious Blast from slot 1? Yeah, you can. So you're our slot 4 this mission. Although that does create this weird situation where, again, we've talked about this a bit. This character having Pistol Shot in slot 4, the most important contingency you have to think about is every one of my characters can be taken, and they can all be put into slot 4. Once they're taken, they'll be returned to slot 4. You need to make sure every character has a slot 4 ability that they can use. So in this case, I probably need to switch from Pierce to Puncture, because Pierce moves her forward, but it only is usable in slot 3 and forward, whereas Puncture can be used in slot 4. So this will, even though it's not as efficient damage-wise, it can still be used, which means if they steal your Shield Breaker, you can get her moving up to the front again and start repositioning your team and make sure that she can't cheese you through like the movement mini games. Duelist Advance can be used from slot 4. Pistol Shot can be used from slot 4. Pistol Artillery can be used in slot 4. Heal as well as Weakening Curse. The Sacrificial Stab's the only one that can't. Oh no, it says camera's not working. It says no signal. Oh wow, you say my camera's not working and it says no signal. Let me check that, see what's going on there. It isn't showing, is it? One second. Oh. Wild. Hopefully it'll come back on. I'm glad you said something like there. I don't know how, but like my camera got unplugged there. Hopefully it'll come back up. Not really sure if anybody is... Oh, I see it, yeah. Wow. I hope I'm doing okay in the rest of it. I don't know how long that's been going on, but okay. How long? Okay. What's that say? Cover data. Nah, I'm not too worried about it. Let's just insert. I don't really know here. I'm just gonna go back. Thanks for saying something. I didn't catch that. Just go back to recording here. All right, come on now. This thing unplugging itself in the middle of the stream is kind of unfortunate. I've never had this happen. Or I guess, like, you know, shutting down, whatever. We're gonna find out real fast though. I'm gonna learn real quick what's going on here. We're also gonna refresh my Twitch. Internet's being a pain, ain't it? I didn't realize that my... Wow. Thank you, Jimmy and James. I appreciate you saying something. I'm gonna try to see if I can't figure this out. Hopefully it'll come back up in a second, but I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can't do something here. If I can't get the OBS to work again. Alright. I guess I'll shut this off, see if this will work. I will go to properties, deactivate, activate. Okay. And hopefully that turns it back on, and we will see. Looks like it did. Let me know if you see me now. I tried something to see if I could fix it. Lost signal with your camera. Yeah, somebody said that a second ago. Tell me if you can see my camera again now. I think what happened... Yeah. So my camera is plugged in like to the wall instead of through battery, and occasionally, because of the way that it's set up, the battery will kind of sag and it will just disconnect for a second. Thank you, Jimmy James. I appreciate the heck out of you, buddy. Thank you so much. Both of you, Steven, I appreciate you as well, like saying something in chat. That would have been awkward. I'm not... How long was it off? Like a minute or two? If it was only for a minute or two, it ain't that big of a deal at all. I do want to start this again though. I guess I wasn't recording there for a second either too, so we'll figure it out. I'm not too worried about it. Well, let me know how long it was off if you saw it. About 2 minutes. Okay, not that big of a deal. Ain't that big of a deal. All right, but anyway, I think our comp is pretty good here. I don't have a lot to worry about here. I think we're okay. The biggest concern is whether or not we get wiped by them stealing one of our guys here. Again, I did see somebody say, you know, are you thinking about maybe bringing a grave robber? I can't. The grave robber that we have one grave robber that's really low level, right? Didn't we just take her? We have a level 5, but we don't have a level 4. Can't bring a level 5 against this mission. Didn't we just take the level... Where's the level... Am I crazy? Oh! We talked about grabbing her. I never grabbed her. This one, yeah, Gordon, right? Gordon has Photomania and, Witness, which I want to lock those things. But she's level 0. I can't bring her.
To those with a keen eye, gold gleams like a dagger's point.
So we'll lock Photomania. We'll get rid of Ascetic. And then after that, you have any time? Does anybody else need to lock anything here? We're fine with all of that. Demon Taste and Lighten is fine here. These are all fine. Love Interest is fine. Unquiet Mind is fine. Is there anybody else is there anybody who has any bad quirks that are worth removing before we go here? Bald release we want. Gordon, you're already doing something here. Oh, there's an obvious one. Oh my god, yeah. We've talked about 40 years. She's had some pretty bad stuff here. We lost a vessel before, so we were trying to rebuild one here. Excuse me. Clotter's worth taking. Fear the Eldritch needs to go, and so does Weak Grip on Life. They're both bad, but Clotter's strong enough that was a good starting point here. And then we'll just go in as we have. What I said before... Wait, that's what I said before. Are you still getting the Grave Robber? Oh! Yeah. Thank you for saying something there. I thought you were saying, should I bring the Grave Robber? Ironically, you saying, are you going to go pick her up, made me think, oh, I can't bring her, which then ironically made me think about, where is she at? My roster's not full. I think it might have been because I got off task with her because my camera was being stupid. But either way, we're back. We're back. I'm alive again. My brain's rot. Apparently. All right, let's get in there. Let's do a mission here. Yeah. Oh man, thanks for laughing it off with me. I probably sound like I'm like a fried egg on a sidewalk and then to be flipped over. All right, I think we're good. I'm a little nervous with how many of our characters can actually deal raw damage. I don't want that, but I think we're okay. You know, it's a much better situation than the last time we went up against her. If you were here for the last time where I accidentally went into the wrong mission. All right, so Perry needs to level up her abilities here. I think this is what I'm going to run with. What I see here, I just don't. I'm not going to use Emboldening Vapors. That is asking for trouble against this boss. Just just go like this. Harry can also level up, yes, armors and stuff. The card's on 4s, you're on 4. Oh no, I still need that level up Duelist Advance one time here. All these little level ups I gotta do. Good grief. Not paying attention. Treese is good, right? Your abilities are all 4. Nope. Holy crap. Because I was talking about abilities here. Hey, no squeaking. The dog's using her squeak toy. One more, we'll get there. And then after that, oh, I guess we can also look at this. Maybe this is actually worth considering too, because doesn't she have, can be marked, wow, Sandstorm. I just realized what this does. Dude, Sandstorm is a lot better than that. I forgot this ability existed. This would be a great person to bring with you if you were really worried about, you know, bringing your Arbalest with you and you were trying to remove the marks from the Swine Prince. You could bring her to Sandstorm the Arbalest, and then the Arbalest could remove all the other characters' marks, and then you could just remove them entirely. Crazy. Anyway, armor piercing for 15% is cool, but it doesn't end up mattering. None of these abilities matter that much for this mission. Gallows Humor could matter a little bit here. Preventing 9-time ambush is decent. Clean Guns is great, but I'm just worried about that. Same way as I'm worried about this Unparalleled Sentences. These abilities are Unparalleled Finesse. These abilities are really good against every boss in the game, but like the Siren. I don't like bringing like character-specific buffs against the Siren. I'd much rather have like survivability quirks, or I guess camping skills. Things that help us not die from one hit. One companion plus 20% damage as an example. No, sir. Not interested in that. Yeah, I don't want any of those. So we're probably going to lean on the kind of classic, you know, maybe like pep talks, things like that are going to remove the stress that could possibly be gathered when we go to... Let's just give pep talks to everybody. It's not exciting, but it kind of keeps the stress down. Make sure that... Because the Siren does add stress. Let's do that. You've got a better heal. I'm going to use that. That's heal 50%. It's better than wound care. And you can remove... Wound care in this character just seems like a waste, because she's already got her own battlefield medicine or whatever it's called. Yeah, there's no reason to use wound care. That seems weird. I guess there's a marginal case where it could matter, but... Heal 15%, remove blight, remove disease. What a weird ability. This is so clearly like pre-DLC. These abilities are just not that powerful. Like, this ability is pretty reasonable, but this ability is just kind of like, what? I mean, it's okay, I guess. Remove disease on self only. Like, disease resist plus 20% for 4 battles. Okay. Would have been nice if one of these abilities actually made her, like, her incision more effective or something that gave her more abilities to kind of use that. Either way, whatever. Alright, we already selected this, so we'll switch from Abandoned Hope. We're not using Abandoned Hope at this mission. I just know that's not going to happen. I guess there's more of a chance that gets used than Dark Ritual, though. I'm not reducing the torchlight by 100. I'm not doing all that. That's not happening. Yeah, and then I guess we'll self-only, extra protection, extra max HP. That's the kind of thing I want. Snakeskin's great, so we'll take Snakeskin. Snakeskin's fantastic against the Siren, right? Like, extra health, extra protection, so she doesn't get killed by other teammates on your side or whatever. We want our characters to have more survivability, not her. And they don't mark, so that's irrelevant. Extra blight skill chance on self only. Well, we don't really need this, because with the Spectral Spear Tip, she's already going to fully blight anyways, almost fully blight anyways. Let's go and pick items, or pick trinkets, and let's go. I've talked a lot about this, I'm ready to play. Alright. We will take our Blasphemous Vial, and then after that... Hey, hold on, I'm going to stop her from squeaking, hold on. Don't squeak. Squeaking too much. Hold on. No more squeaking. Hold on. Hold on. She's over here squeaking her butt off. Just get a little squeak toy. Alright, it's just too loud. The rest of these characters, as I said before, they're all going to take Eldritch Slayer's Ring, because Eldritch Slayer Ring is powerful against the enemies, but it's not powerful against us. So you offset the damage that she deals to us. You can basically say, hey, sorry, like, you know, we're going to deal extra damage to you, but you can't deal it back to us. We already have really high blight skill chance right on this ability. There's just really no reason to bring those herbs, right? 130% chance plus an extra 20%. It's a 150% chance we're gonna hit her most of the time anyway. Yeah, so I think here I'll just give like anti-stress or maybe like a dodge thing. Dodge is actually really good against her because you can dodge the Siren's Call. So I'll go ahead and use that Sun Cloak I was talking about earlier there. I don't have the... I would have used the Camouflage Cloak if I had it. I just don't have it. Slightly higher dodge. All right, so Picard, as I said before, this is a pretty easy like selection here. You just go Elder Slayer Ring, and then you go the Demon's Cauldron here. Demonic Cauldron, whatever you want to say. And then Crayon here. Since he's going to be like melee focused, we can't really lean in on the things we have been doing, which would have been something like a the Gunslinger's Belt Buckle. We also can't do the Sharpening Sheath since he's not going bleed. He's just doing the riposte. So an argument can be made as well to give him more dodge. Again, I think dodge is pretty good against the Siren. I don't want to give him more extra crit, more damage. I just don't want... I want survivability against this character and extra cheeky damage specific to that enemy type, because it doesn't affect our team when they attack us. You can also give him like the Ancestors map. He's got a pretty high chance to remove traps. That's fine. Damage is not really a concern against this mission. It's really more like surviving, I think. She's dealing a lot of damage though, so that's kind of concerning. Oh, right. We give her Beast Slayer's Ring. Well, wrong kind of enemy. I meant to say Elder Slayer's Ring, right? And then that's pretty straightforward. The rest of that is just, you know, let's go see what happens now. But make sure that we will bring some bandages, even though we have the Plague Doctor that will like relieve a little of the stress. Because the thing about the bandages is, you know, the bleeding happens. It might not be the case that we get the chance to actually remove the bleed in time for it to matter. It's a marginal kind of situation, but it could happen. Any items we want here? No, we looked at this already. Already took our... Yeah, let's go. Let's go do a mission. Yeah, but that wasn't your fault. It was a game UI. Yeah, dude, I don't know what happened. Like, I had a few weird things going on with the game, and I just... Luckily, you guys caught it. I caught it. I was worried for a second when you guys said, oh, yeah, your camera's dead. I'm like, dude, did my camera die for the last, like, 50 minutes? Like, that would be awful. But, you know, it is no big deal. Luckily, it only took 2 minutes, but that's good. I really do hope we win this thing, because not only are we, like, better off in this mission in general, because we actually have the extra damage in this location, I am a little worried about this. Plus 15% damage in the Cove. It makes our own guys deal more damage, too, to ourselves when we get stolen by the Siren, but, you know, whatever. That's 3 guys on our team dealing more damage. Only one of our guys is going to deal more damage back to us, but it does matter. But I want this Wounding Helmet. I really like this item. All right, let's go beat this Siren, hopefully. Cool. I'll bring extra food here, even though we have our double healer comp here. I just want to make sure that we're kind of protected. I don't need that many bandages. Good lord, 5 is probably fine. That's probably more than fine. We'll bring our normal amount of torches. A medium mission, you only need really like 12 or so. Nobody needs any bleed resist, or not bleed resist, but nobody needs any blood. So we'll bring medicinal herbs, maybe like 3. After that, skeleton keys, standard. Shovels, 4 standard or so. Holy water. I might actually bring 5 holy waters, and just bring it for the fight. I don't see it mattering, because the only thing that could possibly happen, there's debuffs, but there's also like bleed that can happen from the pelagic groupers if they spawn in the fight. But I mean, extra like debuff resist, extra everything is good against bosses. Again, survivability is the most important thing against this boss. I just want to survive. I don't need to like worry about raw damage. We're just gonna survive through the whole fight here. Anti-venom, just anything that can protect us from like random crap happening is good. I'm overloading on stuff. I don't need all this stuff, but I'm just being careful here. Alright, that's fine. I don't think there's anything else really to worry about here. We got everything on the bottom, on the top row here. Then the bottom row, we've even got our torches. I say that like we don't bring torches every mission. We've got bandit sense in case we get a nighttime ambush. But there is one serious thing that we're not really thinking about. There is a chance we have a shield breaker dream, which could suck hard. But you do have bypassing stealth, which is key here. If he can bypass stealth, what's his speed? Her speed's 8, his is 6. That sucks a little. But he can use tracking shot to get vision on one thing, then she can follow up and actually start dealing damage to things. Oh no, I gave her stealth removal as well. Never mind. We have the ability to see people at our stealth, and it won't even matter. We're good. We are good. Let's do this.
In financial desperation, I struck a bargain with the ancient things that surfaced in search of sacrifice when the moon was right. Their price was the delivery of an obscure idol, and one other item of more troubling portent. The pact struck. My newfound accomplices slipped silently beneath the brackish water. A fearful stirring at the edge of the torchlight betrayed a familiar witness, and gifted me with malign inspiration.
I love this narrator so much.
I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif.
Okay. So, because of the nature of this mission and how wild it is, I think I want to just beeline for her. I'm okay with backtracking on this mission. I don't really care that much. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens in the first few fights. It's just such a weird fight. It's not about damage. It's like about all the things about the game other than damage, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I just don't want to be super stressed out when we get there. We'll see what happens. Again, I didn't bring the normal damage abilities I normally bring in this character. I'm more focused on like utility in this mission, so we'll bring Noxious Blast for a single target, but we really brought the Plague Doctor's Noxious Blast to make sure we could melt frontliners in case the Siren, does something gross, but to tank in front of us or something. You're gonna kill him with the Elder Spat Blast. I don't really care. Let's just go with the pistol, or I guess I did bring Grave Trap Blast. Sure. Hotshot OP. Then you can probably. Oh, I didn't bring. I'm using all different abilities on this time, which is fine, but just a little weird for me. All right, sure. Just kill him.
Decimated.
Sure. That's fine. Nice dodge. Okay. No, don't give me a random disease, please. Cool. Alright, so we'll just Noxious Blast the tank. He'll just die from this. And then you can kill him, I guess.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
And then let's go for a pistol shot here. The other guy just dies passively.
Destroy them all.
I'm not gonna risk a random weird reconstruction for 3. Am I? Let's do it. Hit for 1. Bleed. Okay, no. Worth it. Worth it.
The weapon that cuts on its own.
Okay, that's a lot of random junk items. Okay. Like immediately fight after a fight. Okay. So we can't Eldritch Abyssal Artillery because the guy in the back is stealth. I'll just go for raw damage here. Solid damage. It's fine. Noxious Blast, I guess the first one here. And then here we'll remove stealth. Okay. We will remove stealth. Sure. Seaward Slash. Wow. Yep. Those apprentice missions. Kind of missing the damage I was taking from those levels. Alright, so this guy's just dead next round. Okay, that's more like it. 6 is not so bad. Alright, we will kill, I guess, go for you then? Sure. Kill the bad guy. Dodge. I should have probably gone for a heal on him instead, but we're still early enough. I haven't really worried about that. Yeah, I'm gonna do it now. He's taking way too much here. Nice.
Advantage. Give them no quarter.
All right, switch him around. He has no ability to deal anything in slot 1, which is bad. I need to think about that. That was probably a mistake. I just realized what I just done. This guy can't do anything in slot 1. Okay, that's bad. So like during the fight, she can't use... She can use expose, but if she does it, I have to have him go first, use duelist advance, and then she uses expose to switch back with him, and then after that she can't go forward anymore. She can't use puncture most of the time, which is fine because most of the time I want her to use captivate in almost every case. That's fine. I just gotta remember that I can't have her move back until he goes before her. So he can move first and then she'll switch him back. Yeah, alright. Probably could have done that better when I started this mission, but that's okay. Let's just go for a heal. These guys are just gonna die anyways to passive damage over the 2 rounds. Let's just heal up. Nice.
Death by inches.
Alright, big heal here. Big heal. Nice. Nice, no bleed too. Even better.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Yep. The train can go, switch you guys around.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Yeah. Just still trying to decide if I want to go beeline for this, but sure. Let's just go do other things. That's fine. Pack has already been looted. Brutal. I don't like this. Well, that's good though. You switched a few people around. I like that. That's nice. All right, so we will go for the big damage on you because you're the annoying guy, and we will, I guess, crack your shell. The guy in the back is annoying. He does a lot of damage. I might just go for him first.
Obliterated.
That worked out extremely well. Much better than I expected, so that's nice. And this is why I brought puncture, in case she ends up in slash slot. She can at least do something. You get her moved up. And it'll be useful in case she summons one of those super tanks. Yep, no bleed. Wow, really nice. Okay, so we'll just go for another Noxious Blast. This is where this ability is, like, disgusting. Just keep on stacking that blight. The amount of damage is just absurd. Extra blight. With the side of blight. And I'm gonna go for big heal, hopefully. Better lucky than good. Yep. Aww. What? Put him on the moon, I guess. Put him on the other planet. Alright, I'll just heal somebody random here. We're fine. We're a nice heal though. 3? That's in the upper range of what that character can roll. You're just dead, so I guess I'll just finish it. Just die to blight. No reason to go for a greedy heal for something.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Yeah, it's ironic that guy dropped anti-bleed stuff. I think I'd rather take this over a single random junk item, because like this has a chance of rolling more of them, and this I'm just probably not gonna make it home, to be honest with you. Let's get this figured out here. What's going on here? You're in... Ugh. You need to be in slot 3. You're slot 4. Real awkward here. That's the setup. Real awkward. Moving us around all over the place. All right. How you gonna step on a trap when you're right beside the bugs? What the heck? Okay. Okay, treasure room and all that. Okay, sure. Okay. A map is funny. You can break this trap. You can break these chains. Alright, burn a few torches here, I guess. Okay, pretty tame fight. I thought you were stealth. What happened? I'm not attacking the fat guy you're noticing, which is just a choice. I'm just trying to go to kill the other guys first and then dogpile this guy next round. Oh, I took him to 1? What? Okay. Cool. Wow. Sure. I didn't expect to hit him for 19. Alright, this guy's just gonna take, he's not quite dead. Guess I'll just kill him.
As the
It's not exciting,
falls,
but
a faint hope blossoms.
yeah, this is where it gets, that's where that setup is bad. I don't have an ability to get out of slot 1. Gotta be really careful with that when we get into this fight. Don't move her back is all, don't move her back. So I'll just go for... This does make Captivate pretty awkward, doesn't it? Can't really use Captivate against the boss now. I guess that probably means during the boss fight, I should probably put you up front. You just can't use the missile artillery. That'll probably be what I do. And you guys can fight in slots 2 and 3. That's fine. I can just put my my occultist in slot 1 against the siren fight. Weird, but fine. Then these other two have more ability to move around a little bit more. Alright, I'll go for a heal here. Not the best heal. Bleed was good though. Heal again. Let that guy die to his own devices.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
I want this more than I want the random quickening satchel. I don't care about that item.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and, I guess this would just literally take him out. She doesn't have Pierce, so it is up to you to do this. A crit. Yeah, he just dies, that's good. And then I guess I'll go for damage. Well, I can't hit you because of explosion only hits slots 1, 2, and 3. Weird. Alright. Sure. Alright, I'm not gonna go for an Eldritch or a Abyssal Artillery because the guys in the back are already gonna die. Like, well, the guy in the second slot's not gonna die, but the second to the last slot's gonna already die. I'm just gonna go for raw damage to the big guy again. Wow, man. It's not a gimmick, he just did it twice. Alright, this might just kill 2 of them. Great, we won the fight just off that.
Slowly, gently.
Now I'll take a round off because I can't hit this guy and I'll just heal. Oh, well, he goes first and then we do get to hit him. That's great. Alright, I'll go for 17. This might just kill him. Ooh, nice, it didn't. Now I can ignore him. And I'll just heal instead this round. Then I can take a round off and cheese some heals. I don't want to attack with you yet. Let's just move you. Heal her. Great heal. We've been very fortunate with these bleeds. We need to finish this fight quickly. No shit, I know that. We'll get there. I'm just trying to get the heals in when I can. I don't care about the blood.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Interesting. Money I can take. The question is whether I'd rather take these 2 portraits over like the stack of money or something, because portraits are like more common here than they are other locations. I don't know. I think I'd rather have everything else I have here. I mean, the Jade, you know. This is not an obvious pick. I mean, the Jade, the Sapphire's probably not gonna. I'm probably not gonna find 2 of these. Let's just do this. I'm probably more likely to find 5 or 3 more Jade than I am to find 1 more Sapphire. I'm gonna do that. Some people think I'm crazy for doing that. I just don't see the world where like you're gonna find another Jade, or not another Jade, but another Sapphire on a like a regular mission like this. It just never seems to happen to me. But on a higher tier missions, I would absolutely take the Sapphire there. I'm speculate on that on a longer mission, on like a championship or champion level mission. Absolutely. All right. I might skip the top loop. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We're kind of like starting to stack stress, and I need to get rid of that soon. Hunger's fine. Food's kind of irrelevant here. I guess that's not irrelevant. Here, hold on. Let's do this. And we can eat whenever we find them. Okay. What the hell is that? I can't take almost any of this. That's not what I expected to see on a fish. I was expecting to see food. This is what I mean when I say the sapphires. You just don't find more. I mean, I didn't find any more jade, which is hilarious. I'd rather just take the emerald over the 2 jade. I just like emerald. It's my favorite, like, of all of the gems in the game. I just feel like you find more of those than anything. I think that's better. I'm gonna leave the rest. The next thing I would have taken there is the onyx, in order of things I cared about. Okay. Wow, that was a nice scout. Wow. Okay, I think I'm gonna go straight to the boss here.
Another misfortune.
And then I'll come back. So, like, here's the deal. If I go straight here, and then I go straight down, all the way to the right, then I can come back up and then do the whole top loop and then cross this hallway that I'm about to go through and come down and in the fight, in the mission on this battle, and not feel too bad about it. Wow, these scoutings are great. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many random things. I'm just gonna wait till the end of the mission. I don't want all this crap. I want to set ourselves up for success. I want to go into this fight as, like, the stressed as possible. Let's set that up. I'll just wait for this. I'll come back for this. I just don't see a, like, I mean, it could be gems again, but, like, it could also be food. I don't really need food. What am I gonna get out of that? This is a fight, so we burn a torch here. Okay, this is the guy in the front, the pelagic bulwark. He's the guy I'm kind of worried about her spawning, and she will, but I want to, like, take care of him fast. That's why I'm bringing Noxious Blast, so I can just, like, do this and just, like, melt him. I'm gonna go for a duelist advance here, and then have her, because if he goes first, he gets a duelist advance, and then she can move back, right, with her, she has exposed, which we can actually hit the bad guy with. That's fine. So I'm gonna duelist advance here, and then she'll expose afterwards to remove that other guy. Although expose, yeah, that's still good. You're not gonna kill the bad guy if I do this right. You'll kill the second guy. Great. Then she can expose and kill him now, and move. Oh, actually, expose moves her back. Awkward. Wait, do you have? Why can I see him? Wait. Do you have? You have Twilight Dreamer. I forgot. Oh, okay.
Eradicated.
Okay. She can just see him. She don't even care about. Okay. Twilight Dreamer doing work right now. Alright, this is why you bring the block break right there, right? And then, you know, doesn't really matter. I guess I can remove her bleed. Maybe that's the right play here. I want to remove that. I want to keep stacking on him, but honestly, removing the bleed is probably more effectual here. Maybe not. Nah, it's probably still correct. Heal, remove the bleed. Just cover our bases here. Let's go for a pistol shot here. He still keeps his... Yeah. Block this break, or break this block. Break this block, block this break. Yeah, no blocking. No. Kill him. Alright, not quite dead. He's not Eldritch, so... Yep, kill yourself. Let him see it. And then we will remove the bleed again. Doing a lot of work on that. And then kill him. Oh, right, he has huge armor here. I'm just thinking about what that means. I mean, that's going to be the play doctor's going to have to really work on that guy, because we have... Oh, yeah, you have armor removal. What am I thinking? I was like, wait a second, do we really have no ability to deal with protection? But, yeah. I thought I built it that way. Oh, okay, cool. Just kill yourself then. Oh, miss. Ooh. Sure. Oh, I can't hit him. Real awkward. Alright, I guess you'll get sneaking a heal then. I guess we'll sneak in 2 heals then. Okay,
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I don't know. Like, 3 busts is probably more valuable than what I've got here. I guess I could also... Actually, this is the right time to camp. Okay. Yeah, I'll camp here. I'll go check that out after the fight. Firewood here. Yeah, and then we'll take this.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
What is your stress level? 16, 16. Your abilities here. Pep talk. We're just gonna pep talk everybody, I guess, is probably what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna bandit sense here, though, so we don't have a nighttime ambush, although we still could possibly get hit by the, Let's be greedy and go for a feast. I'm doing this not because I need the food, but because I want to be able to offset the random stress we get from the possible nightmare, plus the fact that the siren also applies stress. We're trying to kind of offset that as much as possible here. I'm gonna go for a bandit's sense, knowing that there's really a chance that it doesn't work because we do have a nightmare. It could happen. Everybody else is pretty low on stress overall. I guess like a gallows humor. It doesn't cost a lot. 6, 6, 3, 21. Nah, it's not worth it. I guess we'll just do a simple encourage here then. Then from here, we'll do a pep talk here on her. She's the main one that needs that because if we have a nightmare, it could matter a lot. Probably honestly just throw 2 of them on her, if I'm being honest with you. We're not gonna do this. Don't care about that. I'm gonna give her another pep talk. I know that sounds crazy, but I just want to make sure she doesn't get hit hard by a bunch of random stress. 20% blight skill chance is a guarantee she applies blight if she goes for it, and plus 20% blight resist. I don't think she really gets blighted, so that doesn't really matter that much. Abandoned hope is obviously not what I want here. Extra stress relief. Who's sitting on most stress then? I could do that. They're all on 6. Love to do snake skin here, but we just ran out. I think there's a really good choice here. I'll go Adder's Embrace. Alright, let's go rest. Alright, see if there's a nightmare. That's the only real scary part that could happen here. And it's possible.
The light.
Yep.
The promise of safety.
We said it could happen, but we have increased damage in this mission, so that's good. We have increased mission or damage on this mission time, so that's fine. They have blight resist, but we're still probably fine. I could also... Huh. That's why I gave her all these random pep talks. Like, good lord, minus 30% stress is gonna help a lot here. I'm gonna try to kill this guy. He's got 60% blight resist, but this is gonna hit for 130% plus an extra 20%, so it's 150%. It's gonna blight him.
A decisive pummeling.
And then after that, we'll just go for a raw damage on a single target. Does he have any protection? He has 25% protection. Get out of here. No. These dreams, man. That does a lot of damage. And it stuns, I think, too. Oh, we got lucky. Alright, you have Twilight Dreamer, so you can basically ignore whatever you want to ignore. So do I go for this? I'm just going to go for raw damage against you. Twilight Dreamer's real. So just kill that idiot. Yep, that's fine. It's up. You would crit, wouldn't you? You would, wouldn't you? Alright. Raw damage.
A singular strike.
Yes, that's what I needed. So we can offset that damage through a heal. It's not that big of a deal. Yep, she just keeps getting attacked. Jeez. That's fine. Alright, we will heal her up, I guess. Nice heal. No bleed too, got real lucky there. I'll remove that bleed. And then we will focus on killing that idiot with the other 2. Not a lot of damage there from that, that's okay. Adder's Fang. The big blight ability. Lots of blight on that. Alright, get out of here. So you're just dead now. Then we focus down the big guy. Alright, no blight. No sir, I'm good. Sorry, no. Nice try, though. Alright, now go for as much raw damage as you can deal. And everybody else will focus down the big boy. Yup. She already attacked. That's fine. Go for Duelist Advance is great, but like he just won't attack her or hit him. So, oh, you dirty 14% dodge and you dodged. Gross. All right, what's your blight resist? Pretty high. We're gonna go for it. We have a pretty high chance of applying it. So, all right, we debuffed you. So, what's your protection? 20. This guy has got all the stats, don't you, dude? You're stunned. Alright, we will riposte here and get you
The ground quakes.
out of the way of the front slot. Bolt is fine. This is the cheese that, like, you know, caused you to lose the mission. You get some random stupid, like, stress thing that affects you on the final fight like this, just cheese. Alright, I need her to move forward now here. You gotta get rid of your armor again. Alright. Take your 1,000 more stress here. Do I go for a blight here? I am gonna do it here, I think. Heck yes. And now he's dead next round. Adder's Fang, of course. Sure. Don't let her. Yeah. So we get if we can kill this guy now, before our Shieldbreaker goes, that'd be great.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
A beautiful thing. I am lodged in a jumble of corpses and wreckage. My arm is pinned. The serpent appears silently from behind a rock, tongue tasting the air. The bite is quick, the venom slow. It runs cold in my veins, inching on my arm, forcing me to make a terrible choice. Do I cut off the arm or not? What in the world is that? Shieldbreaker only. Extra 33% health. Just a raw health ability? Or random? Dude, that's actually pretty good. I might even switch to that for this fight. That's cool, because that would like remove some of her, like, you know, she wouldn't deal as much damage, but then she also wouldn't like kill us. I don't know. Awkward. You got so many things. I'm certainly taking this, but I gotta keep the bleed, or the advantages. The journal page I should probably take, just because I still don't know whether or not, if you don't take these, whether or not you just lose that story forever. Because there are special DLC ones. I don't know if you need to keep those in your inventory. Let's go ahead and offset this here real quick. We'll get rid of Curie a bit here. You can see, like, do you see how much stress she took there? Despite the fact that I gave her 2, you know, talks. I gave her 2 talks and she still was like, ugh. I need to keep the holy water until we get to the fight. I guess that's the emerald. And then after that, like, I don't really care too much about the money. I'd much rather have these, like, other items that I can never get back. The anti-venom is me saying I need to protect myself against, like, what? Yeah, I can drop this. I'm going to interact with this on the way back, if we come back, so. Alright, you being in slot 1 is dangerous because if you go first, all you can do is tracking shot. Do I want you in slot 1, or do I want her in slot 1? No, I don't want either of you in slot 1. I talked about this before. I want you up front so you can sacrificial stab. And if she's in slot 3, she can captivate. And if he's in slot 2, he can tracking shot and then pistol shot over and over again. And if she switches him spot, they can dance in the middle 2 rows, right? Yeah, I want to keep this guy in slot 1 if possible, or somebody in slot 1, as much as possible. But I mean, if they get moved, it's not that big a deal. I did not mean to interact with that. Not punish that much. Okay. Alright. Unfortunate that we were super stressed out before the fight, but I mean, all things considered, not that big of a deal. Ignore all these until the fight. Get up real close. The Shambler is appearing everywhere now, it seems like. Alright. Do we have anything we'd want to do here? I don't know if Aegis Scale protects against, like, the Siren's Call. I don't think so, because the Siren's Call is not, like, a damage ability, so I don't think it works on that. Hopefully we get the chance to attack first before she gets the chance to take somebody. If we have to leave this fight and then go and grab the secret door, I mean, it's not, I mean, if that's the only thing we can do after this fight, I'm not that bothered. We're already pretty loaded, so it's not even that big of a deal if we can't backtrack all the way. So we're gonna start this fight immediately holy water on everybody. Oh, I should have done it right then. I should have just done it right there. Never mind. That's okay.
Made the poor girl in their image. She is their queen.
Does she have any? She has dodge, which is annoying, but sure. All right. Wow, that was nice. A great way to start this. The crit was also great because it also removed a bit of a stress. Holy water. Let's go for a Noxious Blast. Starting okay, wow. Oh, you dirty dog. Took the one character hadn't attacked yet. Oh! That's what we wanted! We wanted an attracting shot. That's awesome! That's what we wanted, right? That worked out really well. Great. Alright, so we'll go for a Noxious Blast here, and again, I'm doing this to melt the front line. Oh, well, there you go. And then you can just hit the back. See, it worked out really well here. Sure, summon something else. Yep. Yep. Devour is just a random stress. Oh, we dodge anyway, whatever. Come back to us. Alright, so we're doing really well here. I mean, things are going really well, actually. So, again, I think the thought process is I could go for a greed here and just go for the kill. In 2 rounds, she'll be dead. I mean, pretty much guaranteed. Yeah, she's dead. If I just hit her twice more, she's gone. She took the wrong person, too. Yeah, we're good. Oh, my God, and we dodged it. Yeah, the fight's over.
Impressive.
Awesome. Worked out real well. That's fine, whatever. Just gotta shoot you once and you're just done. See, nerd.
Hideous matriarch, vile queen of the aphotic depths.
Awesome.
She has no place in the sane world.
Okay, so again, these items, cool, whatever. They're nowhere near as important as the other stuff I've got in my inventory. I actually didn't even remember to use my holy water on everything, did I? I'm dropping holy water, I don't care about it anymore. The food I have to take, because I don't want to get hunger checked right on the way out of here and just get random stress for no reason. From here, I guess the bandages are actually worth dropping. Well, see, the question is, what am I going to make it home with? I know for a fact I'm making it home with the following. These items are coming home with me no matter what, the ones that are on the far right here. The rest of this is kind of junk. I mean, the busts are half good. Move Amulet and Blight Amulet are not really important. But I could, if I wanted to, just get out of here after I go to the secret door. Drop the skeleton keys, I'm not dropping skeleton keys now, obviously I knew that for the secret door, but what I'm saying is I could drop the shovels, I could drop the food, I could drop the medicinal herbs, that will be 3 trapezohedrons. The portrait stack is not full. And then after that I've got like a half a stack of crests. I mean, I'm not getting maximum value out of this mission if I do that. But I really need maximum value. If we beat the mission, we've got what we really came for. I guess I dropped the like this. And like the rest of it's kind of irrelevant because I really brought it for the boss. That's fine. Dropping 6 bandages feels like a criminal, but... And then we'll walk back up. I've already beat the Shambler, all 5, so I've got all the Shambler's items, so that's never relevant anymore.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Do I care enough to go to that random room battle? I don't think so. I think I'm just done here, right? Like, I mean, realistically, what is there that's better than what I've got here? I mean, clearly I have food. I could go a little further to see if I can't get a few more busts or something, but if I do that, I'm dropping the torches.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Okay, I'll go a little further. I mean, so I got food in case we get food checked, whatever, hunger checked. Loot? Oh. Well, that makes things interesting. I could literally just leave now. They could just remove the food, take the 1,000 gold, and just call it good. I'm fine with that. Just go. Good mission. Feel good about it. So we beat her, we got out of there with a blueprint, we got out of there with a new wounding helmet, nobody died. Everything went well there. The secret room was also icing on a cake, that was nice. So we get, oh, these guys all have random diseases now? What's going on here? Manslayer is replaced, okay, Gothic. Okay. Would have been better to have had that this fight, with our random occultist on the team, but yeah, we want to get rid of it in Inui, or whatever it is. Getting rid of Unholy Slayer again, they both got rid of, oh, no, okay. The Black Plague is just awful. Irrepressible is kind of irrelevant. I don't really care about that either. You know what in the world, dude? What is going on? Rune Tactician. The best possible tactician thing that this character could get, right? Extra damage in the ruins is pretty solid. Could end up actually being useful if we bring her to fight against a boss. But again, it's 15% extra damage.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
15% damage is good, but it's not good on a plague doctor, because plague doctors don't do much damage in the first place. They do mostly like damage over time. So, all right, let's go ahead and get in here and get rid of this crap real quick. All this nonsense. All right, let's see what we got. Nomad wagon wise. Oh, there's the legendary brazier that I've been talking about wanting to do a mission to get, so I can just buy it outright. Sweet. Sweet. I don't. Tough is fine. Hidden Blooded is awful. This guy already has, like, you know, buffed like blight resistance as a class, so this kind of like undoes his whole like thing. Winded is good. Yeah, I think we already have two decent lepers, right? Between Evil and who was the other one? Maybe we only have one now. We have a low tier one. Oh, we have Macy. Macy has. Oh yeah, Macy's been sitting there for literally years. I've had this character for, I mean, probably 20 weeks at level 1 with Photomania locked and Hard Noggin. She hasn't done anything. Whatever. I need to go take that character out and do something. Quick draw. Again, I've talked. Oh, why do I keep getting vessels with quick draw? Like the one character I don't want quick draw on. Quick reflexes. Posture Syndrome's terrible. Gambler's fine. The Photomania is just as good as that. Like, I've got... These are both good lepers, but, like, solid. This character has Winded, which is really good. And then Tough is a fine. It's like a upper B, lower A quirk. Photomania, wow. Okay. What did she have, though? She had Photomania as well. Okay. Stress Eater's worse, though. Risk Taker? Ah! Risk Taker is generally good on every character. Risk Taker is worst on the Antiquarian. It is the worst character to have Risk Taker on. Risk Taker is generally good on every character outside of maybe the Vestal. But then on Antiquarian, it's literally a debuff. It's actually a debuff on her because her whole thing is dodging, and she does almost no damage in the first place. So it's actually a bad on her when everybody else is good on. So I don't really care about the rest of these characters, although I really like that splash, though. Like these other ones, I don't know. They're all good. What am I talking about? But that one looked really cool for a second there. I don't know. That would look really cool for a second. Whatever. I was looking at the character's art. For some odd reason, it just stuck out to me that time. We already had the Eternity's Caller. I got that a few episodes ago, right? Yeah. That was really nice, picking up the Legendary Bracer. I've somehow gone almost 90 weeks and not found a Legendary Bracer. It just hasn't happened. I had 3 restraining padlocks at the start of this episode without realizing it. Still don't have a Legendary Bracer. It is cool, though. This is the first time I've ever got this far into her dreams, the Shieldbreaker's dreams. I've never acquired the item that we just got from that last mission from her. The extra 33% heal or health or whatever it was. Sort by rarity. I've never owned that item, whatever it was. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Querboili? Querboili? I don't know how to say that word. It almost looks Italian, which is weird because she doesn't strike me as an Italian character. But plus 33% max HP is a wild stat line. Like, not what I would expect in a shield breaker, but interesting. Is that like the best raw health item in the game. It's better than Barristan's head, or not Barristan's head, but the Ancestor's bottle. That's crazy. I mean, it's -2 speed, which is serious, but like that's a lot of health, dude. But getting the wounding helmet made me excited. I'm very happy about that item. That was something I'm really excited to get. So we've definitely got a new boon there with this. I'm going to be using this on every single bounty hunter for quite a while, because I don't really use the bounty hunter's like pull ability that often. I mean, sometimes in stun I do, but like the pull ability is good, but it's just like a lot of times the classes that I have with them, like I'll oftentimes bring like a like an occultist, and the occultist has the ability to mark and also like use the eldritch pull ability stuff, and which kind of marks for him so he can consume the mark, and then also moves the bodies around. So I feel like the stun ability is one of the only abilities I really like on him. But the hook can be good sometimes, but not, I mean, it's like an ability I'll use if I don't have another person on my team that can deal with corpses or can move people on their own. Need to be careful with this mic. I keep forgetting if I get behind the mic, I sound totally different over here than I do over here. It's like some weird ASMR thing. Yeah. All right, let's go look and see what next week will involve. It is midnight, so I'm probably going to stop. I could literally play this game for another 4 hours non-stop and not even feel it at all. Oh my god, look at all these like red missions now. Like you can feel the end game coming. I still gotta do the Sunken Crew, but I don't think we can do it because I think our guy's leveled. But the Sunken Crew, though, is unholy. Right? Or the Eldritch? They're unholy, right? Sunken Crew. Ground Crew, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, they're unholy, yeah. So this is actually, ironically, a kind of person who you want to bring, like, a Crusader to. But we don't have a Crusader that's in the four section. We're going to need to build some more of these guys up. I could literally just go battle Vestals. Just have 2 Vestals. Have them, you know, just beating the crap out of the Sunken Crew. That'd be funny. Another Gentle Tide? I can almost, like, jump again. I can literally actually almost do that. But the problem is I don't have any level 4s to benefit from it. So, like, this is a green tier instead of an orange tier, so I couldn't, like, do a bunch of 3 tiers, have them level to 4, leapfrog straight into a fight against the Sunken Crew. So, I'm not going to do that. Anything out here I even care about? I do want to get that, a Wrathful Bandana at some point. I still haven't got that. Although, like, that would force us to go and actually take, like, a bunch of level 6s to go there. And the problem is, the Swine God, I don't want to fight against the Swine God until I have either an Arbalist or a Musketeer at level 6. That way I actually have the ability to deal with his marking stuff. And all of our Arbalists and Musketeers are pretty low. We sent our last Arbalist, who was level 4, to beat him the first time. We got rid of her because... the second Swine God, I guess there's the Swine Prince, the Swine King, the Swine God. The Swine King, the middle one, when we beat him, we had a level 4 Arbalist that we had to get rid of because her abilities were just bad. But I would like to pick this item out, the Wrathful Bandana. It's ironic because that's literally the character who I would be using against him. Hero's Ring is an item I'm interested in picking up at some point. We already have a Hell's Hairpin. Hero's Ring is something I want to do, but I don't know about the Necromancer Lord. We tried to find him earlier. That's the first boss we've actually fought against that we had to run from the ruins. I had to run because, like, he almost killed 2 of our guys. That was surprising, actually, because he's not usually that much of a challenge. It kind of surprised me. I might go do one of these. Oh, yeah, maybe I do a Winemaker's Reserves mission. I got 3 level. Yeah, that's probably what I'd do next. I'm not going to do it right now. But... so look at this crew, the healing crew, and this character is actually the character I talked about jokingly being actually a secret, like, you know, incision build. She's hyper focused on bleed. This is probably the crew I'll roll against this Winemaker's Reserve mission, just to kind of level up all these Believer guys. Again, generally speaking, I try not to bring these guys to a random mission because I don't want to take a chance that we attract the Fanatic, but I can bring them all with no penalty to the Crimson Courtyard. Try to get some more items, see what happens. It's either that or, again, I do want to go and fight the Miller. It just hasn't actually eventuated yet. It's so crazy I'm this far into the game and I still haven't beat the Miller. I need to go do that. That's really what I want to do. Maybe I, like, level up my 3s to get to 4. The guys who don't have the Crimson Curse, and then just go beat them up with the people who don't have the Crimson Curse. That might be better. instead of just over leveling and passing by the dude entirely. The only other way I could do this is if I really wanted to, I could be cheeky and just keep playing the game and keep ignoring the miller and just keep ignoring him, and then have that one mission, that 1 week, you know, weekly event that's like you can bring people from any level and just bring a bunch of level 6s and just crush him. But I don't want to do that. I'd rather go fight him, honestly. I'll have to think about that a little bit, what I'm going to do next time. But I mean, I don't really see a need to go fight him immediately because the bloody herb is not something I need. But it feels like that's rolled every week. Is that the item? Is that like a guaranteed drop this week? I don't mean in general built into the game. I mean, is it set up kind of like how this mission is, where it just keeps showing the same item until you go beat it? Because I feel like that's been there the last few weeks in the game, and all the other locations obviously dynamically change, but it feels like this one didn't. Need to pay more attention to that next week. I'll probably do another fight or another random mission and then see if this changed, and if it didn't, then I'll just assume that it's probably the same. I mean, technically it could actually roll the same item twice in a row, but odds are pretty low on that. We're gonna see it as proof positive that the item doesn't change. Yeah, otherwise I'm not really sure. I mean, the only item I'm interested in is the Wrathful Bandana. It's an item I don't have. No, I mean, again, the Virtue Ring, Hero's Ring is just not powerful enough. I mean, it really should have said 35% or something. 25% is just not enough, because it's the opportunity cost of other items you could wear in its stead. That's the problem with the item. 25% is, it's just not incredible. You only have 25% base anyway, so it turns the Virtue minigame into a 50-50, which is just not that impressive to me. I don't want to have my character hit 100 stress, not become virtuous, and instead go like get afflicted with the Hero's Ring on, and feel bad that I got a guy to 100 stress and now he's sitting on 100 stress with only one item. The other item literally did stark nothing that entire mission. That just feels bad. But yeah, I think that's what I'll do, but that'll be next time. I'm either going to be doing this Gather the Blood mission, not because I need the blood, as we saw before. I have over 40 blood now, but just mainly to kind of do something with these 3 guys that are all infected, but they're all stuck in this weird limbo of level 3, but I can't level them all very well to get to level 4 so I can bring them to a mission. But then there's this other weird problem where even if I do get them all to level 4, I can't really take them to a mission, because if I take them to some cove fight, like to go fight the sunken crew or something, then they're all together again and they attract the Fanatic. Although there is the upside though, right? Then they're all level 4, which is what I've talked about a lot. I want to make sure that if I go fight the Fanatic, the people I have with me are level 4 or level 2 or level 6. They're all even leveled and have all their stats and stuff, because it's been a while since I fought against the Fanatic, and his is the only ability set that I just can't remember off the top of my head. I know he like steals a person from your team, and I think he like, I don't know if he like crucifies them or like chains them to a rock or something. He does some kind of crazy fanatical, like, you know, heretical religious zealot thing that involves like bleeding the Crimson Curse out of you or something. But yeah, I think that's what I will do though. It's either again this mission or it's going to be the farmstead, but I think it probably is this one, because I just don't have anybody that's level 4, and I'm not going to go fight the Miller with a bunch of level 3s. It's just unnecessary. But that'll be it for, I guess, this episode. I've already played for 4 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm going to stop there. So I'm going to do an outro, and that's going to be it for tonight, and then I'm going to jump on probably tomorrow night. What is today? Was today Tuesday? Yeah, right? And today's now Wednesday? Yeah, okay. No big meetings or anything in the morning for me, so that's good. I can sleep. All right, so I'm going to do an outro here. Looks like in the chat right now, I still got a few people. It looks like Jimmy and James still here in chat. I don't know if that's what you want me to refer to you as. That's what your username is. But I'm referring to you as that because that's what you have your username as. But I appreciate the heck out of you hanging out this entire time, chilling, making comments occasionally and stuff. It's real cool of you. Steven, I still see you over there on YouTube too. I appreciate you being here, buddy, as always. But I'm going to go ahead and do an outro, and then I'm try to pick things up probably tomorrow, and we'll see how things go. Having a lot of fun. Man, I literally, there's very few games on planet Earth that I can find myself playing. I'm in like my mid-30s now. Most games don't interest me at all like this, at all. And I can play this game for literal hours, and it's just like, oh, it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Huh. Where'd the night go? Like, this game just, I could play it all day. All right, let's do an outro, and then I'll catch you maybe tomorrow. It depends on how much I'm wanting to play again. So, all right, guys, that's going to be it for this episode. Until next time, I'm the Blue Titan, and before I go, I should go ahead and talk about my other channels, remind you guys about that. If you'd like to see short-form content, highly edited stuff, the kind of lunchtime videos, I like to call them, 10-minute videos, 10-minute long videos to 15-minute long videos, You can head over to the Blue Titan Space Gaming to see videos like that. If you want to see long form content where I talk to my chat, talk to my YouTube, talk to my Twitch chat, talk about game design, talk about what I'm planning on doing, maybe the next game I'm going to play, because we're not too far off that. You can go over to the Blue Titan Space Gaming Space VODs to see long form content, no edits. It's the full glorious playthrough from beginning to end. All, I guess at this stage, 40 games, all videos. There's like 40 videos, like all 3 hours long. It's ridiculous how much I've played. But yeah, again, that's the Blue Titan Space Gaming for short form videos, lunchtime videos, and the Blue Titan Space Gaming Space VODs for long form content. If you want to see my ugly mug for over 3 hours, I don't know what's wrong with you, but there you go. But until next time, I'm the Blue Titan, and thanks for spending your time with me. See you around.